Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Come on, where is it? Wait for there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we recap it and give you a simple breakdown. But today is going to be exciting. Happy Friday, Junior, baby. It's Thursday. We love it. The week is ending up. You had a nice little gap up here today, so a lot of the tension is kind of dying off, but there was no other updates. The energy crisis has chilled out overseas. You got a big boost on some of the China stocks, but the big focus here today is going to be waiting to any updates to the debt ceiling and then getting ready for the jobs report and as well as earnings. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot on our plate. Let's see the speed that we got, and then it's going to be fun from there, baby. But what other way to start this then? Good morning. How are ya? Oh, look at Alexander. Oh, he said, let's go, Chatadonia. Good morning. Oh, Cheryl, Jordan, Dalton. Oh, Moondog. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Feros. Good morning. Oh, Mr. Cabaz, Vincent. Oh, Lori, Janie, Philip, Jack, Jaria. Oh, Mr. Peterson, good morning. Oh, Mr. Shalom, good morning. More Wolf, morning. Look at, oh, some things can't stop you guys in the morning. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, baby. And it is cold. You know that it's cold. So if you made it up today, it is cold. That energy crisis is because of the cold. It's getting cold everywhere. Even in California, it is kind of cold. I know some of you in Canada are like, Josh, you don't know what cold is. I know, but it's cold still, okay? So you woke up. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? The fact that you woke up is amazing. Oh, we love it. We love it. So let's see what we got here. We got a couple of things. I hope you guys are ready. And I hope you are feeling blessed, man. Shout out to Chad. Good work. You woke up. Oh, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. It is a blessing. So what do we got here? Futures and stocks rose, bolstered by progress on the debt ceiling impasse, and the ECB was said to be studying a new bond buying program to prevent market turmoil when emergency purchases get phased out. Treasuries and gold were steady while the dollar weakened. Oil extended its declines with crude stockpiles in the U.S. growing more than expected. Bitcoin nudged lower. Shiba Inu continued to gain, becoming the 12th biggest crypto by market value. Essentially, if Shiba Inu continues at the pace that it's been on in the last 3 days, it will actually become bigger than Dogecoin in 3 days, practically. Pretty wild there. So a lot of crypto news. There's a truce. The Democrats signaled that they will accept Mitch McConnell's proposal to raise the debt ceiling until December. That would start. That would avert a default trigger, but further clashes at the year end could come. The Senate is expected to agree on a deal this morning. Goldman was skeptical. The only thing worse than voting to raise the limit to $31 trillion is voting to raise it to $29 trillion, then voting to raise it again to $31 trillion. So just because we got an agreement yet, it seems like the debt ceiling is not hashed out just yet. So that is going to be what we're going to be watching this today, coming into tomorrow. Let's see. Apple wants to do more with your car. The company is looking to expand its reach within autos to things like controlling AC, seats, radio. People familiar said the initiative, known as Ironheart, is still in early stages. The iPhone remains Apple's biggest moneymaker, accounting for about half of sales. The mystery of Tether, exactly how the stablecoin is backed or if it's truly backed at all, is shrouded in secrecy. For years, critics argued Tether Holdings doesn't have enough assets to maintain the one-to-one exchange ratio on the 69 billion coins in circulation. As far as regulators are concerned, the size of the supposed dollar holdings is so big it would be a danger to the financial system, even assuming the dollars are real. Interesting. So more updates there on Tether. That's related to crypto. New jobless claims declined more than expected last week, so that came out here today. Further evidence of recuperating labor markets a day before the key jobs report. Initial filings slipped from 326,000 to a revised 364 versus consensus for a similar drop to 348,000. Continuing claims also fell more than expected. A group of former BlackRock players is tapping into demand for credit ETFs with products targeting specific sectors launching today. Bond Blocks Investment will create seven ETFs carving up the U.S. high-yield market. That's common in equities, but rare in corporates as new ETF technology disrupts traditional methods of trading and pricing debt. Schwab's Omar Aguilar said a broad slowdown is on the horizon. Global economy, the rate of inflation, and consumer demand are all decelerating, he said, the latter being his main concern about the holiday season. A frothy attitude among retail investors is also starting to wane, Aguilar said. Corporates here, Tesla's shareholder meeting will be closely watched following recent investor calls for governance. Oh, that's today. I think they're going to vote to kick out Elon's brother and the other guy from the board. That's actually a very, very big meeting for Tesla. Facebook was ordered to find any notes made by Mark Zuckerberg that may be relevant to a lawsuit accusing of failing it to safeguard privacy in the run-up to the Cambridge Analytica scandal. FDIC is studying whether certain stablecoins may be eligible for its coverage. CoinDesk reported Amex is expanding Platinum Card perks to include rewards from Walmart. Ooh, I like that. BNP is exploring scenarios, raising the shareholder payout ratio to 60% of annual profit from 50%. People familiar with the matter said Pfizer, BioNTech are seeking FDA emergency use of the vaccine for ages 5 to 11. Pfizer's shot efficacy tails off after several months. A study of 5,000 Israeli health workers showed research in New England Journal of Medicine supports the use of boosters and found antibody counts after a second dose lower in men than women. In a study of over 4 million veterans found higher risk of heart failure within a year of contracting COVID. Oil explorers must raise drilling budgets by over 50% to forestall a significant supply deficit in coming years. Moody said drilling outlays are expected to rise only 8% this year, too little to replace what the explorers will pump from the ground in 2022 and further tightening the energy supplies. The Jeffries boss of offbeat online persona has made a fortune thanks to the firm's soaring stock. ECB officials stress flexibility. The pandemic purchase plan, the ECB decision to slow the pace of pandemic buying, came after officials stressed that flexibility according to market conditions remained a key feature, allowing a margin to react to short-term shocks, exerting upward pressure on benchmark rates. The minutes showed it was argued that a symmetric application of the PEP framework would call for a more substantial reduction in the pace of bond purchases. Lithium is hitting a record in prices here today. Highest it's been since 2016. Today at 9:50, Fed Williams is going to speak. Then 10 a.m. you get Canada PMIs, Fed Mester at 11:45. And then consumer credit at 3 p.m. And that's it. We already got our jobless claims. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm in the coat. Hey. Let's see. U.S. stocks offer little after pricing in inflation. U.S. hiring plans surge in September. Highest level in data back to 2004. Hiring intentions jumped to 939,000, up more than 1% from September 2020. Challenger data shows that the retail industry prepared to hire 668,000 workers, followed by 198,000 in transportation. Employees announced 18,000 job cuts in September, down 85% year over year. Federal judge temporarily blocked Texas abortions law. They're banned. Medical professionals can offer abortions again without fear of being sued, at least for now. IMF head Kristalina Georgieva, her fate lies in the hands of the U.S. as Treasury officials debate whether they should ask her to resign. People familiar said with a 16.5% stake in the IMF voting rights, the U.S. stance is key. Georgieva is accused of pressuring World Bank staff to adjust rankings in China's favor while working there. IMF board will convene again tomorrow, a person said. Spike in UK inflation looks to last longer than originally thought. Bank of England chief economist Hu Pill said in comments that may boost speculation about rates. Olaf Scholz will take a step towards succeeding Angela Merkel. The BOJ issued its broadest downgrade of Japan's regional economies in more than a year. Branch managers from 5 of 9 regions said that their economies were in worse shape now than 3 months ago. That'll give BOJ policymakers more reason for caution as they assess the recovery. South Korea, shout out to the Squid Game, dollar-denominated bonds at the tightest spreads ever and priced in a green note in euros of a negative yield. The power crisis in India, triggered by dwindling reserves of coal that help generate 70% of its electricity, threatens commodity-related business from oil refineries to meat processing. Coal inventories at power plants fell to an average 4 days this week from 13 days at the start of August. So now you're about to get an India energy crisis. Oh, man. The U.S. may release up to 60 million barrels of oil from its strategic petroleum reserves, Goldman said, but the move will offer only modest relief given the structural deficits that the global market will face from 2023 onward. The U.S. is trying to push OPEC Plus to put more barrels on the market. Oil extended losses together with gas prices. Dutch gas futures recoupled some of its losses after plunging as much as 25%. U.S. gas prices were down. The U.K. National Grid said the country will have sufficient energy supply this winter. Copper led gains in most base metals. Gold edged lower. Coffee and sugar advanced. FTC's about to pause Biden's nominee Alvaro Bedoya to replace Rohit Chopra. What is that? Why are they stalling it? It doesn't say why, though. Emerson Electric in talks over a combination with Aspen Technology. What else we got? The founder of Facebook's Oculus told a court he forged 2 witness signatures on an exclusivity agreement he entered with Total Recall. The SEC is grasping to rein in a thriving online brokerage industry. Again, Robinhood, their legal chief, clapped at him yesterday. Canada is moving slowly to set conditions for a cleaner economy. Apple's plan for cars using iPhones. Intel CEO says not considering UK factory due to Brexit. Vietnam warns a mass worker exodus from industrial areas. Intel rules out UK chip factory. Malaysia to buy new Merck COVID pill to boost treatment options. Mark Kleinman, executive, exclusive real estate arm of Goldman Sachs, said something. Ineos said it's considering investment in Goldman's JRE. Dutch watchdog finds Apple payment rules anti-competitive. I'm in the car. Jacka from State Farm, my friend. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, New York Transit are ramping up their climate resilience plans following the floods, haggling over Harvard. A father was so comfortable with paying to get his children into Harvard as a fake athletic recruit, he tried to haggle over the price, prosecutor said for John B. Wilson. Daniel Craig was honored at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Shout out James Bond. On this day in history, Edgar Allan Poe died in 1849, 4 days after being found delirious on the streets of Baltimore. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What else we got? Got about a minute here. Aspen Technologies up 12 on that news with Emerson. Bristol Myers falls 2% after saying proofs of concept didn't meet endpoints. Citrix falls 2%. Company said David Henshaw has stepped down. Levi Strauss shares rise 4% after the denim maker beats and raises quarterly guidance. Megacap Tech's leading the way. NRXP drops 7% after the alleged breach of contract collaboration pact. OSMT sinks 40% after launching offering of shares. Rocket Labs gains 8% after the company announced it's been selected to launch NASA's Advanced Composite. Square gains 3% after Jefferies called it a must-own stock. And Twitter gains 2% after a deal to sell Mopub to AppLovin for $1 billion is good. And Truist says the move would be highly beneficial to both companies. Wow. So it looks like we got a lot here. Again, nothing really on the broader side to send us back up here, but we got a lot of momentum. A lot of people are waiting. There's a lot of feedback from yesterday. It looks like we're going to have an exciting day, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? Who's with me? Who's with me? Good morning. Good morning. I hope you know you're blessed, baby. I hope you know you're blessed. Oh, you are, my friend. You are. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for another awesome trading day. I hope you're locked and loaded and ready to go. And I hope you recognize all of the opportunities that you have living in this country. So here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves and make a dollar, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and have made it possible for us to have some of these opportunities we have, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the same way that I do every single day in and day out, baby. We got to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done, baby. So thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there, baby. God bless you, and thank you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. The Jets have been sent. The Jets have been sent. Oh, how do you feel? So it's going to be good. As far as the plays that I'm going to be watching, I got Macy's on my list from yesterday. I really like that one. SI is the crypto play. Uber for a reopening. Netflix, again, earnings play. And then RKLB, that's Rocket Labs. A lot of that NASA news. And then Amazon as a market leader. So that's what I'm going to be watching. Again, we don't have too much news here today. We'll see any live events. But again, I'm sure this first hour and how we move, especially in relation to bonds. Again, this is the low here on bonds. All of this will be very key. So I think our work will be cut out for us. You're getting a little bounce on some of the China names. So we'll see how that plays out. But for the most part, everything's pretty chill. So I hope you guys are ready. God bless you. And I'm glad you're here. We're about to open up in... Oh, we got a minute left. We still got time. We still got time. Woo! Oh, yes. So make your call-outs. Like the video. Okay? Like the video. Make your call-outs. I think China's open. I don't know. It's either today or tomorrow. It's either tonight. So it's either right now or tonight. I don't know. We'll have to double-check. But I think it might be tonight. I think Thursday night. We'll see. Is anyone selling their Shiba? We'll see. Call out any place. And God bless. Oh, I should have put Merc on that list. I'm going to be watching the Merc. I like the Mercs. And then bonds are already down low. So you got about 20 seconds. I hope you can put a smile on your face. I do have a positive message for you. Not yet, but just like the video and get ready. Call out anything. And don't you worry, man. We still got October. Welcome to the first week of October. It's almost over. It feels the second one technically, but you just like the first one because, yeah. Round one. Fight. Let's see. UNG went down. There, Microsoft. It looks like we are up about 1%. Jeez, almost 300 points on the Dow. NASDAQ opened up 1%. Very, very strong move so far. When does Robinhood adopt Shiba? That I do not know. That would be crazy. Amazon. Let me see that SI. Oh, I want to watch on them and Uber. Let's go. Uber up 1. TBT. Well, yeah, the bonds have moved down big. I mean, it's a very, very big move in the open. But you guys have seen the bonds before. We'll see how it plays out. Surprise, SI is down. Baba's up 4. Woo! I think it was up like 5.5 pre-market. MoneyGram partnered up with Stellar, so that was good news for both MoneyGram and Stellar. There's Merc coming down. I still like that. That crypto plays down. Uber's up 1.5%. Again, I really like the reopening trade. GM. Levi's down. Yeah, GM's up 1.672. Watch TLT. Macy's is up. Macy's, I think I like that one from yesterday too. Rocket Lab has gotten two RKLB. They've gotten two NASA contracts in the last couple days. I didn't know they're only a $15 stock. Airbnb up 1.5, Facebook up 1.3. There's Uber. There's even the SPY. Again, you got about 1% now on the Dow Jones. Even the Nasdaq's up just under 1%, but every index, it seems like 1%. Neo, Goldman Sachs upgrade 6%. BABA 5. Yeah, China stocks are doing very, very well today. Amazon, where's Netflix? Oh, Netflix 644. Wow. Oxy would reestablish dividend rather than lower oil production. Yalla. There's Uber. Uber's still going. Damn, those Ubers all have premium. The job report already came out today, or at least jobless claims, initial jobless claims, I believe. But the jobs report is tomorrow, the big one, the non-farm payrolls. Yeah, initial jobless claims already came out this morning, and they actually came in lower than expected. So far, even continuing claims, every data point has been good on the jobs front. There's Netflix, Uber, Bradley, Frizzle, and the Peach. Oh, in the morning, 3 minutes in. We love it. Arn. Oh, amen. Amen. God bless you. God bless you, and we love it. We'll take it. We will take it. Amen. Amen. Holy GM. Holy Netflix. GM's coming down. I do like Walmart. Again, I'm interested in a lot of the reopening trades. Where were they last earnings? Last earnings was like 142. A firm about to go green. I like Uber and Walmart. Those are good, two decent reopening plays. Macy's was kind of creeping up, coming down. Where's bonds? Bonds are still, I think bonds are below 155 right now, or 155. Yeah, it's gap below there. I think if you get any more continued momentum there, that'll be crazy. Upstart, Uber back to 48. Uber's looking very, very good. Where are even the airlines? Airlines came down. Where's Airbnb? That's a reopening trade as well. Square got an upgrade from Goldman or Morgan Stanley, but they said they called it a must-own stock. And everyone's UMC drip come in at 666. I didn't check. Mine came in at 673. I got 60 shares on the last drip, though, on one account, and then I still got another 40 or so I have to check. I was very excited about it. The compounding nature and the low price helped a lot. PayPal 1.6. SPY's eating. Yeah, it's right off the bat. I mean, you're up 1.25%. Airbnb just switched there. Uber's still going. Walmart's still running up there. We like it. Let's see the chip makers. AMD, NVIDIA, everything's running big. I got a big amount on UWMC. That's why the drip is very big. I mean, it's but that's the reason why I've been so comfortable holding it. Because so far, I mean, it hasn't even, it's almost been a year since we've held UWMC, but it's paid out nice in dividends. Ira Jersey tweet on the debt ceiling. My guy. Oh, man. Everybody got these dividends. We love it. Let's see. Viacom up 2, had dividend news. That could be good. I really like I like Walmart reopening trade. I think are going to be a key, not to mention just other stuff for big tech for earnings, but we got some working. That's aka Netflix. Uber leaps are break even. I haven't even checked. TLT is dropping. That's a very, very key point right there. 1.5 share drip, baby. That's good. We love the drip. We love the drip. Oh, shit. My Uber call is actually back to break even now, too. So take a gander right there. Remember, this is the one when we made the Airbnb one. We used this one as like an example to see the leap, but finally back to break even. So these ones are 2023 in the money, dollar for dollar now above Uber. We're able to cash in on it. Ford 2%. How do you see the drip? You just go to the asset and then click on it. So like here's UWMC. So again, remember, like you guys can see here are all the shares that we bought. But then my last drip in July, I got 48 shares. And then now after this one, we got to receive 60 shares. So the price volatility on this dividend stock has led to a very, very big increase on the drip. So I'm very, very, very happy with it. My mark is 666 though. That's scary. You have to turn on drip. Yeah, if you're on TD Ameritrade, you have to turn on drip. Your dividend is based on how many shares you own. You get paid a set dividend. It's about 10 cents. 10 cents a share, I'm pretty sure. But I think that's per year. I don't know about per quarter. Yeah, TLT is getting whacked right now. That's why the next step is we got to see the premium. 40 cents per year, so 10 cents a quarter. The old the further out the money TBTs are still down. The ones that are close to the money are up 40% on TBT. And then where are the January TBTs? January TBTs are up 20%. So the ones with time on TLT are actually still holding. The further out the money, shorter time, it's like, that's it. You got to stake your UMC. No. I did look up this staking, though. I mean, I did look into it for Cardano. I see what some people are saying, but it's still very, very, I'm still a dinosaur is the answer. And I'm still skeptical. Ford, AMD, watch Wally World. Netflix is poised to join Disney in the 300 billion market club. Ford is popping right there. You're at 3% almost. That's a big move for Ford. Again, anything past the $15 level, that's where it gets really interesting. Netflix sold off. TLT bouncing a little bit. SPY is still up 1 1/10%. About 1 1/4 on the NASDAQ almost. Yeah, it seems like we'll talk about the Cardano thing, the staking one. It's a little different, but it is still, I'm willing to discuss it where we could have a lesson on both sides, because pretty much a lot of what everybody was saying seemed to be correct, but as well as a lot of what I was saying too. They do a different process, but again, The point is the risk is still there. However, there is a little bit of they have a different system that they're operating. Netflix on the low. I'm surprised. Netflix was the leader. Come on, Tesla about to pop. Automakers are doing very, very good right now. Or at least today. Coin red to green. Same thing with SI. Lysine slab. Viacom up 3. That's very good, actually, for Viacom. Still solid 1% across the markets. Again, I like the SI. Those options are just insane, though. Some of the options going for like $4 were going for 40 cents a couple days ago. Viacom straight green. 3%. It's back up to these levels. I think at like 42, we'll start getting a little more excited. But it is a good sign, good step. I'm surprised they didn't get bought out already. That one really got me. American Airlines sets vaccine deadline and memo to employees. Tokyo earthquake. Uh-oh. Uber, Amazon. Is Wally World still kicking? Yeah, Wally World's holding up very nice. Tesla drop. Wait, did my sister get any of the dividend drip? I forgot about that. Did we buy that for her account before ex-dividend? Big Trouble in Little China. Did we? If we do, that'd be hype. No way. We finessed her first dividend that fast? I think so. Oh, what side? Let's see. So here, everything kind of bouncing up. 46% on the long term. Again, a couple weeks ago at the peak, we were at like 60%. So you did take a little bit of a haircut there. Oh, yes. Well, she got 1.1 shares. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. The first dividend drip. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, bro. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. There's Abby Vibe rocking. That's a big step. That's awesome. See, that's why I like buying certain dividend stocks right before the ex-dividend, so then you don't have to wait as long. Because that's pretty quick for her to catch her account is only 3 months old, but to already catch a dividend, we'll take it. We will take it. I like Abby Vibe. That one still. A lot of the value plays are running it today. TLT wants to come down there. SPY, Viacom chilling out. Ethereum is ripping. Again, watch the crypto plays. I mean, I like the SI one a lot. It's just so expensive, man. You know? Ethereum pumping. IRM drip today, too. I mean, crypto is crazy right now. I mean, without a doubt, there's just, again, and like how many of you guys have been watching? I mean, I don't know what other news you guys watch or how active you do in the finance space, but I hope you guys are you hearing the inflation talks? It's different because now some people are realizing that they're doubting the Fed, but you're hearing more and more about inflation. But I just really encourage you to, don't forget what things look like in the beginning of the year to a degree. You know what I'm saying? When people were talking about inflation and kind of how it played out, but you remember how Bitcoin was a very, very big leader. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the key you have to understand right there, is that we saw in the beginning of the year up until like May or June, up until crypto got clapped, you really, beyond just the bonds, and we need to talk about the bonds, but you saw what crypto was highlighting as far as inflation. That too now with bonds, even today, bond yields are going higher. They're breaking below 1.55, but all across the globe, the break even on fixed income is rising. That's another inflation indicator because it's going ahead. The difference was back then we were just talking about it, and now the inflation is real. I could agree with that. I think you have a little bit more on it today, in the sense that you feel it a lot different, where back then you only saw it with like housing supplies and like random stuff, but now there's a lot of things that are plagued by it. And even SHIB, I'm telling you, even that right there, like, to give you an idea, oh wow, 6.1 earthquake hits near Tokyo. Yikes. That's big. But you have to think about it, like, to put it into context, the last 3 or 4 days of Shiba coin, if it does what it did in the last 3 days, pretty much if it goes up another like 50, 70% from here, it would be bigger than Dogecoin in market cap already. Just think about that. Think about what it took for Doge to get like, and Doge is still at a very high price. But it's in a weird way, it has more like a weird power behind it in that sense, or at least market cap pricing power. Eat pop. Uber chilling out. Airbnb is good. Airbnb back to 170. Again, I think they're a reopening play. It just sucks that they Bradley dividend. Let's go, baby. Hard. I'll take it. Bradley dividend in the peach, baby. That's crazy. Affirm is still popping on the high ticker. Yeah, Divi drip on TD Ameritrade is super easy to turn it on. I'll show you real quick. So log into your account. All you got to do is you log into your account and then go to My Account and then Dividend Reinvestment. So literally right here in the top left, all you got to do is My Account, Dividend Reinvestment, and then it'll say Enroll and Edit. And then all you got to do is just click Edit Enrollments, and then automatically enroll all future and eligible stocks into DRIP. That's it. And then you save it, and then from here on out, any stock you buy, if it has a dividend, if you automatically enroll them, it'll make sure you get your DRIP. Ta-da! My boy Josh, hope you're doing good. I am, baby. I hope you're doing good too, Snake Eyes. It's a good day. Can you see the payouts on there? No, you can't. You can in your transaction history. I'm pretty sure you just go to dividend payments. I think. Yeah, you can. You just go to transaction. So here, where is it? So here are all the dividends we've received this year. On the big account, you could switch from it, but where is it? From the beginning of the year? It's not that much. Slightly increases here and there. But nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy, but they all add up. It's all add up. You could even, it'll just show up on the view trades too, but you could organize it. Everyone calls real estate said love, baby. I love the call real estate. Oh, not able to make it yesterday, but I love them. I got a couple of updates. Hopefully by the end of this week, we had a very busy week in real estate, or busy month in real estate. Got to close some deals here, but we'll have a lot of updates. Airbnb, Walmart's still climbing up there. TLT's coming back down. What was there's Uber, Ford, GM. Ford is going still 3.7, 14.6. Macy's came down. Abbeville 110. I mean, I want to buy some more, but I feel like I wanted that $5 discount. I wanted that 5% discount here at the bottom. Or I guess it was like, what, 4%? So I like it. I'm waiting a little bit. I think ex-dividend is going to be key for them. I think after they do have ex-dividend, it'll go nuts. Sam is going crazy. Sam for the last couple days has. It's actually kind of woken up here, but let's see if it... This is the gutter point. That's where it really got ugly. Home market green on bad shorts. 1.2 looks to be it now. This time you actually have small caps playing along. Bonds are fighting. Yeah, Abbeville's not bad at all. I even like 110. I'm just kind of being patient and seeing SPYs. A big jump on the SPYs. The first kind of gap up we've had, especially off of the 100-day moving average. This is what's going to make us look like October 2018 or not. If we come back up here and then volatility persists, it's going to get interesting. Get your day started. All right, Mr. B. You're lucky to get Abbeville sub 90 last year. Oh, I know. We had to. It's a slow mover. It's just that's the key with it. There's Altria coming back to life. SI still going. GM new high. Yeah, they're lagging behind Ford, but again, both of them did very, very good. A lot of news on both companies. Palt on the high ticker, PALT. What's Paul talk? They were halted. They're up 47%. I feel like we've seen this one before. Twitter pop in, snap up 3.6. Baba's up like 4 or 5% today. It's crazy. All the China stocks did. Fractional shares are currently position closing only for KHYB. We'll talk about that. Isn't that stock interesting? The high yield ETF. I think that's just kind of a leader there for some of the China stuff. Run a real estate through Wyoming. I have, yeah, for the tax and anonymity. Wyoming's very good for anonymous. Them, Delaware, and South Dakota. Snap pop, Coinbase went green. Yeah, the crypto stocks woke up. I don't know what Paul talk is. That's popping though. Facebook selling to VWAP. There's Netflix. Woo, 4%. Is it coming back, bro? We were just in the 80s though. Don't forget that on Snapchat. But again, every earning Snapchat has just been holding up tremendously. Netflix is red now. Facebook coming down. 200 on Baba Call, Snap, UWMC drip. Uber taking off. Palantir. I really like the Uber. Again, I put it on the watch list. I keep saying I've not made a play on it. Thankfully, I have the leaps, but I was, I want to be watching this. We want to see if it starts breaking out, if it does get some chill. It could start setting us up for a good earnings play. But we have to see. It's either what you're experiencing now and this next. If we do get a bounce, that's either going to be your run up or your earnings run up or not. Do I get drip on Webull? Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Webull. I believe they do have drip, but I don't know how to set it up and all that. So dividend reinvestment is something you need to turn on with your brokerage. Same thing on like Robinhood. So like Robinhood has drip as well. So again, remember we have UWMC shares on Robinhood as well. So as you see here, I have 1,040. So I've already got 110 shares on the other account, and then or 100 shares, and then we got another 40 on this one. But you have to turn it on in Robinhood, and this is pretty much what it looks like. See, dividend reinvested. You pretty much take your amount and then reinvest it. See, it went from 12.5 to 12.3, now to 15.2. So you see the dividend only increased $2.50, but that stock price dropping, it really, really helps us out when you think about it. You know, in the longer run, every time that price drops and it keeps paying out a high yield, it's going to help us be able to recoup our losses faster. Webull does not have drip. No way. Yeah, Thinkorswim has drip. I just showed it. If you go to my account and then go to the bottom where it says dividend reinvestment. Why the XLM? The XLM news is big. I was going to buy more XLM yesterday just because of the MoneyGram stuff. That's really, really good news. Literally, you have one of the biggest like payment processors, like people's, MoneyGram, Western Union. MoneyGram is literally partnering up with Stellar to use Stellar to actually use the coin to send money and to settle stuff. So they're pretty much using Stellar as it's designed, but now they have the partnership with literally a big money sending company. So instead of them kind of competing, they're now working together. And I think it's very, very good. Yeah, so it should cut trade. So pretty much people could go to MoneyGram, and MoneyGram's going to just help them use XLM, and now the fees and everything are already low. Remember, I've told you the fees with XLM are dirt cheap. That's one of the hacks to, using XLM. If you do trade a lot of currencies and you need to switch it between platforms, there's no fees on XLM. So I think you're pretty much just going to go into MoneyGram, and they're going to help you use Stellar. And MoneyGram is in every Walmart or most. It's good backing. It gives a lot of good reputation behind it. I love all your subtle and not so subtle jabs at Webull. I wasn't even throwing shade. I literally said I'm not familiar with the platform. I assume they did have it, but I guess apparently they don't. But that's it. I refrained myself a lot. That one, when it comes to the drip, I don't have time to deviate. XLM to the moon. God willing. We'll see. It gave it a nice 11% move today. I've always disliked Webull. Oh, I know, but I didn't. Answering that question, I did not. I thought I gave you guys a pretty good answer without any personal opinion on it. Come on, Uber, why you keep going? Uber, Abivi, why you keep going? Abivi 110.77. AMC, NVIDIA, Netflix needs to wake up. Toast on the high. Again, Palantir back. I thought, wasn't Palantir supposed to be at 26? Oh, come on. Spies keeps going up here, though. Got a nice move so far. 1.5% on the NASDAQ now and the Dow. Guys, stake the likes on stream. Hey, man, no risk. Run it up. Run it up. You stake the likes. I'll get you a positive message here in a little bit. My opinion on HSBC, I like it. I mean, again, that play went up a lot, and we bought them very cheap. That's why I ghetto spreaded them at that amount. However, I still think the play is odd. I mean, even though it's been a week and a half or 2 weeks, the Evergrande situation is still key. So regardless of what happens, again, that one covers us till January. I think in the next 2 months, we'll probably hear something. But even when it's related to Evergrande, all we need is that actual credit event. That's what we're waiting for. RKLB Pop, again, that's the one with the NASA contracts. Spine needs to pull M up. There's a couple things that did good that aren't really moving the same way today, like M. M could be doing better. Even Netflix, I'm pretty surprised, especially with Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft all killing it. But either way, still a good day. Bonds bounce back up a little bit. Again, they're still deep red, and they're still below. They're still below the lows, if you guys see that. So we gap down below. It's trying to fight here. I think this will be very, very telling. Bro, there's no updates on yesterday's speech. Apparently, they kicked the reporters out. They kicked the reporters out and turned it off. However, some people did say that yesterday's White House thing that got shut off, they said that they went past time, but we watched it from the opening. So I doubt that. Some people were trying to say, they're like, oh, they just went over time and they needed to end it. But we watched them set up. We watched them set up and started an intro, and then that's it. But other than that, nobody really talked about it. I searched yesterday. I was on Twitter. I was like, dude, how come nobody said anything? So this is crazy. Like, that was actually one of the weirdest media interactions we've had in a long time. Like, you guys had they brought everybody in there, and then all of a sudden they just cut it after 20 minutes without saying anything, and then they kick all the reporters out, and just that's it. They just shut it down. J-Nug on the high. TLT getting some volume. It looks like it wants to go. Domino's up. Didn't Chipotle? Bro, I've been messing up those Chipotle the tacos. Oh, my gosh. Bro. I'm telling you what I've been doing to those Chipotle flour tacos, the soft tacos, man. Oh, man. That's stock. I've doubted Chipotle in the past, but I'm just saying now, like, them tacos, I'm a believer. The smoked brisket's good. The smoked brisket, steak taco with guacamole and queso, that's it. That's all oh my God, don't get me, I'm hungry. They got tacos, yeah, man. No wonder they got upgraded. They had a lot of good things working for them lately. But they're like, it's fire. It's fire. For dinner last night, yeah, bro. Chipotle. I've doubted Chipotle many times. I just grew up in an era of Chipotle and like E. coli. Remember Chipotle away? That was bad for them. I'm surprised they bounced back and now they're thriving. UWMC earnings Monday pre-market. We'll see. Thank God a lot of the real estate data has been strong so far. And then now with the rates kind of moving around, there's been a good opportunity for some refis, I think. Or even it's just been enough time. So we'll see. But I think there was their guidance weak last time. DraftKings pop. Am I still buying UWM? I haven't in a while. But again, you know, we're getting a lot on drip. I mean, there's my drip count, but we bought on the sister's account right before ex dividend. That was the last purchase. The main catalyst for the bull run today is there one. I wouldn't say one. I mean, it's kind of just the feedback from yesterday. Again, energy crisis chilled out. You had positive comments internationally again, even with Russia, and then even what we said with our oil, so that helped calm down. And then this prospect of the debt ceiling being, you know, worked out of the way, that's good. And then earnings is right around the corner. So some people now, with the lack of bad news kind of hitting or some stuff easing, you kind of got that focus. Other than that, no real like big catalyst, if that makes sense. It wasn't like everybody's responding to the same thing and all of that. Europe equities rebounding. Big tech did. ECB said they're studying bond buying. Hong Kong listed tech firms boosted Asian stocks. That's it. There's again, it hasn't really been anything. Just a lot of yesterday's feedback loop is just having a positive effect on today. That Facebook on the low. They're still green, but they're hitting the low. Or GP. Walmart's still killing it. So is AbbVie. Cisco, and even Costco. I think those old Ciscos are clapped. Yeah, because we were at the higher level off that run. Dual 7. Thanks, bro. We love you. Overstock not doing too shabby. Back up 2%. They came down. Facebook still selling off for some reason. Uber come down. Affirm cracked it. 140. It's about to. Damn. So we're on the higher end of our ghetto spread. What do you say for the second round of the long term? Well, it's still the first week, so that's why like I had a couple ideas, and again, some of them I think today would be my last day. If I guess now I'm gonna have to rule out AT&T if I miss ex dividend. Yeah, that's today. Shit. So now AT&T's off the list, but otherwise we're just gonna have to wait it out a little bit. I'm going to give it a couple days to just see. There's a couple names I like. Again, AbbVie I really like, and we have a couple days for the dividend. Otherwise, if I miss all of them, I could have a little bit more freedom here. I want something with the dividend, preferably, but if there is something, you know, a good reopening trade or something that we already built around that we could get at a good deal, I really wouldn't be opposed to it. Again, AT&T is just one of the only stocks we're down on, not to mention Big Commerce on the big one, so that, or even like Arquite on the small account. AbbVie. 10-year yields are rising. Is that bearish? It has been for the last, again, sometimes it's bearish, sometimes it's not. Lately this year it has been bearish, but yields rising, that's part of like the inflation and where people are saying the tech stocks and they get worried. So that's where it gets bearish because we've just seen that correlation a lot this year. Facebook's still selling off. So you think with opening tonight they have catching up? Are you saying the reopening stocks? I think they do. I think they do have a lot of, I think the reopening stocks have been very, very strong. But the big tech has been moving so much stuff that it kind of just overshadows the relative strength. Was Amazon just to play fake? Yeah, I just wanted that market, instead of like grabbing SPY volatility. That's why I was like there. And thankfully it would cover earnings too. So in the event that if Amazon had a rundown or anything and premium started to juice up because of earnings expectations, I would have a little bit of a placeholder in there. You think China is catching up? Well, maybe it was selling or not. I think it's going to be interesting. I just want to hear what happens with Evergrande, and I want to see the tone that China takes, essentially. I want, after this whole week, they've been closed. They have a lot they could say. I want to see what they actually say. Italy's E&I approves IPO for gas and power retail and renewables. And Facebook dropped. Firm is about to go to 140. DraftKings had a little pop and drop. AMD on the high. Intel's still high, but not on the high. Nvidia's on the high. Hello. SPY gas in. Very, very big move. I mean, 1.5%. Now, this is the first time we've been, like, clearly over the 100-day moving average. I think we're getting to the 50-day moving average, to be honest with you. I still have my CP3 AI. I have the free shares. Last 48 hours, China has changed their stance to a more positive rhetoric on rebuilding U.S. relations. Yes, I don't see the same on our end yet. Is that from the South China Morning Post? But we have, that's why, again, I think the tone is of utmost importance. That's on Corsair. I like the company. That was one of the companies that I just wish I got earlier. But then it just kind of took off. So, I mean, I like it a lot. If you have it at a good price, I think, just really comes down to what's your goal with it if you're going to hold it for a long time. If you really don't feel like that, I would trim to a position that you're comfortable holding for a good amount of time, and I think it'll work for you in the future. Natural gas on the low. TLT hitting a high here today, breaking out a little bit. United Steel is coming back up now. I'm doing what's painful, selling the rip. Debt ceiling has to be dealt with. And nobody has agreed to the deal just yet. That's the key. Because there's a lot of implications within here where I still think it's just all politics. And again, not only do they have to deal with it twice now by the end of the year, but they still have not accepted anything just yet. But we'll see. That's where it gets tricky. Again, think about China. Just like Evergrande. They said buyout offer. They halted the stock. You didn't talk about it for 4 days. So until we have a deal actually inked on there, everything is kind of still the same. But people's attitudes today have definitely shifted to the positive. The Decepticons. I'm not going to be the Deceptivize when I'm building back better butter for the Build-A-Bears. Huh? You act like a real Bionicle, you prick. What are you doing? Huh? Focus. Simple. Sign the bill. We gotta raise the roof. Like the 80s. I was in Congress and you know what we did? We raised the roof. Every time. What are we going to do? You want to be a square? You want to sit in the corner and not raise the roof? No, raise the fucking ceiling. That's what we did. 80s, 90s, 60s, 40s, 20s, 1890s. Every year. Forever. Come on, just get out the way. All right. Get a long term. Crypto. Oh, come on, Netflix. What if they don't raise in time? Then you run out of money. That's why, like, everyone keeps saying, like, they say the drop dead date is when you run out of money, but the real default would occur whenever there's a bond that matured on one of those Tuesdays or Thursdays that would need to be paid. So pretty much any Tuesday or Thursday after the 18th is when we'll get clapped. But there'd have to be an actual default event. I didn't realize the cough was part of the impression. Honestly, I genuinely coughed, but it just worked, so I rode with it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's what you got to do sometimes. That's what you got to do sometimes. You know, like, you ever had something where somebody, like, they think that you noticed something, but you didn't? And then you're like, and then you finally catch on, but then you're too deep in it, like, you don't want to tell them, you know? So that's what happened with that one. You gotta just move with it, man. Schumer says deal reached on shorter term debt limit. That's good. See, so there you go. That's what I'm saying. They got the deal, but let's see when it really gets filed. We need the details. The path moving forward will be important. A firm over 140. Come on, and Netflix can't get over 640. Baidu on the high, yeah. Firm at 140. That's crazy. So Schumer says Senate votes on short-term deal cap today. He hopes the Senate votes. Keyword hope. Hey, credit spread. Did I sell out of the spread? No, not yet. There's still value with it. I mean, the further it goes in the money, I mean, that's it. Tesla pop. Does UWMC show up in the income estimator? Nah, not on TD Ameritrade. Their history is not long enough. Netflix going down. Tesla popping. My favorite stock got 5. I want a dollar cost average, but I can't decide. I mean, it depends what else you got in your portfolio. So if 5K is all you have and you have to build a portfolio, I would balance growth and dividends. If you're younger, get more growth. But I like, none of this recommendation. I like Airbnb. I like Uber. I like Abivai. Those are both 2 growth, 1 dividend right there. I like Altria a lot as well for a dividend stock. UWMC for a dividend stock. And those are some good ones I like right off the bat. Snapchat I really like, but again, I haven't bought Snapchat in a long time because we bought it so cheap. And I really loaded up at it, like just like you saw me with Airbnb, even Abivai. I mean, you guys remember when I was obsessed with Abivai, I just started running them in there. If you're older, you want more safety. I would get a little bit more dividends. Like, so if you're, I would just, it's really up to you, honestly. And I was even thinking about this yesterday, like some of you guys, like if you're above 40, 45, like you may want to even invest in like life insurance, to be honest with you, in a weird way, where you could use some of that 20 years to compound and take advantage of the interest. But if you're young, I mean, run it up. I mean, you could take more risk, but even like 40, you could build 40 to 60 is 20 years. So you're still like, that's why I'm like, you don't have to go full dividend if you're above, Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in the sense that you don't need to go full dividend if you're on the older side, but it's just like you essentially you still have 20 years of compounding. Out of, like, you think about it, if you're 40, you could buy dividend stocks and still get 20 years of compounding, and you'll still be 5 years to retirement. When do you retire? 65 or 62? Pretty either way, you'll get a lot. Well, I'm not saying like life insurance one to like protect your, again, be very careful too. There's a lot of scams in life insurance. Like, motherfuckers are like, some of them. I know there's a life insurance salesman in here. He's just like, he's licking his teeth right now. He's like, man, so who want that annuity, son? Huh? He said, you 17 years old? Let me sign you up for this annuity life insurance. You know what I'm saying? You're going to love this. You're going to pay $15 a month for the rest of your life. Oh, trust me, you're going to love this. Nah, but like, there is ways to use life insurance. Like, especially, like, again, I think if you're older, it makes more sense. But you could use it for like interest and how you like, and you could use it for like interest investing. It's a pretty weird thing, the infinite banking stuff essentially. But there's a lot you could do with it. Even on a pretty much after 20 years of your contributions, you could borrow against it, or you could use it in a weird way. I don't work for anybody. I see, that's what I'm saying. Keep that in mind. But the idea is, depending on it, you have to just think between 40 and 60. That is still a good time frame where it's like you want to be. That's why we're saying, go less growth if you're on that end, but you don't have to go full dividend. But the point is, you can still take advantage of both growth and dividend. But you want at least 10, 20 years of compounding dividends. He said, F that, I'm 65. I'm going full Shiba army. Talk. Shiba is crazy. I know it's crazy when it's like 9 p.m. and I'm getting text messages from my friends and they're like, bro, Shiba. Have you seen Shiba? They're like, it's insane. And I was like, man. And I tried to log into my Coinbase to look at it, and then it was like Coinbase was being slow. I was like, oh, man, that means everybody's on it right now. I've never bought any crypto. I mean, it's going to be a weird season for crypto now. There's some that we own that are cheap, but at the end of the day, it's a part of the portfolio. Again, I mean, that's what I was looking at. I'm just thankful. We got some of the Litecoins or the altcoins and all of that, but those first couple purchases we made in the beginning of the year, and then the ones we made in August of 2020, that shit just, like, that was insane. Those right there those saved us a lot. Oh my God. Yeah, Shiba just. So this is what crypto investing looked like. Okay, everyone's like, yeah, Shiba army. Yeah, we going to the moon, son. Don't worry, I'm buying the dip. Oh, yeah, you can't stop me. This little dip, that's a discount. I take it, Buy it and hold. If it's cheap, if you wouldn't want to sell it at 35, you're going to love it here, son. Yeah, okay, it's fine if it's dropping. That's normal. That's totally normal. You're not a real investor here. Okay, it's selling off even better. I can't wait to buy even more of this one. And then what the fuck has happened? Then it died. Like, this is even crazy. Like, if you thought UWMC was bad, I've seen the most wickedest drops in crypto. But this is the Shiba. It's crazy. Shiba was made from spite. Doge is only good every day. Shiba's no utility. This is what I love about the developments now, is now you got the Doge people arguing with the Shiba people. Come on. That's great. Like, you have two coins with no utility arguing about what the utility is. They're like, no, not at all. Wait a minute. No, the utility of Doge, like, Shiba has no utility, but Doge, I've been trying to tell you. It's like, this is a weird gang war. You know what I'm saying? This is just a weird gang war right now. That's why I don't want to get in the middle of it, but I think that it's like God is funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like in the beginning, like I had to explain. I was like, no, buy Ethereum. And people got mad at me. I was like, no, Ethereum or like Bitcoin. Like, no, trust me. Like, it's like I had to explain how Ethereum was different than Doge. And now the Doge people got to explain. Oh, man, it's like, it's full circle. God is fair. God is fair. Oil, is it going up? Yeah, oil's rocketing up. 77.5. I explained this play. Well, now it's hit the top end, so I should have $2,000 of profit, but I only have $800 on the play. So since there's November, my idea is I need the top end to dwindle down. So it's where you end by expiration. So essentially, by expiration, if it stays around 140, that 140 will lose value, but then my 125 will hold it up. It's so annoying that major companies are like, we're in the works of accepting Doge. Like, why would you do that? No utility, makes the company look dumb. It's all business. That's all. I mean, this is why I don't trust a lot of people and companies, and like a lot of things are just fads where, they're doing it to, it's part of the hype and momentum. If they could get an extra sale, they'll do whatever it is. But that's why, like, look at the irony now is that it's been 10 months. In the next couple months, Shiba is almost bigger than Doge right now. You're going to watch the whole nother wave of companies. They're going to have to do this every single time. And then that's where it kind of, it gets watered down a little bit with enough time. But it's just companies just trying to ride the wave to get money. It's just very disingenuous is the best way. HII, TLT coming back down after that little pop. That's key. If TLT sells off heavy here, especially even watch it, we'll give it another hour. So we passed the bad news catalyst for the overall market. We're not past it, but it's like, it's looking good. You know what I'm saying? Like, so far, it's like we're not past it, but like people are like, yeah, it's like, I guess, what's an analogy? It's like you go to the doctor and like they're running tests, and then like there's still like probably like 8 more tests to go, but like 3 of them are looking good so far, and then like you're jacked up off of the Vicodin and the IV, so like you feel a little better. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, yo, maybe maybe we're feeling good. So who knows? We might heal in the next couple days, especially if we could get past the 50-day moving average. But it's like the initial test right now, people are chilling out, but there's still the potential for a lot of the more negative headlines. So, it's a mix of both euphoria as well as a couple of good early signs. But again, this is just, for me, this is looking like 2018, where again, you have the big move down. If we go back up here slightly higher and then it leads to another test here, you imagine that. So just imagine this move, right? Big drop. We chilled out. Imagine how people felt here, and then boom, it dropped again. Now we're back up. Imagine if it spends the next couple days higher, and then come next week, if we come right back down, you're going to feel exactly how you felt here, if not worse. So that's what we're waiting on. But there's good, you can't ignore the good thing that's happened in the last day or so of, 2 of the, think about every watch list. I'm giving you all of the, all of the updates on what was this, what was that, in terms of the big events, like with oil, debt ceiling, energy crisis, and then even inflation and bonds. And what you got here is essentially, 2 out of 3 situations yesterday, even though the debt ceiling deal has not been reached, and that's a fair point, 2 out of 3 issues got very positive comments, like very positive. One, a potential agreement on the debt ceiling, which, we were talking yesterday. We're 8 days away. So that's good. More time, the better. That helps in that aspect. And then Vladimir Putin saying that he's going to provide Russia or Europe with oil, that right there shot oil went up 60% to back down to where it was. But it's still, those two things really, they eliminated at least 2 out of 3 things that really had a lot of worry. She was created to distract and make money from Dogecoin's popularity. You know it's true. It's pure spite and bad karma. I don't think it's bad karma. It may be pure spite, but I think it highlights it's a sign of the times. Motherfuckers have no loyalty, my friend. You think the people with Doge is really with you? Are you, huh? And I'm like, hell no. That's it. Everyone's quick to, they don't care what name you put on it, what community you put on it, title. If they can make a quick 20%, man, you saw how they literally went from Doge this, Doge that for 8 months, and all of a sudden now you're watching the awkward replication of it. So it just highlights, people are really just on, the only loyalty is to the dollar, it seems like. So it's like you could be disappointed in Shiba, but also this is the same reason why there's frustration with a lot of the new investors and with the investing community, because there's no logic behind a lot of these moves when they occur, in the sense that people aren't, all it is just it's popularity and pumping. Like, it brings up the question, was Doge really special, or did everybody just find something to pump and it was really cheap? Then that's what separates a lot of things from, the good investments. Like, again, I've never been better when it comes down. I looked at it the other day and I was shocked. But like, can I go here? Like, take a look. Remember, we bought in early January. So not only did we get all of our Bitcoin in August, but remember, this is where, we started grabbing some of that Ethereum. I went big on Ethereum and Bitcoin again in the first week of January, essentially. And then you see what happened with it. So it's like there's been a lot of hype, right? It's like Doge and all those things went up and went down. But then when I look at it, it's like, again, I'm still up almost 200% just this year off of those Ethereum purchases. And then same thing with Bitcoin as well, too. You go and see Bitcoin, it's the same, we're more towards the hype. You remember the high was 60,000, but again, look at the beginning of the year. It was in the 30s, but at one point below. Remember, if you were here with the Colt, we got in in August. So we bought $15,000 bought you a Bitcoin and a half. And that stuff's still up substantially. Is what I'm still up 400x on that in 14 months or 16 months. So that's where I'm like, the ones that are really quality, the ones that were truly special, you didn't get the same hype behind them, even though there was a lot of hype. But eventually, it did, it did come to life, and it stayed up there, especially in the midst of all of this, which makes it that much more special. It's not like it just flip-flopped. Okay, it shows it wasn't a fad. You didn't do anything. Power gave you 400% returns. So if I didn't do anything, then what did you do? Does ETC have this potential? I think it's not Ethereum potential. It's not Bitcoin. But they're different. Ethereum Classic is different. There's things that make it valuable, but it's not, it's just different. I don't view Ethereum Classic with the same safety, but I do have a lot of faith in Ethereum Classic. There's a reason, and especially in the inflationary environment. Josh clap in the chat. No, I'm breaking it down. That was the Bitcoin Ethereum investments that we made here. And then again, and I know a lot of you guys were able to follow along with me. Those are really good investments. Like when you really look at it, if you look at the timing, the gains, and those are their own mini little TLT play that the Chad was able to hit. And that's why, especially to see it hold up now, where you can't get a Bitcoin for less than $50,000, even less than $30,000. There was a moment not that long ago, there was thousands of us buying it at $10,000, and again, we were talking about holding them, and we were talking about investing in it. And then in the beginning of the year, I made those videos. Y'all had every single one of you had a 3-month jump on inflation. If not, I made the inflation video in April 2020, but even then, I gave you a big warning on real estate and crypto, and you even watched me throw almost 6 figures down at crypto again, the first time I did that in several years, and then, telling you about the property and everything else. So the crypto was a really solid investment, and that's what happened at that time. Ironically, we had a lot of argument about Dogecoin. You see, during those moments, people were talking to me about, these hype plays and all of that stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's the real point I'm getting at, where the Bitcoin and the Ethereum, it was a solid investment. And even though there was different alternatives at the time that were moving faster in a weird way, it was a distraction. And when you look at it right now, it's just like, hold up, there's another wave of pumping, and now it's going to another one, right? And now it's just hopped into another different currency, but meanwhile, our Ethereum and everything else is pumping for us. So it was beautiful. And that's where I think just focusing on the quality investments and how only in a couple of them did very good at the end of the day. Like even the trading, thankfully, whatever sort of, fuck up I could have had with Sam and a couple of share plays and bad ones, I could be down, but the gains from those couple of investments have completely have made me a lot more money, even on the year. Those were some saving trades, that's not including any real estate. So that's where it's like a good investment could go a very, very long way on it. And now that's why I'm saying, yeah, exactly. So what's next? Just wait a little bit, but you at least could know where the quality is. Like I still really believe in normal Ethereum. Like if you still haven't got any now, it doesn't mean you buy into the highs now, but just be on the lookout for these opportunities where it's a very macro type of move, but there will be an opportunity in, building something like that. Or when the next thing comes along, or again, something like Airbnb, we want to take advantage of it, but look for the quality. Mara. Netflix just popped. Oh, Mara is getting clapped. Look at new coins every now and then, but I have a broad radar. Like I've heard about a lot of things, and that's why I'm very patient. And eventually, if I keep hearing about them and they're able to kind of survive, that's the thing. Because that's the point everybody misses. I held Bitcoin and Ethereum for like 5 years before people thought it was tight. Like you have to think about that. 2015 to 2020, I was holding Bitcoin and Ethereum and watched price action for 5 years before anybody was like, oh yeah, we should go put all of our money into it. So you see what I'm saying? It's like, so it took a while to build up to become these powerhouses. That's why I think over the next few years, just keep your eye on the space, keep your eye on a couple of the names, right? And if something is really good, it is going to survive the test of time. And that's where I'm saying we will find our opportunities within there. I'm just a very patient man when it comes down to it, because I see what one good investment in this space could really do. I think all of crypto just got clapped. All of crypto. So Shiba, Bitcoin, they all just sold off heavy. Like heavy. Where's bonds? Burry tweet on Tether. Come on, Cassandra. The answer is no. So again, we talked about this morning. This was one of the headlines. Again, Tether. That was one of the first things we covered this morning. But he said the answer is no. History adjacent. Nothing to see here. The Wildcat notes, which once fueled frontier cities' economies, fell into disuse. Some gave them to children to play with. In rural areas, they were used for wallpaper. Burry's clapping the stable coins. Facebook coming down again. Both Bitcoin as well as Bitcoin-related stocks are getting knocked right now. Yeah, I need to play this Squid Game Roblox. My first time in this chat. I'm here for good, baby. But let's get it. Get a long term. So that's one thing. Again, we've built multiple accounts for everybody here. We'll get you the fastest news in the world. There's a lot of good traders in here. But also one big thing is making sure you don't waste your time. We built 3 different accounts. We just started a small account for investing to build at the same time while you're trading, learning, and getting your news here. So let your money work for you. Get the long term, baby. All right. Are you guys feeling it? We've been here for an hour. I got something for you. I got a positive message for you. Okay? Are you ready? I need you to like the video. If you're here right now, how we do this, we're at 1,000 like resistance. It's a resistance point. It's like a Fibonacci moving average. So I need you to hit the like button, but only if you're here right now. I need to know if you're listening to me. So I need to know who's here right now. And it's just a way to check in with me. So I just know someone's listening to my voice right now because I have a positive message for you. Okay, I have a positive life message. I have a life tip for you today. I have a tip. Can I give you a life tip? Can I give you a little bit of insight? Okay, this little thing, if you focus on it, it will make your life better. But I need to know who's here. Look at 300 people just hit the like button. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. So 300 people hear me. That's beautiful. All right, 350. I think we might cut it off there. You can still hit the like button if you hear me. But listen, I know at least 400 people are hearing this right now. Are you guys ready for this? This is the answer to life right here. It's like the little mini answer. I mean, for your day-to-day activities. But chances are a lot of your problems right now and what you think is a problem is coming from overreacting. Overreaction is what I want you to think about, okay? Because we talked about alignment yesterday, but now think about overreacting. I just want you to think about it. And I encourage you and I challenge you today to really look in the mirror and ask yourself what you're dealing with, whether it's a stock moving, the price dropping, you're looking at your bank account, you're dealing with somebody look at you funny, somebody say something, just literally ask yourself, are you overreacting? And I'll tell you, it's very easy to overreact, especially if you're not in alignment. And that's what I'm saying there. Most people are going to be more prone to overreact than not. And then vice versa. Some of you are very chill. Underreacting would also be a lack of alignment as well, too. But just today, focus on overreacting, okay? And just think about it. And then you might realize things are a lot better than you thought. And that it's not really, a lot of the stuff going on doesn't warrant the reaction that you're giving it. Okay? So just chill, baby. That's your positive message. Go walk in peace. Amen. Amen. Woo! That's it. I'm glad y'all got that. I'm glad. You see? So next time it moves, next time you look at something, just say, am I overreacting? You know, ask yourself that question. Am I overreacting? So Josh, you're saying double down on Sheba. I think you're overreacting, my friend. I think you're over Bradley Frizzley. Oh, it's not Bradley Frizzle, but we love him, baby. Arn and Bradley Dividend. That was not the real one. Some of y'all got fooled. They were like, oh my gosh, that's the real Bradley. That's Brasley. I was about to overreact. Amen. Don't overreact. Just be conscious of overreacting. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Look at that's a quick pod that will change your life if you really feel me. That right there, that it'll at least help you get one good day in the books. You could chill on overreacting for one day. Where do I do my calls? I do them right here. Again, last few days, I just haven't made as many plays. Again, you see the market because we got plays prior, But with options and the volatility, you got to be specific. But we got some older stuff that's working for us. Like I got Netflix that are in the money. That's a good play that I'm writing out here that I'm waiting for. And then we got a couple of other ones. But like the bond play, that's been a big one. But we'll make any plays or anything here. Again, it's for educational purposes. We will be able to show you it, but at the end of the day here, you know, it's waiting for the opportunity, this market. There's a lot going on, and we did make a long-term purchase the other day, and we decided to get more Airbnb shares. Or ripping, Cassandra, did he tweet again? Robot, Macy, big pop. I like the Macy's news yesterday. I may even want to double dip. It is kind of running up. MRK too, that's fire. I want to get back into those. How many minutes till Burry deletes his Twitter? GM Chicle on the downside or up? Watch bonds. No, GM pop in. Even Ford too. They're killing it. Both. Ford's up 5%. He said first rule is don't anticipate, but then he posted a chart of Bitcoin. See, that's what I'm saying. This is just inflation, though. This is what I'm saying. Look at the beginning of the year. This is when we noticed the link, and then remember it broke, but to still have it up here, that's crazy. But this is what Michael Burry tweeted. I'm just looking at the broader Bitcoin chart. I like it. A serious one turned negative. What about 40K support? I'm just in general. I'm looking at the broader trend just to see. I mean, look at the irony. Bitcoin and Ethereum and all these stupid cryptos start running again at the same exact month where everybody's like, wait a minute. Maybe inflation is worse than we expected. And then the months before that, when Bitcoin was down, what happened? Maybe everybody was like, maybe we overshot inflation. Maybe we thought the lumber was going to keep going. Oh, maybe Kathy Woods is right. We're going to get deflation. So, dude, like literally the narrative behind inflation is like directly embedded within crypto, especially the big ones. That's why I'm like, very, very interesting. Because at one point, it completely lost its correlation. And now, it literally rose out of nowhere, just like our inflation expectations have. How could they not expect high inflation? I don't know. I mean, honestly, like, you don't, like, I feel like middle of it, it's because we saw prices move so much than we've already seen. Like, literally, from January to May, you watched house prices go up 38%. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you thought at one point, you know, it's pretty reasonable to say, okay, maybe that's all it's going to go. Because you're like, well, yeah, without that, you thought that was the effect, essentially. You thought it was just going to hit and then come down. You thought lumber was going to get backed up for a little bit and then come down. But it seems like that's just not the case. Seems like everyone's up 40. Yeah, that's why I think a lot of people are like, oh, well, everything moved up so much. Like, how much more can it go? And then a couple months late, you know, and then things relax for a little bit, right? things started to chill out, and people are like, yeah, you see, look at lumber came back. Okay, house prices didn't go down, but they stopped going up, right? The used car prices, they stopped going up. They came down a little bit, but they didn't go down back to where they were. So that's what made people say, okay, maybe Kathy Woods is right. Maybe people saying this is temporary is right. And then you had about 2 or 3 months of that. But now all of a sudden, you're now hearing it's repeating the same cycle. You can't get this, supply chain that, more talks of inflation. Now you're watching interest and prices go up with everything. So it's like, interesting. Michael Burry deleted Twitter. That was fast. Ham at Ralph's was $8. You call August 2020 perfectly. Money made was big for me. Amen. Amen. I mean, even just setting up for inflation. I mean, we were aware of it, and it's just crazy. Like, that video was like, what, a year and a half now? Or, yeah, a year and 6 months when I made that first, like, we're going to get rich off inflation video. But now you're watching it get there. That's why, again, the people with first access to the money, if you took early steps, whether it was Bitcoin or real estate, you profited immensely. But now, again, as we're moving forward, everyone's just like, can it really keep going from here? You know what I'm saying? Can it really go crazy from here? And that's why it's like it actually can. That's why I'm really, like I've been saying when I bought the first TBT plays, and it's good to see the market kind of pick up on it after I did. But it's like runaway inflation is a real possibility right now. This is just looking like the 70s. I said that back then. I said it earlier this year. Sometimes it would like, okay, maybe it is gone crazy, but it is starting to look like, there's a reason why Powell's doing what he's doing. And the fact when we start seeing these early headlines and I'm seeing the access to goods and still the prices have now held up, it's nuts. Again, remember I was telling you, remember everybody in the beginning, they're like, real estate, nah, the prices are just stupid. Oh, I'm going to wait. Like, it's been a year. Like, prices have literally been up for a year at this point. So now it's just the dynamics get really crazy. Yeah, GME's popping there a little bit. What about Powell tapering then? Yeah, I think Powell's doing it because of inflation. I think runaway inflation. He wouldn't have pushed himself into that corner last month if it wasn't a real issue with stagflation, inflation now. So that's why I'm really thinking that I think they see it too. That's why they want to start getting this process to tapering. So the quicker they could taper, the quicker they could start raising rates, but they don't want to be behind the curve. But at one point, I think all of the expectations of this inflation lasting, I think the Fed has realized, holy shit, we're probably going to deal with this for another 6 to 12 months. We can't keep saying it's transitory, even for credibility's sake. He has to start tapering. If inflation was reported like it was in the 70s, it would be way worse. I agree. It would be disgusting. But the point is, even with their little modern reporting standards, it still breaches the crazy levels. Again, 6% CPI is unreal. 4% PCE is unreal. You don't see that in history, or you haven't seen that for upwards of 10 to 50 years, depending on what time, scale you're looking on. So even with the new reporting, the numbers are still wacky. And that's something I've always said. And that's pretty much where we're at now. But now it's getting to the point where it's like that may last. Do you think it's because of minimum wage? No, minimum wage is actually it's creating an interesting effect on this. Like, quite frankly, if the Fed wasn't saying it was transitory, and if a lot of the financial world hasn't been saying it's transitory for the last 18 months, people would be getting paid more money. Because what happens is that if you are expecting a transitory move in the price and the value of your currency, right? And you're expecting the pop and drop to come back down, then that is your labor expectations. So you have to. So yes, people are getting paid more money, but they would be getting guaranteed more money, and things would move a lot smoother if the expectations weren't out of whack. Because now, if you expect prices to shoot up and come down, why would you sign a 5-year employment contract with a union if you're for higher wages? Does that make sense? That's because that's how they do it, especially in Biden America, where they love unions. Ask Elon versus GM, right? So if you're expecting inflation to run 6% and come back down to 2% in 12 months, why would you sign a 15% wage increase for 5 years for all your employees? So you're going to wait off a little bit on that. So that's what I'm saying. The transitory narrative begins to even cause issues and stuff like that. And that's what starts to get these supply chains weird. Employees get mad. That's why you're seeing the jobs, but not really. There's still a disconnect to a degree. How am I approaching property investing? Owning property, because it's just harder to get, and even the timing and everything else. So obviously the numbers have to work, but I've been big on property, if anything. Just buying and holding. That's why I even said the other day, like even buying a house and holding it, you can figure out your options with it. But owning land right now, especially if you need to live somewhere, it could take you. It's very, very good to have. That's just, I was ahead of it. So, once I started getting a whiff of this, from April 2020, till now, I just started buying houses left and right, just like a lot of other people who had the same exact, again, the economics behind it, money was, real estate was the answer, along with other equities and crypto. But I think property is still undefeated right now. You obviously don't pay 20% above. If you pay 20% above in a way where you're pricing in even more expectations, you got to be careful for that. But there's still good deals out there. And then especially if you're anticipating more price increases in the future, what may look a little expensive today may be a little cheaper. Yeah, TOT. Dude, TOT's already snitched. The gap down. Now it's coming lower. This is it. So look at this. The break evens are already leading the way. This is moving against the market here. Again, our market's at least doing good. But this right here, I think is the more we keep going, the more likely you're going to watch a little bit divergence. But one of them is going to match up with each other now. But we need a little bit more. But for the most part, this is a key level. This is a break, and this is probably even pointing towards inflation expectations. Tech's not reacting just yet. Today, that's why I said this on the watch list yesterday. I said inflation and a lot of worries are going to hit the market, but you have enough good news where if there's any positive headlines, the market could ignore it for a little bit. Like, again, tech is not reacting to this today. You literally have bonds down 1%. Yields are rising, and tech is up 1.5%. You're not getting that reaction today. It's going to be a delayed response. I like it. High of the month. Real estate is selling fee 6% and repairs that almost never raise the price. No. I'm telling you right now, if you could repair a house, you have an advantage. If you could give me a turnkey property with like a new kitchen, new floors, you will get your money back for sure. Why? Go talk to a contractor right now and say, hey, I want new floors, a new kitchen, a new bathroom. He's going to tell you it's going to take X amount of months, and then he's going to charge you 3 times what it would normally cost. So if you could have something in this COVID marketplace, something in the hand is more valuable than anything. If you have it right now, that right there is your premium. If you could say, hey, I could give you this right here, right now. You don't have to go fix it up. You don't have to do anything. You could go, boom, your dream home right here, right now. You're going to pay for that premium. NVAC's going a little bit, yeah. So that's where it's been that's why some of the remodels are very, very well worth it. But the fees do suck, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think the swing trades on the house, kind of more longer term, or like, hold it for a couple months or hold it for a couple years, I think you'll make very, very good profits. How's the dollar? We'll see, but I'll tell you this, before even looking at it, if the dollar stays stable, this is another big snitch today, because if the dollar stays stable and then the bonds move a lot, that's affecting the real yield. So we're kind of stable, 0.11. But then again, remember, we had the move up here. So dollar's slightly inching up, but that move on the bonds now, that means real yields, inflation expectations are rising. Can you explain relationship between dollar and yields? Yeah, so yield is what you get back, right? That is your return for investing. Definitely not like staking. But what essentially, the relationship is very simple. The yield is your return. So your return is literally denominated in your currency, your dollar, right? So, like, imagine I'm telling you, like, and think about it. We're talking inflation. We're talking prices changing. Things are going to happen in the future. If I said, hey, if you invest in my company, I'm going to give you $1,000. A fair question to ask is, okay, when are you going to pay me back? I'm going to pay your investment back in 5 years. So a real valid question to ask yourself is, how much is $1,000 going to be in 5 years? What's the value of that currency? That's what we're even talking about with unions and bargaining for labor. You have expectations of prices. So the relationship between dollars and yields and returns, even on the bond market, if the dollar is expected to be worth more or less money, that is going to affect your overall yield. So if you offer me a high yield, but then the currency is expected to weaken a lot, I walk away with a real return of nothing. Or better yet, if you offer me a high yield and then the currency strengthens, I'm actually walking away with a lot more money. So the value of currency is, excuse me, it is directly related to the yield, in the sense that without knowing the value of the dollar or the currency, you don't really understand the yield. And that's what they call nominal yield versus real yield. So nominal means number. So if I say I'm paying you 2%, the nominal, the number 2, that's a 2% return. But then based on the value of the dollar, I get a real yield. So if the value of the dollar is worth more or less, even though I'm getting the number 2, the real yield may be higher than 2%, if depending on what the currency does. So that makes sense. It's a quick little one. So how do you differentiate 2, 5, and 10 to gauge the market? So that's duration. And that's where people will say, duration risk. And this is why like yield curves and other stuff are important. Shorter term yields should always be lower than longer term yields. So looking at a 2-year, a 5-year, 10-year, that's related to now your expectation on the currency, right? Because I'm saying, like, can you tell me what the dollar is going to be worth? Which one do you think you could do more accurately? Can you tell me what the dollar is going to be worth in 2 years? Or can you tell me what the dollar is going to be worth in 10 years? So if I ask that question to the Chad, which one are you more likely to get correct? If you think about it. Now, that's why we think about what we're saying. Yields, right? Like, so the yield is going to affect your dollar. That's why, so whatever your yield is, it all depends on your dollar, nominal versus real. So interesting. So think about that question. So if I told you, what is the value of the dollar going to be in 2 years versus 10 years, you think you'll be able to tell me more accurately what it'll be worth in 10 years? So let me ask you another question. If I was going to borrow money from you, right, and I'll give you the same return, let's say, but if I was going to borrow money from you, would you rather have me borrow money for 2 years or 10 years? Are you more likely to monitor me for 2 years or for 10 years? AMC popping. So 2. That's the thing, is that with the shorter duration, you don't need to go and make further expectations, right? Think about it. It's already been almost 2 years since COVID. You realize that in the next, 5 months, you're going to be entering March 2022. That's been 2 years since COVID. And now look at how much has changed, but even then, it's all stayed within 5-6%. But in 10 years, with more time comes more unknown, right? So with more time, more risk. That's why. But this is why now the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, when looking, comparing to inflation, value, return, that's why your 2-year expectations, your 5-year expectations, 10-year expectations of the dollar and returns, that's why it's so important. And that's as investors change their probabilities or change what they expect, the bond prices at those reflective dates will those dates will reflect that. Exactly. Reverse engineering without knowing variables gets harder over the duration. Add more risk, or add more time. There's a lot more unknown. Anything could happen. More is likely to happen in 10 years than is going to happen in 2 years. So that's why the rate expectations on 2 years are usually lower. That's why even then, when we look at credit default swaps, remember I keep showing you that, right? Related to the debt ceiling is very important. But what have I been doing? I've been showing you 1-year credit default swaps versus 5-year credit default swaps. So that's why the 5-year, oh shit, and that shit pummeled today. But that's why a 5-year credit default swap, if there's an imminent issue, the 5 year is going to move later than the 1 year. Because if you expect something to happen immediately, the short term is going to move. But if you don't know on the long term is going to move a little different, the longer end of the curve. But that's good, bro. Credit default just plummeted. Bro, down to 14 on the 5 year. That's great. So that means, so there you go. I mean, take a look at the market. You literally just had a lot of credit risk fly off the market. No shit. See, so look at that. I'm looking at the 5 year. Store defaults. Hold on. Now let's see the 1 year. 1 year's at 1905. That dropped dramatically too. Okay, everything chilled. Yeah, look at this. This was yesterday, bro. It dropped back to 19. We'll see where it closes today, but that right there, a lot of risk is just got eliminated. And so that, but this is also, do you see what this is highlighting? This is showing the debt ceiling was very, very important. Your literally credit default risk just dropped 50, 60% on the 1 year and the 5 year. They shouldn't really move like that, but it makes sense though, right? You just went from fear to, okay, we have a deal. So that one's interesting. It dropped because of what we got in the last 2 days. It's the reason why the market's up yesterday and today. You have Vladimir Putin commented on the oil situation that eased the European energy crisis, which was getting nutty. And then you also had Mitch McConnell agreeing to provide a debt limit extension. Remember that this just highlighted how nutty the debt ceiling really was. Your credit default swap was at 32.5 on the 1 year yesterday. Remember, I've been showing this on the watch list. Literally, here's the 1 year credit default swap. Like, take a look, or here's on a 5 year chart. This is COVID. So now we're back to 19. We went from right here to back to COVID in 2020. So this was COVID. This was pandemic freaking out in March 20, right? So now we're back to that level today, but yesterday we were just at 32.5. Woo! That's crazy. So again, literally, this is showing you where the market is worried about. at least 60% of the fear is coming from the credit was coming from the debt ceiling. So that's good. Again, and that's why, I mean, again, you're watching how we closed yesterday and today's gap up. You could get a little bit more answers there. How much money? A lot. The only way you could even trade a credit default swap, you guys remember the movie Big Short? You need a ISDA. So you need that. You need approval. I think you need to have like 50 million or 500 million, I believe, staked. Staked. So I look at here. I think it shows it something here. Yeah, like is the definition of how they're defining it. But you need so it's not like you have to be literally, it's only like huge funds that are really, really messing with it. Otherwise, it's not, and it's very illiquid to a degree. Most people aren't going to buy you don't buy this shit. That's all. And the one thing I'm showing that I wanted to highlight, especially now after the debt ceiling, it's chilled out. But globally, a lot of the credit default swaps have been, even China chilled out today. So it seems like the debt ceiling was spooking the whole world because this was all elevated the yesterday. Pretty wild. Occidental rather establish dividend than grow oil production. Yee. I think Evergrande is still very important. I think China is hiding a lot of stuff. Again, they went dark for this week, and as well as even the Evergrande halt thing. You got no update on that because Evergrande trades in Hong Kong. And then I think Hong Kong is about to close tomorrow. But Evergrande is still there. I mean, again, I showed this. What was the ticker? KHYB. This shows you what's going on in China without China ever saying a word. This is literally, like, look at this. This thing is plummeting right now. Nobody knows this. Nobody is talking about this. Like, do you see that? That is KHYB. This is a Asia Pacific high yield bond ETF. So this is an ETF that goes and buys, they go and they buy high yield bonds in China, right? So even though China's been closed this week, why the hell has it dropped another 5%? Think about it. Why would you short this? You missed out 10% of the move. This has moved just from the beginning of September, middle of September. This has moved 10%. You want me to show you the last time the bond ETF, the China bond ETF moved 10%? Was literally COVID. So this move is literally equivalent to this move. I think about this. This one was just a slightly faster. But you're getting the same 10% move. So, but what it's showing you is that while everything in China is closed and not being talked about, domestically, you have people liquidating China bond ETFs. These are fairly safe to a degree. It's the ETF. You're not even investing in the bond. That means whatever bond this ETF is holding, somebody is getting fucking rocked. So this is where I'm saying, Evergrande's not over. It's definitely not over, but you need a credit event. And what China has been able to do in the last couple days, they've found a way to, again, you've had bond payment after bond payment. They're playing a game. It's either that 30-day default on the other one, that's going to clap the company, or when they get unhalted, and if we find out they didn't get bought out, that'll clap them as well. But you need a credit event for the, you need the credit event to occur for anything to really happen. A new report on, is that Faraday? FFIE? I read that this morning, or I heard about it. Yeah, Faraday. They're a cool company, but the people behind it are actually very sketch. They're getting killed. If Evergrande defaults, does China default? No. If Evergrande defaults, it would be like it would be an event like America it would be a real estate. The real estate bubble would pop. So they already have one developer who's defaulted. If another one goes bankrupt, again, like Lehman Brothers, it had a direct cause about $10 trillion in production. So even though Lehman Brothers was worth it was a $600 billion debt, and that's a massive amount, the feedback loop, the negative factors caused by Lehman, it led to $10 trillion of production not happening, essentially, because they defaulted and then they couldn't pay people. Like, you have to realize, just like Fantasia, that was the other developer in China that defaulted this week. They missed a payment to another developer. So one developer goes, they can't pay the next guy can't pay the next guy. It leads to a lack of employment. And then China, about, I think, 30 or 40% of their employment sector is real estate related, from construction to the actual financing and stuff behind it. So the risk of Evergrande is not to China, and it's not going to reflect on China as much as it would just literally pop a real estate bubble and then cause a domino effect that's already started, in the sense that it's already leading to defaults, bankruptcies, stuff like that. However, we've seen a limited amount of bankruptcy, which is saving the situation for now. Pretty much, that's what I'm saying. Once there's a credit event, a bankruptcy, a real default, something where it's stamped and sealed, that is when the pain really starts. Couldn't Lehman have broken even right away had they put part of the issue? That was part of the issue. Was trying to even value what they had left with no demand. Yes, again, like, everybody has assets on their book, and Evergrande already tried to do it. They're already trying to sell stuff. But what's it worth? You have to find somebody willing to do it. The whole debate, that's why they didn't get bailed out. The other companies got bailed out, Morgan Stanley and Bear Stearns, because they said, fuck it, 10 cents on the dollar, take it. But Lehman Brothers was like, no, we had this many in assets. They wanted 70 cents on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. So that's where the problem comes down to. You may own a lot of stuff, but if you can't find a buyer, you're clapped. AMC, BBY going. SPY's coming down a little bit. Yeah, cash flow, low maturities become extremely volatile very fast. And any illiquid asset, right? Sadly, even property, sadly. Even though I love property, and right now that's something you all have to realize. Like, if you bought a property and you wound up in a financial issue right now, your property is going to be harder to get that cash out of it and sell and take your money than it is if you have stocks and you just click two buttons. That's always going to be the case. Real estate is good until it's not, and then it's a liquid by nature. $350 deposit my 8 months long term. CRM, Coca-Cola, V. Gonna buy 2 shares of Airbnb. Shout out to long term, baby. He's 8 months old, balling. Blessings to the coach, Josh, the long term of the small good decisions. Chest to the sun, baby. Hey, man, God bless the coach. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to long terms for the kids. But yeah, Evergrande is still popping. I still think there's going to be an issue with there. Again, and this just highlights there's a lot of things in the market right now, but the default swaps today, you chilled out today. This has been the biggest pullback in like risk sentiment in the last 2 weeks, I would say. Because the last 2 weeks, all those default swaps were just surging. So to see us kind of chill out here, I think this is a very, very good sign. Again, it's at 19. I mean, here's the last month of the default swaps. So we're going to come down, like after today's close, the next line is going to be right here. So we're going to come back. So you see what I'm saying? The last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, we're chilling off, but there's still some Evergrande, and there's still a couple of other things lingering. But today you did get a little bit of you did get a chill pill. What's my timeline? It's hard because if I'm looking at like America, debt ceiling, we had timelines there. Again, end of the year, even with inflation, we're going to see the earnings will be pivotal. But the other timeline based on Evergrande, it's up to China. I don't know what they're going to do. Nobody does. And anybody who thinks they do, you're lying to yourself. And that's what I'm trying to say. Some people think I'm trying to talk shit on it. I'm not. I'm just saying I know my enemy. I know that they are a wild card. They could do whatever they want, and that's like the last thing I was expecting this week was for China to be closed and then halt Evergrande with a fake buyout deal. I'm saying it's fake because I don't know if it's real or not, and you haven't heard anything about it. But what did it do? It stopped the stock from trading, but clearly people in other bond markets are selling that shit off some way, somehow, or reducing exposure. So I just don't know what they're going to do. And that's the timeline is all based off of a credit default or a credit event. The only other thing you could have was 30 days from the first default, which was what? When was the first Evergrande? Was it like right here, I think? It was one of these weeks, but that right there would cause us a potential event. And that could be a timeline. Other than that, we don't know what sort of a pseudo trick up their sleeve they have. $80 ships stacked as far as Catalina. All right, you guys want the biggest tinfoil ever? I like this tinfoil, but I don't. I just think this is like so tin. This is so tin. It's like the biggest tin. Nah, like I'm telling you, bro, like tin. Like almost like maybe aluminum. I don't know. Like it's tin, bro. Like it's tin. All right, you ready? It's not manufacturer shortage. I saw this one on TikTok. I saw this one, like that's why, like, and even but the people posting the TikToks, I was like, you crazy as hell. So this is like crazy tin. I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it at all. Are you ready? Here's the tin. Some people are saying that the container ships are filled with that they're filled with people, either soldiers or mainly some people are saying soldiers from China and other people and all of that. They're saying that there's literally it's just all filled with people. Yeah, it's pretty wild. That I saw like then there's like one picture of it, and there's like a bunch of people on one of the cargo ships, but like it looks like I think it's the staff. So, but it's like there's a wild tinfoil about like, okay, here's the plot, here's this yabba dabba dooba. GMC, General Motors. They're popping up there. It's good. Poland's top court says Constitution trumps EU laws. Are you going to say they're empty? Nah. Nah. But that's your tinfoil. Yeah. Which ships? We could track them all. The world is fun. The world is fun. The biggest tinfoil was yesterday. Y'all don't feel me. The biggest tinfoil was that whole ass meeting. They just kicked out all the reporters and then shut it down and said nothing. And then everybody acted like it was nothing. That's crazy. I wish I could do that. Like next time I ever that's it. I'm just gonna just cut everything off. I'm just not gonna say anything. And then if someone asks me a question, I'm not gonna answer the question. Don't worry like that. Well, I need to eat my vitamin. What my take on Shiba Inu? I've always seen them like when people would walk them and they look like angry. So I'm more of like a husky guy or like a corgi, I would say. You know what I'm saying? Or like a chihuahua. I feel like I could vibe with the chihuahua heavy. We share a lot of similar traits. So other than that, they always look angry, huh? They look kind of cool, but it just looked like a pissed off fox. Like, why you so mad, bro? You got that nice-ass fur coat. Smile a little bit. I'm confused. Debt ceiling not being resolved. Even if they do extend, we're going to be back in the same place. Yes, but the same place is it's not as bad as 8 days away. The key is timing, because now, and that's why I'm saying it's like this is very political, because McConnell's not dumb. He's forcing them in a corner where he's giving them enough time to properly do reconciliation, and that's the whole idea. So then now, 2 months from now, do you think Nancy Pelosi and Biden are going to be able to say that Republicans are getting in their way? Or are they going to say that, oh, we're not trying to, you know what I'm saying? It's this little trick to give enough time, and then it gets everybody away from an imminent deadline that would make us get clapped for no reason, essentially. It is. It is damage. It's damage control on both sides, and then it makes it changes the narrative of some things, but then at the very least, it gives necessary time so that you just don't. It's everyone. People are working together at the very least. Last thing you want to do is just run out of time when you could have at least extended it. Road traffic holds up for now as fuel prices rise. Don't need to get clapped unnecessarily. Again, the irony, considering the situation, right? No decisive moves. Well, there's a lot of the fact that, again, you went from them saying, we're not going to do anything, we're not going to help, to, okay, we'll extend it. That's enough. That's enough where, yes, nothing has been decided, but that was enough to change the attitude and to, and the projections, really. So Mitch wants to force them to use budget. Yes, that's what this move does, because now he's giving them the ability to, by extending it, they're getting their extension. It's looking like he's helping. It makes it look like the Republicans aren't that bad, but it only gives them enough time to start the reconciliation now, so that they have enough time to do it. But if they don't want to do reconciliation, this extension may not actually be it may not be good for them. They may not want to do it. That's why, but it puts them in a hard spot, because now if you decline the only extension, shit, you know what I'm saying? Now it just starts to look very, very, very interesting. Or it puts, it's a very, this is like I say, and this is still a advanced game of chicken. Should I still hold my Shiba coin? What do you think? It's up to you, man. I mean, again, just what are you feeling, bro? I've learned through the year, my experience on some of these, and the hype and the popularity plays. Again, if they're gonna go from Doge to this to that, I don't know as much. So it's just I really think it's an emotional play. So it's whatever you want to do with it. It's like whatever you're feeling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could just make it free. I think that's the best way to do it. If you really, that's the beauty of making it free on any asset. If you could always just, if you made a gain, can sell and get your initial investment back, you're chill. And then you could just ride it wherever but it's still your money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got free coins before that I ended up just selling, because I was like, it's my cash. I could get that money and put it into something. So It's just totally up to you, though. Totally up to you. CNK will Mead tweet positive. Stellar money grab. Oh yeah, that collab is fire. Like I'm saying, it's giving it's gonna put like literally you just have a finance money company using the crypto. Better start it now. They'll fall asleep at the wheel. Well, they can't. Well, that's the thing, though. If they do, it will look worse on them. Because now, like, you have to. This is what I was saying the first time was that when we kept talking about the debt ceiling, everybody was like, oh, wait, the budget bill, the budget. But no, it's like the debt ceiling has already been a risk since October. They had 2 months to figure it out. And then you saw how, well, you know, what they're blaming the situation on this time, you know, by taking this extension. It makes it harder for them to sleep at the wheel because now, you know, it'll be easier to point the blame to somebody. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here, but greet each other in the chat. Say hello to each other. It is push-up time. I need you to just stand up. Get the body moving, but I really need to go to the bathroom. So let me go pee real quick. But this is your push-up moment. You need to do 10 push-ups or just do 1 an hour, anything. Relax your shoulders. Some of you are scrunching up your shoulders at the computer screen. Relax a little bit. You know, you'll be good. But say hello. Greet somebody. Say my name. It's like church. Woo! I need to go pee, bro. I don't know. It's so cloudy, bro. It's cold. I have something else too. I got something else to tell you about the energy crisis. We're gonna talk about, not really, kind of. It's weird. Man, shut up and go. Oh, man. Good day. But man, it is cold. Y'all know that? I need to give you a warning, okay? I hope all of y'all are locked and loaded. I rebuke it. I rebuke it. I'm telling you. I don't wish this on any of you. I'm just telling you now in the next few weeks, it is going to get harder for you to wake up. Okay? because it's going to be cold. Okay? It's going to be cold. That's all I'm saying. It's just going to get cold. So, you know, like the energy crisis and how they're like, oh, it's going to get cold. And it's going to be hard for you to wake up. So, shout out if you woke up this early. You know what I'm saying? But, like, whoo. Once it starts getting cloudy, oh, man, this is the final stretch. It's not cold yet, but I know it's going to get cold. I know. I'm scared. I'm vulnerable for society. I'm in the vulnerable category. We Cali people, we get, man, if it drops 2 degrees, I might get hypothermia. So it's just, you know, I'm just getting mentally prepared. I'm getting mentally prepared. I ride with the sun because that's what I do every day. Yeah, we got no resistance to cold. Bro, it was raining when it was thundering. There was like rain. I was tripping out. You're talking about cold you don't have to shovel. Why would I try to shovel the cold? That make no sense. I'll be like, hey, it's cold outside. Get my shovel. Nah, I get what you mean. I wear a jacket. Otherwise, I never try to fight the cold with the shovel. That's crazy. From Bakersfield, you live in Wisconsin now. That's cold. Wisconsin get cold. Cold snowsuits. I think there's a lot of you guys in the snow. Any events today? Nah. Air Force One, Biden remarks on COVID requirements, Bank of Canada's Macklem speech, and then Tesla's shareholder meeting after hours. That's actually going to be huge. Move Midwest to Vegas. No more snow. See, I like hot places. I could do Vegas, Arizona. I could do the desert. I can't do the winter version of the desert. My average on XLM is like 50 something, I think. It doesn't show me. I bought some at 50, then I bought some at 40. So it just averages out. I know they need to fix that on Coinbase. I'm like, oh, just upload it to CoinTracker. No. I want it to show me what it is. You know what I'm saying? Colt pullover hoodie. Do we not have a pullover hoodie? Oh, I don't think there is a SGD one. Have to see. Or I think, in the hoodies, no, they supply chain issued us with the hoodies. I forgot. Like, even the materials. Even getting them, they supply chained us. Even getting certain materials for, like, certain stuff, if you want, like, certain quality and all of that, I think it's, like, a couple month wait. I think we have them ordered. We're just waiting till they come in on the ship. Or wherever they come from. I know the clothes it's made in Chicago. But they don't, they said, like, certain, they sell out fast on the wholesale side. Sam running, wheel it. I needed to go up more. I need a lot more premium before I could do the wheel. I hesitated the first time. I did that with Spotify. But, you know, again, hopefully you guys see on some of those plays the fact that, you know, I had the budget available. It sucks taking the L, but I'm still in all of them. So I'm just slowly playing time to my advantage. And that one, I didn't overreact. I underreacted, but I still think there's still opportunity eventually. Uber giving up. That's good. I want this. Just wait and see. Just watch if bonds take another leg down. Am I going to increase monthly deposits? Pags, Chick-fil-A, NVIDIA. Pags is on the low. Yeah, they're getting clapped. PAGS dropping. Check the news. Pags just says social media signals. I think they had earnings because they reported something on profits a couple hours ago. I think their earnings was this morning. It might be a conference call. Yeah, Uber has just been great. I forgot, what was it that caused this move? What was this move? Remember they got the price upgrade and then it didn't move, but what caused this? Didn't somebody take a stake in it or something? Affirm negative. Pags is still dropping again. That seems like earnings. Not. Affirm is still looking solid. Profitability outlooks, yeah. I remember the CEO went on TV and he gave an update. Again, I think this was even the earnings move already. Yeah, it was that guideline. A couple of updates here. Pressure building on Treasury futures at the back end of the curve. Growing volume of selling on the 10 and 30-year bond futures is pushing yields higher. Offers began to build on the 10-year with the yield below 1.56 and the 30-year with the yield below 2.12. The offers are backing away at the moment, but it's worth watching to see if this is a one-off or whether someone is moving a large flow. AKA, there might be a big bond seller here today, hence the move that you're seeing on TLT. Debt ceiling resolution puts spotlight on inflation and growth. The markets are still digesting the news that the debt ceiling extension through early January is in the works. As my colleague Cameron Christ noted, it's hard to know how much the debt ceiling wrangling was influencing equity prices. And again, Chad, we're assuming a decent amount because of the credit default swaps. The end of the debt ceiling crisis will take away the uncertainty about what's driving market volatility, and it will put the focus squarely on growth and inflation. So we talked about that the last couple of days, so y'all good to go. Right now, we are seeing a large deceleration in forecasts for Q3, with the Atlanta Fed's GDP now measure of Q3 falling to 1.3 from above 7 when the quarter began. At the same time, inflation expectations have been rising and moving 10-year treasuries to the highest level since June. These trends of decelerating growth and increasing inflation expectations are negative, and once the U.S. jobs report is released tomorrow, they will have a lot more market focus. That's pretty good. Commodities unwind. It's good for now. Good for now. We'll get our market wrap here in a little bit. But today, again, I think pretty straightforward. Look at, there's bonds. So there's a big seller in the bond market today. Somebody is dumping mad bonds because that's what they're saying caused the gap down, and they're waiting to see if this is a one-off move or not. But somebody on the 10 and the 30 year. They're selling out. That's why people want to see now. Again, like we talked about, you want to watch a continuation from this level. If it does, then that's if you get a real movement, that's people confirming the move of selling out of bonds. UWMC drip, yes, sir. Bond sold is good for the market. Kind of. It'll be good for value stocks reopening, bad for tech, except for today, given that, the positive headlines have kind of taken over. The Tesla shareholder meeting, I don't know if it'll be positive or negative, but it will be important. The Fed is buying into perpetuity. The ultimate flattener is on. Sneaper on the far end of the curve is gone. Are you saying it'll come back to normal because the Fed buying? I think it is there, but that's why, the notion of the Fed stopping, until the Fed does trim it down, we'll see. Are new investors weighted due to portfolio history, or is it just me and the Truman Show's effect? What do you mean? The Uber Leap, I bought those back in the day. Well, they're positive now. So you're actually spending, you have to think about it. With less time, you're spending more money on it. I bought them at $1,300 a contract, and now they're at $1,300 a contract still. But I made them free. Or I spent like $600. I bought 10 of them for $13,000, and then I sold out 7 at $18, got my money back, most of it, and then these are just pretty much free. I spent $600 for $4,000 worth of options. KKR, isn't that crazy? Evan Spiegel on the board of KKR now. It's beautiful. AMD, IBD pick. When they'll start tapering, they'll announce it and they'll pretty much say when they're going to implement stuff. KKR is an investment fund. It's like $490 billion under management. They're really big. I want to be clear. We're in this pickle because of Republicans and Democrats. Senator Braun says about the debt limit, the government is not going to default. That was so yesterday. We got to deal with McConnell and Schumer. Yeah. It's crazy how much people chilled out just off of them saying they would work together. Someone losing big on today's credit default swaps. Nah, you're not going to see anybody get washed out or clapped in that sense off of the credit default swaps. Because they represent, it's like an option. So chances are whatever you're buying in credit default swaps, you probably have 10 times as much in bonds. You see what I'm saying? So the real money is holding in the bonds. So if they bought credit default swaps and it went down, it's like a hedge. It is a hedge. WeWork selling 1,000 all access memberships a week. Oh, WeWork. Uber did chill out a little bit. SI, Coin, Roblox. Roblox doing good. Airbnb. I forgot Airbnb, man. He fights at 170. It's funny, people, I remember I told you about it yesterday, and I said, we live in a world where people, I was like, I feel like they would justify a default. I got to see an article yesterday. People were even saying how a default would actually be good for America. And they were talking about how if we defaulted Although it would cause short-term pain and a lot of stuff running up, they were saying that it would at least rein in the crazy spending, and it would prevent us from running up the debt in the future for the future generations. I was like, interesting take. Interesting take. I was like, I guess, maybe, not really. Airbnb strong. It's my birthday! Oh, Mr. Paul! Oh, the man, the myth, the legend. You guys realize without Mr. Paul, not only would you have a beautiful moderator who makes some great contributions, you wouldn't have these. Look at, you see these pretty little these right here? You see this? That's all Mr. Paul, baby. Happy birthday. It's great to even spend another one with you, baby. Hard. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ears clapped. Oh, y'all soft. That's crazy. That's just excitement. I can't believe it. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Woohoo! That's hype. I love it. Happy birthday. Amen. Amen. We usually have, I think we got a lot of Virgos, a lot of Virgo mods. September is Virgo still October? I don't know. I don't know how the astrologians, factor that. Big Virgo energy. Libra. Robbie 8. Is his birthday today too? That's hype. Dude, everybody, man. I want a birthday. That's so not. Everybody gets a birthday except me. What kind of, man? Raimundo. Congratulated at Global Fun. Oh, man. The Libras. That's hype. We got no birthday, but the most birthday wishes, I know. Yeah, everybody's birthdays this year. It's crazy. I think it's just post-pandemic, Everybody's like, oh, I didn't get my birthday last year. I'm going to have my birthday this year. I think it's like part of the reopening trade. Win calls. They could get some of that China bounce. They didn't drop as much. Raimundo said U.S. ready to help with future investment in U.S. Apple, we're chilling out. I mean, it's still very bullish here. It reminds me of Monday. The question is, do we sell off towards the end of the day? And again, we don't really have too much there. Oh, Fed Mester. Fed Mester takes part in virtual ECB Fed discussion. Let's see. Oh, is this it?
Environment. I think some of the the tools that we've used in this crisis and in the previous crisis kind of raise questions. And I think it's just incumbent.
Let's see. Let's listen to this for a second here. Give it a couple minutes.
Upon us to always be out explaining what we're doing, why we're doing it. And I agree with Philip totally. You know,
it's
we're
an
about
inflation
stabilization,
conference.
and so it's important that the
ECB
public understand
on
that. I always think of communications as being a journey. You know, we're never there. We can always do better. And, you know, I think we're all working to do that. I mean, we have the center, which is one of the sponsors on inflation research. A part of that center is really geared on trying to explain like these really hard concepts of inflation and price stability and price levels to a non-technical audience. And they have some interesting content out there, and I urge people to look at that.
And currently you have a lot explaining to do about central bank policy, about monetary policy, especially to, let's say, the normal people. And many citizens don't understand is when you look at inflation, rates have been way above the respective targets. Would you say that they are just temporary, or are they more permanent? How do you explain that there's no change in monetary policy, even though inflation rates are rising and people feel that?
So that's a quintessential question, right? So I ran into this great quote by Carl Brunner this morning, which really is apropos. So we suffer neither under total ignorance, nor do we enjoy full knowledge. Our life moves in a gray area, so partial knowledge and partial ignorance. And right now we're in a situation where both supply side and demand side factors are influencing prices. So there's really increased uncertainty around the inflation outlook. And one question that policymakers have to ask themselves is whether that increase in inflation we're seeing this year is telling us about inflation over the medium and longer run. Or said differently, how much of that increase is driven by supply shocks and how much of it is driven by demand that would respond to monetary policy. So you're right, the measures of inflation are up. You know, we've seen increases in inflation expectations, mainly at the shorter end, as opposed to long run inflation expectations, which are more telling about underlying inflation. And so far, much of the increase in inflation this year has been driven by, you know, components that are really tied to the pandemic, whether it be a supply chain issue or, you know, this a surge in demand after the economy reopened. So you can point to those things as saying, like, these things are not going to be the kinds of factors that mean that inflation is going to continue to go up. And so my baseline is that we'll see inflation rates move back down as pent-up demand eases and supply side challenges ease. But as you know, that's taking longer than people thought. So, you know, and in some cases, the supply chain issues are getting worse. So I see the inflation risk is tilted to the upside. And, you know, in my mind, if we see inflation continue to move up, if we see the longer run, medium run inflation expectations moving up and really jeopardizing being anchored at levels consistent with our goal of 2%, I would take that as indicative that the demand side factors weighing on inflation are stronger than we anticipated them to be. And indeed, the only way for those things to continue to increase is that it's coming from the demand side. And in that case, policy would have to react. But at this moment, I don't see that as being the baseline, but I'm attuned to those risks. You know, at the same time, we have to recognize that all the factors that weighed on inflation in the last cycle, globalization, the fact that we're near the zero lower bound, and that gives you a bias to low inflation, you know, technological change, all of those are still present. And so that's the challenge. The challenge is to really understand, is it being driven from demand side considerations, or is it being driven by supply side? Right now, you know, my view is it's pandemic related, but we'll have to wait and see.
Philip, where do you see inflation risks? Are they on the upside in the Eurozone as well? And when is inflation going down again?
So here it's super important for central banks to be as clear and as straightforward in their assessment. Because, I mean, obviously every day there's headlines, and of course it's dramatic to focus on the latest monthly reading and so on. But I mean, as Loretta already indicated in the US context, we do. I mean, we have so many analysts. We have, we work so hard to understand what's going on, and it is the case that I think we should not be buying into a narrative of who knows, or uncertainty is so pervasive that we have no idea. That's not the case. There's very solid reasons to believe a lot of this is to do with the reopening of the economy. There's very solid reasons to believe there's a significant transitory component. And then I think maybe differentially between the US and the euro area, demand conditions are not in the same place in the euro area as the US. If you look at very basic structural indicators, such as the fact euro area has a chronic current account surplus, the scale of kind of fiscal support is different, even though, of course, it's been a significant support for the European economy. And very importantly, as you look ahead, for example, even with fiscal, there is a very natural, organic fiscal correction coming, as a lot of the supports that were there are going to roll off. So when you look beyond the month-by-month data and you think about the medium term, you have to think about the headwind from the fact there will be an offsetting fiscal policy dynamic. And also I would emphasize, and probably as a fraction of the total inflation dynamic now, it's maybe more in Europe than in the US, which is an energy shock. And the energy shock, we've been here before. Energy shocks have are, of course, in the headline data, they push up energy prices, very important. But it's also by and large contractionary. It's a headwind for the economy, especially for a net importer region like the euro area. This is something, of course, we have to track, not only in terms of energy prices, but the macro consequences. So I do think we should be just, maintaining and explaining to everyone this is an atypical situation. The reopening after the pandemic, and on top of that, the overlay we have, which is the increase in energy prices. And again, this has been a long-standing, recurrent cyclical issue, and so we just have to again keep on maintaining this distinction between how we think about adverse supply shocks, and it's so different to, if you like, steady state inflation. And then going back to, it's an interesting phrase, which is a very natural phrase about the direction of risk. We still have inflation in the medium term well below our inflation target. If inflation moves up a little bit towards the target, that's a stabilizing move. So it's a very different situation. The red zone, I think, for everyone, is if inflation became persistent at a number which is not, immoderately above the inflation target. And that's a very far distance from where the euro area is. So, I do think we have to be the counterweight, honestly, in this debate. We have to just be repetitive, consistent. Now, when I say consistent, it doesn't mean our ears are closed, our eyes are closed. We obviously look at all the data coming in, but there's so many interlocking reasons to think there's a significant transitory component. Again, this does not mean, I don't think it's a super interesting debate about, say, when is the turning point? When is the peak? How quickly does it fall? But it goes back to our medium-term orientation. It is so important that we make sure that inflation stabilizes at 2%. It doesn't stabilize at below 2. It stabilizes at 2 in the medium term.
There's an increasing uncertainty in the post-COVID environment. The winter is not there yet, and we don't know what happens with the virus, even though there is a vaccine now. Is that an uncertainty an argument for rather accommodative monetary policy, Loretta, or do you see a need for a preemptive move by the Fed to keep inflationary pressures at bay?
Yeah, I don't think I would say preemptive. I mean, in our strategy statement, we still, emphasize in our new strategy statement that, there are times when the goals may be, countervailing one another rather than complementary. And so we're going to have to balance those goals as we think about the future. I mean, again, it's really, as Philip said, it's what your forecast is for inflation, right? The FOMC put out forecasts last time, and they basically show that, yes, inflation is going to be quite elevated this year, well above 2%. But then we have our forecasts are that inflation is going to move back down next year as some of these supply chain conditions, work themselves out, and pent-up demand works themselves out. And some of the things that Philip said about, fiscal policy being.
Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm back now. But I was listening to that. I think expectations, I feel like that's just the game that they're playing. I feel like that's how we're going to see all of the inflation. That was somebody on the Fed, though. That was Miss Mester. And then that was also an ECB panel, the European Central Bank. But like I'm saying there, what I think they're talking about is, I feel like, think about the beginning of the year, inflation expectations started to soar. You saw inflation, and then that middle half from like May till September here, it seems like it was all about, calming expectations. And then I feel like we're going to go through various waves of expectations rising, then falling, then rising, then falling, then rising and falling, and do that for a couple of years until inflation has ran its course, and then everybody chills out. No, I'm here. I'm sending an email. I didn't see it. I saw an email. Somebody said that they had a what's it called? They said they're in a situation where family friend, one of them passed away, and then another person passed away on the title of the home, and now they just have like their grandma on there. So I didn't see that one. I was responding to the situation. I said we'll see what we could do. It all depends on who has the rights to the property. But I was even talking about, I told them look into the reverse mortgage. Who? Just a chat. Just a chat out there. Chat out there in need of some real estate assistance. NFE. Do we know what caused that Oatly pop? Ring pop? NFEs pop in. Ring's already up like 8%. Watch if bonds come down from here. What do we got? It's only 910. 910, most of the move came off the gap up, and then this little move right here. I mean, VWAP is still elevated, but I mean, we still have a lot in the tank today. Your grandpa, 98 years? Oh, man, he passed? I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear. Amen. Cherish the loved ones. TBT. I like TBT. Again, I mean, hopefully you guys see why, especially on the days here with the bonds. I don't know. I think most of the plays are up except that 22. Let's see. Then did Netflix come back up? The 22 November call I'm down on. My dad wants me to sell his house. How should we go about it? Either do seller finance or do it through a loan. So then that way, seller finance, he would have to have the house paid off, and then, or you could even take over the mortgage if that's the case. Otherwise, go get a loan for it, get the price agreed upon, and then just go get loan from a bank, and then he would just sell it to you. I like ChargePoint, actually. I don't have any plays in it, and it's been very volatile, but I like it on the EV space just because it's a company I actually use. So like I've used ChargePoint chargers on my car before, and it's just something I've seen them. It's like a real life product. That's what I like about it. Yeah, the JD plays clapped. Big run up here, but the JDs are till November. Down 36% now total. Yeah, the November one's further out the money. The other one's down 20 though. I still like the play. I'm big fan. Roblo came back a lot too. Bro, that UMC, man, I'm loving the drip. So the other one, I have like another 24 shares. So I think we've gotten back, wait, how many? $140. Damn. So between the whole position, and since when, and then I didn't get to reinvest one of these, but we've gotten 150 something shares. Just from dividend reinvestment this year on UWMC. 50 free shares. That's solid. That's really solid. That's really solid. We made an Airbnb play the other day. It looked pretty ominous, but it ended up being pretty good. Are you not going to add? I want to, but again, we missed the ex-dividend, so usually like I keep my window open. Otherwise, especially if I'm playing the stock for the dividend, I don't necessarily need to hold it the whole time, but I do like where UWMC is at. However, I would want to wait a little bit till after the the tapering announcement here and what we're going to be getting with the Fed next week. Or no, not next week, next month. CEI, I think it's just a hype play. I mean, MTTR, Matterport, MTTR. Check news, Matterport. That's popping. BKU went down too. I don't know if that's related. Options ride. Looks like a call sweep. A call sweep came in a couple hours ago, but it's popping. Check news. Uh, 12 minutes ago, they said Cushman and Wakefield to digitize commercial property listings nationwide. Josh Brown, CNBC pick. There's the Cushman and Wakefield, and then there's also CNBC mention. Nice pop on there. I mean, dude, it's up 10%. Yeah, Josh Brown mentioned on CNBC. Is tapering good for UWMC? I mean, they're in an interesting position because they've had to balance between rates being really low to rates coming up a little bit higher here. So they said they're positioned for it. I mean, the real thing, again, Their last earnings, people didn't like the margin there. That's why it's like it's kind of wait and see. But again, I do think in the long run, it's going to be good. That's why I think just buying even around the ex-dividend. I mean, that's what we did on the sisters account. So even though I didn't buy it anymore on mine, again, we had the drip. We did get it for my sister's account there. We bought it right before the ex-dividend, so made sure we got to establish the position and get it. So not too bad. Property agency suing Evergrande for unpaid commissions, almost 50 mil. Josh, buy more Matterport is the exact headline. Just turned on my drip after I got I'm telling you, the drip is amazing. And then you really get to see, like, again, and this is why, like, I hope you guys are getting inspired in the right way, because, like, look at this. This one's not on the long term. I mean, this is a big position. Yes, I'm down $10,000 on this one. We've held it for a while, and then I have another 1,000 shares, so I'm down a little bit more. But hopefully you guys see, like, when you start, this is why we want to build up our positions, because, again, what's going to happen, you know, you're going to get a you're going to get, your position is going to grow eventually to this size. You know, you're going to get bigger and bigger shares of different companies. And now do you see why the drip is so valuable? You know, you start getting 40 shares, 60 shares, you know, to even spend a year, less than a year, and to walk away with 100 shares in a company. Like, think about how wild that is. And now do you see how fast it's going to compound? Again, and then now imagine, yes, we're down, you know, I'm down on the stock. So, you know, that's why the dividend helps pay for it. But now imagine when there is a bounce there, I have more equity. And then now every other dividend, I'm getting a whole nother 100 shares of extra dividend because of the drip. So hopefully you see where your long term is going. Again, on some of these dividend stocks with enough time, and then as the positions get larger and larger, you know, that it grows. 10 years, that's 1,200 shares. It'll be more than that, because now you're getting drip on the additional shares. So now next year, I'm not going to, if I don't add any more UWMC, I'm going to be getting drip on 4,100 shares instead of 4,000. You see that? So then I get another 110, 120 shares. Then it's going to be off of 4,200. So it's little by little, but the compounding gets crazier, and you're seeing it's a big amount. And then little by little, it starts to just lower the cost basis more and more. That Spotify is just still like down like 9,000, 8,300. Sam, I'm only down 15 now instead of 20. And then UWMC 10. That's what I'm saying, you know, just these, and that's not, where's Coinbase down 6,000. A lot of the bigger losses here were just either bad stock or option exercise get clapped. TLT new low. Ay, ay, ay. Woo! That's crazy. Keep wanting my lawn there to go down, but I keep, so I could buy more, but it keeps going to the moon. That's why little by little, I feel you though. There's some stuff even then I've been looking at here that I really want, like Abbey Vibe, but it just keeps going up. I'm down on the spot shares. It's just shares, because I did a put sell, and then it got exercised like at the beginning of the year, and then the stock just got clapped. But I said, you know, you guys know me in spot. I'm like, I'm down holding it. So, but this is just shares. Like, again, I think out of all of the losses on this account, I think like 45, 50,000 is from equity, not even options. But I'm still holding them. That's the point with it, where it's like, okay, I've had enough cash to be able to hold them, and that's why, you know, at least on some of the plays, I did it on the ones that I like. Sam, kind of there in the middle, but I like it. I'm surprised people stop drinking them Trulies. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Ford up 6. We still have some of those old shares. But yeah, this is a big, big level. And then we had that one leap on the random account. I still be drinking them. They fire. They nasty. Mixed bag. But we need that for Sam. Well, we had that one random play where somebody got a Ford, and that thing's been kicking. What did I want to see? Netflix. I need that Netflix to run. I've been watching Brian Chesky interviews, and it gets me even more hyped about Airbnb. I love Airbnb. We just need to convince Lending Tips now. That's it. I can't believe Lending Tips. I guess it may. Lending Tips, he's too tinfoily. I think he's just mad at the mask requirements. But otherwise, Airbnb, I love it. I'm telling you. I feel bad. I feel bad that I've stacked it so much because, like, I know a lot of you guys want to diversify some things, and even with the long term, like, I feel bad that we've only been buying Airbnb, but, like, I do really, really like I'm very confident putting my money in there. And even it's not as much. I do have some doubt, so it's not like I'm fully, like, just blindly, oh yeah, I love it, but I like my money in that investment, especially when I look into the future. Just like it's going to be one I want to own a lot of. Brandon likes. Why do people keep calling? It's because of the chant, Brandon. I was like, why do people keep calling Biden Brandon? Let's go, Brandon. I feel. Let's go, Brandon. We're about the Decepticons. They're just running. We don't even know where they are. Huh? There's a bad infrastructure. Bumblebee could be on a bridge right now. Huh? What about Megatron? You remember him? Yeah, he's probably on your railroad right now. Because you didn't unionize it. You prick. Airbnb is going to be worth more than Booking in 20 years. And that the share price will reflect that. I believe so. I even think Airbnb stock will come down and it will split. So I think eventually you'll see Airbnb at lower prices, but I feel like they're going to split the stock. And I'm talking way, way out there. Democrats offer bill to help fossil fuel workers find new jobs. Shiba is dropping. It was fun while it lasted. We had a good time. I mean, even Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're chilling out a little bit. Airbnb, it's kind of low float, but that's something I brought up when we looked at it. Since they IPO'd in 2020 till today, the float has doubled. So, because again, they've been, it's a new company. They're in the process of getting the shares out. That's why when the stock was moving crazy and bigger, there was a lot less float. So it's still a small float, but it's bigger than where it was. Shiba clapped them. CNBC clapped them. Once you get announced on CNBC, you get clapped. I think it depends, though. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff. Nowadays, man, it's just, all it is the social stuff. It's whatever, but there's no loyalty in the meme stocks. It's just whatever is moving, and if it could keep moving, that's it. Yeah, we did get diluted on Airbnb, yeah. But that was before we didn't own as many shares then. You know, that's when we had a little bit, but not as much, not nearly as much as what we have today. Oh, wow. Netflix Reed Hastings to receive Lifetime Achievement Award at Engineering Emmys. Shiba up 350. Everyone's hyped. Shiba drops 10%. Everyone sells. Yeah. Just welcome. Just welcome. Welcome to the wonderful world of hype. Airbnb revenue is good. I think it's in the billions. They bring in a lot of money. You have anything against taking profits on outside gaze and then waiting for a better entry? I mean, eventually you're gonna want to sell something. You know, it's not like we want to hold. You know, we are gonna hold for a very long time. I do say forever, but I usually like to let life events dictate it, where it's just like if I need the capital or not. Otherwise, I would just really have a good plan with what you're going to buy next. But for the most part, I do advise against it. Just because at the same time, you know, just like how we did it here, you like, you know, the long term, like we put a lot of money in Snap. And then what happened? Snap became huge. Like Snap is the biggest in the portfolio. So I just stopped adding to it. And now I got a big position. It's kind of like what this is what your goal should be in the long run. You want a big position because, like, do you see what happens? Like, look at a big position on UWMC. If it pays dividends, the drip is amazing. You see what I'm saying? Like, once you start getting a big position, the gains are crazy. Again, we can make $1,000 a day off Snapchat now just because of how large our position is, right? So you want a large position. So just because it gets oversized or you made a lot doesn't mean you always have to sell it. Because again, in the long run, this is how you're going to make millions of dollars, is when a small position gets big and then a big position gets even bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, imagine if you got to throw in $20,000 into an investment instead of $2,000, or if you could put $200,000 instead of $20,000. Imagine your returns. You know, this is slowly scaling up. So the logic is, if you let's say like again, just like Snapchat, it's oversized, right? It's a big gain. We made a lot on it, but now my logic with this play is what? In that meantime, I just started buying everything else. So it allowed me to, okay, it's like, okay, you have a big position, it's up there, you could sell it, or now I could keep saving. And then I started putting my money towards Abivai. We got now 12,000 in Airbnb. Then we got to stack up 3 months of dividends. You know, I got 7,000 in Altria that's paying out. Again, this is on drip too, and you're seeing this starts to pay me 2 shares now. Not anything crazy, but the idea is it allows you to balance it out. So you can sell. Again, you better know what you're going to do with it. And at the second level too, maybe have a reason. Again, a life event. Usually when you really need the money is the best right there. Otherwise, I balance it out. But, you know, it's up to you. It is your life, but we have our rules set up, and that's it. It's confusing. I don't think it's confusing. I mean, it's saying, like, let's say you have a garden, right? And you plant a almond tree, right? You're going to plant almonds, and then you're going to plant strawberries, and then you're going to plant blueberries, right? You have a farm. And let's say you put a lot of work into the almond tree, and then the almond tree grows really big and starts giving more, 5-10 times more almonds than it does strawberries or blueberries, right? Instead of chopping down the almond tree, and instead of cutting the almond tree in half and selling it to somebody, what you could do is now that tree is producing so much, you start focusing on planting more strawberries and then more blueberries, and then maybe you even get some corn in there, so that now your farm has all of this other stuff, and then it gives you time so that they could grow to the size as the almond tree. But meanwhile, the almond tree is still big, producing what it needs to produce. Just add water and you're good. That analogy is fire. I think you're right. You should have a plan and be a seasoned trader so you know what you're doing. It's not easy. But even, I mean, whether you're a seasoned trader or not, like, again, that recent report, it even highlighted older men with more experience are more likely to panic sell or sell out early of a profitable investment, just because of, that the planning is probably the most important thing, but just balancing out what you got and understanding, where you're going to be even in 10 years. That's why I always say it, this goes to rule number 1, the very, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. So at the end of the day, if you buy something and it shoots up in value, you expected that to a degree. That's why we buy anything. But if your mind changes about that, you got to really ask yourself why. Because like I'm saying, 10 years from now, what's going to happen? That's why when I see something do very, very big and I'm thinking, okay, I can't change my mind for 10 years, I'm going to start building out the rest of the farm so that they can all balance up. And then that way, all tides rise. And then 10 years from now, we see. But if I need a house, if I need to go buy something, if there's a health issue or whatever, I could justify going after a big gain to facilitate some of my living needs. Water the garden, don't uproot the tree, baby. Amen. You need plays. I want less plays in a weird way. Again, the plays are the seasoning, but spending enough time getting us in work. Like the one thing I'm very excited about is that it's been a year almost now, and we've got to sit here for a year, and I've lost more on random trades, but everything else got to work for a whole nother year of crypto gains at a higher level, another year of the Ethereum, another year of the dividends, another year of even growth stocks that we got to build positions on. So it's, the other stuff will season it, but that's why hopefully you are finding ways, hopefully you got 1 year closer of your assets working for you, because you got to think about that. If your assets worked for another year and all of your money's still there and you still have a good sizable position working for you, even if it's smaller, you are now, if you went another year with your money working for you, that's one less year you're going to work in the future. Does that make sense? That's why I'm excited. It's been 2 years for some of you, maybe even 3, where it's like you've got to now hold assets for this long and they're working for you and growing for you, and you have opportunity in the market. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If we really, we could be a little bit more, I think, discriminatory and really choose our plays a little better. I know at least I could. And like just like TBT, wait for the TBT, wait for the TLT. But in the meantime, it's not like we got clapped by inflation. You see what I'm saying? Because we're owning shit, and we've been owning it now. Another year of drip. It seems like nothing, but it's one step closer to compounding bigger. And now your investments are getting more and more mature, and they're working while you don't have to. That's the best part. So that's why I'm saying every year that tree is able to get its roots and grow and grow and grow and stay rooted. Your future is looking very, very nice. You may not even see it yet, but it really is. And that's it's something to be excited about. Again, just to even have any money at your disposal, but now embedded in good investments, and then it's able to it's working every day. You don't see it. Some days it's going up, some days it's going down, but it's working while you're doing whatever you want. And then that's what I'm saying. If you haven't needed to tap into it, you don't need it, and it's working, down the line but by the time you need it, it's going to be big enough where you don't have to uproot the tree. You could just pick the fruit. Then that's the idea with everything. So just understand that every year in the books, one step closer to picking the fruit instead of uprooting the tree. And I think that's where you want to get to. That's what I'm saying. That's why we have 10-year timelines. It's like it's working. It's going to go up and down and do its thing in between. But at the end of the day, I want an asset where I'm living off of the fruit, where I could sit under the shade. CEI. Y'all were hyping this one. He's bad. Oh no. There's a big 100, but from a big, you know, a lot of things going on. But not the Jonah type of shade, yeah. Well, Jonah was pissed off, you know. He was like, how you gonna give me a tree and then kill it? And God like, why you being all, well, Mr. You ain't create shit, Jonah. Shut the beep. You know, God was like, why you getting so mad? I just saved the people. Like, why you acting so salty over this, you know? And Jonah's like, nah, man. Ugh. He's like, I knew you were such a good God. I knew you were too nice. And then, man, but yeah, I feel you. Not like a Jonah tree. Oh, man, my mom told me something about the fig tree. What was it? I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I need to ask my mom that again. She gave me a crazy example with Jesus and the fig tree. I forgot about that one. That just reminded me. I want Airbnb for the long term. How much should I buy? You should buy every month, maybe every other month. But the point is not how much stock you're gonna buy. It is about constantly setting a plan to acquire. I mean, let me tell you a story. In 2016, I told somebody, you guys may know him by Lending Tips. You know Lending Tips? I told Lending Tips about this cool technology at the time called Ethereum. You may have heard about it. It was like this crypto smart contract thing. It was very, very new at the time. And I told him that in 2016, right? And I said, you should probably buy it. And just like, you know, and I was buying a lot of it. I already had a lot at that moment. But I said, you should buy it. So what Lending Tips did, instead of just throwing in $5,000 at once, instead of throwing in a $10,000 at once or whatever amount, he set it up on autopilot. And what he started to do, he forgot about it, actually. He forgot that he did this. He set up his Coinbase to buy, I believe, it was like $100 or $1,000 a week of Ethereum. But he was buying a couple hundred, a couple thousand a month on autopilot of Ethereum. So this is when Ethereum was anywhere from, you know, $20 all the way up to $200. And he just kept buying it and buying it and buying it. And it wasn't about how much he put in, but the fact that he just kept, it was over time, just constantly building out that position. Sometimes he bought it high, sometimes he bought it low. He wouldn't even look at the price. He would just buy it. And, you know, fast forward till today, he's sitting on a pretty bag from just these small little purchases that everything he bought went up about 20,000%, I believe, if not more. So if I told him, he would have made less money. If he asked me that question, how much should I put into it? And I said, put $5,000 in, he would have made less money than buying $100 a month. You see what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? So it's simple as that. Because he did literally, if I said go buy 5,000, 10,000, then if you put in $100 a month, he would have made more money. Because he did it. It was just for, again, 2016, 2017, 2018. You see what I'm saying? Over time. Same thing with Airbnb. We don't know when it's going to pop, but we know what. We know that is a high quality play, or at least a high quality potential. So if you go in and you do it now, you don't know when it's going to pop, but little by little by little, that's going to do something for you. Time in versus timing. And then even related to quantity, though. So it doesn't, whatever you have, like, again, like $5,000 at once may produce less than 5,000 spread out over a year or 2 years, believe it or not. It's hard to believe until you see it. And again, you have got to see that with even like Snapchat. You know, we bought at so many different prices. 14, 16, 16, 17, 18, 17, 13, 13, 22, 22, you see? But over time, your average is gonna be sick. And then you are fully invested and you've been doing it over time. Yeah, think UWMC with 5K versus over time. Difference is the only thing that made me go big on UWMC, I got the dividend. That's why it's like I've already collected it, but I would have been better off putting in $5,000 a month into UWMC than $50,000 all at once. The divot. You buy dividend stocks for dividend growth. I keep that in mind, but it's not the primary factor. You know, I have to like the company first. Like Abivi, I like them a lot, but they have a good history of, and they're expected to grow their dividend a lot. So that meets that criteria, but I wouldn't buy it just because of expected dividend growth. Sheeb went negative. Macklem says inflation pressures more persistent than expected. Should we set up recurring payment for SHIB? No. I mean, quite frankly, I would do it for Ethereum. If you really did not get any exposure to crypto and you want to, even though Ethereum's high, I would do like $10 a week, $50 a week, $100 a week, whatever you could afford, but like small, since it's such a high price. But if you have not purchased any Ethereum, I would do that. It doesn't matter if it's too high, but I'm saying, like, if you're going to set up an auto purchase to start saving a little bit, I would do it in something high quality. Otherwise, I would just go buy Airbnb, or I would go buy, some of the stuff in the long term with the same logic. But Ethereum has, a different level of growth attached to it. Spy a little Chicle here. Stake Ethereum. Again, I mean, I did a lot more research on it yesterday, and like I said, it seems like we're both right. Where and I think that's the issue with staking. I'm just not comfortable with it because there is risks associated with it. Now, the risks are not as big as you would initially suspect. However, the risks still exist. There's still, there's risks of other actors, and if you do, like, even with Cardano, I did research it. The risk is very limited when you do stake your Cardano. However, you are up to the mercy of whatever pool you're in. So someone could clap you on that, but it's very unlikely. Again, but it's still a possibility. So it's stuff like that I don't like, but it does ease my concerns. However, the overall biggest risk, and I said this to Lending Tips because he bought a bunch of Algorand, and the number one thing is underlying asset risk and then impermanent loss. So if there's two things at play. There's when you buy a crypto, cryptos are very, very volatile, right? So when you're buying something and then you're looking to get this dividend and you're staking it, even though you may not be constricted to time, that right off the bat, most people, if the asset is giving you a yield, it's probably going to be double or triple variability in the sense of volatility. So that's the big part. And then on the reverse side, impermanent loss, depending on how you are, where you're buying, and then if you're staking and then unstaking it, and then as the asset price moves, it creates a very interesting dynamic where you might be ending up, your cost basis is going to get affected. You could end up having slippage. Oh. It's the exact same concept as drip. Yes, it is. It's the exact same risk you take in a dividend stock. But what's the difference? Like Abivi, Altria is going to have a way different level of stability. Even shitty AT&T, it'll have a way different stability than a crypto. Like Cardano, has moved. And again, this is why it's like. And this is why the people were telling me, if you hold shit like I do and you don't really care about the price, then yeah, staking could be a good opportunity for you. Staking only in Cardano, I might add, because Cardano is proof of stake. So sometimes you hear the term staking, it is often, and this is where we had confusion yesterday with it, there's other staking that is different than Cardano. So, but like, again, the volatility is, you're going from $1 all the way up to $3, right? So if you're trying to make any sort of dividend play on that's just insanely volatile for something providing a yield, and now it makes sense why the yield is high. Compare that to like AT&T. We've held it for almost 2 years. I'm down 9%, but I've collected back 8%, 7% in dividends. But this has been after 2 years. It's moved down that much. And go look at a chart of AT&T. That shit's ugly. But it took 2 years Whereas what I just showed you with Cardano, that was a 100-day chart of it moving, 300% top to bottom. You see what I'm saying? This took 2 years to lose 8%. So the stability is you can't even compare it. And that's where it goes in to say, like, in AT&T is still high risk, offering 7% yield. So now compare that to a 7% yield on Cardano, right? The volatility, the risk is much higher there, but it depends on your strategy. So overall, I mean, in general, I forgot what I'm saying. I don't know how we got into this talk, but I think buying over time is the answer. I don't know how I got to that conclusion. If you're holding either way, you're still exposed to price volatility. Indeed, you are. And again, for me, I don't plan to sell ever. So, in that case, I might, I was gifted it, so I could pull out a bag real quick if I wanted to. But at the end of the day, my strategy, I like to hold things, especially in this inflationary environment. But it's still like the committing it, I'm still not comfortable with. And the fact is, I don't want any constraints on my transferability, even though it doesn't. You can move the coins around. I'm aware of that. But any sort of, okay, I'm staking at this price, let me unstake here, I'm going to get my yield. It's, I don't like it. It's not that I'm just not comfortable yet. And like I'm saying, I still need more history with it. And there is other risks. They're just unlikely, or they're lower risk, but it is based on other actors. So at the very thing, upon looking into that for Cardano, people can fuck with your liquidity. They can fuck with your staking pool or whatever. So if you join one of the pools to stake your Cardano, you actually do have the risk of somebody changing your margin requirement, meaning that somebody could steal your dividend, essentially. That is possible. And it just doesn't happen a lot, but you are at the mercy of that. Try Forex trading with 1,000 for fun. See your results. All right. Can I make it on E-Trade? I know exactly what I would short. I would short the pound right now. Without a doubt, I would short the pound. I would short the pound heavy. Or I'd wait 2 weeks and I'd short the pound. Or the euro, excuse me. Pound or euro. But euro would go down more. Yeah, Hood's popping. Yeah, will they let me? No, I don't have Forex buying power. Let's see. Minimum size is 10,000. I don't know. Do I either need more money or I need to set it up? I once sold my Mac to get a PC to learn Forex. I never did. Rising Dogecoin acceptance sees meme currencies rise for users and miners. Monthly dividend, nothing wrong with them. Just, again, make sure you're buying the company because you like it, not because of the payout schedule. Let's short the euro against the dollar. I don't use tech. I mean, I use the VWAP in certain moments. And again, if if there's certain technical trends that I cannot ignore because the market is addicted to them, like the 100-day moving average this year, you know, I'll pay attention, but I don't really, I just put them up on the scoreboard, but I don't take them up for the thing. Just say I was wrong about staking. It's cool. You stake and you get the interest. I was wrong about the risk being as high as I would have perceived, but everything I said yesterday is exactly the same. Again, if you're receiving again, I had to look into it. If I'm getting a yield, what is associated with it? There is risk. Again, not one person brought up to me the issue of the pools in the margin. How come? Again, even if it's unlikely, the point is it has happened. It doesn't happen often, but there is real risk within it. So it's just this, the point is, if you're getting yield, you have risk. So there's ways to logically go about it, but for me still, I'm not a what's it called? I'm still not comfortable. My voice changes every time I read from the chat. Sometimes I think it depends on my sitting up or down. A lot of things. You talk about the pool margin. So when you stake, you create like I don't know if they call it a protocol, but you create a group to stake it, where that group, you put up the money staked to offer whatever you need to offer, and then that's how you get your reward. So you could either join a pool or you could create your own with other people. So if you join a pool, somebody created that, and whoever created that pool, they're the one that governs how the reward, how the dividend gets paid out. So if you are join a pool, that, you know, everybody gets the reward and splits it based on their contribution. However, it's up to the control of whoever's organizing the pool. So you know, you don't have corporate governance, you have the governance of whoever. Again, it's all anonymous, you don't even know who they are. But thankfully there's been a fairly good track record so far, but it's only been a year and a half, 2 years of people who have partaked in it and not done anything, you know, nefarious. I'm confusing staking with yield farming. No, I'm just talking about Cardano. So Cardano, you have to use a pool to stake. That's what it is. I don't know if it's called the protocol or not, but with Cardano, you even on Cardano's website, you go to Cardano's website, it'll say create a pool or join a pool. So that's how you do it. So it's just simply that's the like hidden unknown risk, is that somebody could change your margin on the pool and they could rob you of your dividend. That's one of the underlying, okay, you know, there's something there. Other than that, the other risk is just the volatility. Vale CEO sees iron ore market staying relatively tight. Positive for iron ore, but sees noise in the short term. Could you start your own pool and set your own rate? I'm not too sure. I'm assuming yes. I haven't gotten that deep into it. I like EOS. I have like $3,000 of EOS. Talia burned their backbone network. What's that? ETH or EDC to buy? I mean, both if you can. If not, ETH is higher quality. Let's see what we got. Any other updates here? Sour sentiment sets stage for stock rally. So what do we got here? Worries about everything from a raging energy crisis to elevated inflation have frayed the nerves of equity bulls for a month. Anxiety may set the stage for a hefty rebound. Investors have pulled $9 billion out of U.S. stocks and equity funds on average in each of the past 4 weeks. It's the biggest outflow since the election. According to Ned Davis research, the outflow becomes less scary when put into perspective. Over the past quarter of a century, most gains in the S&P came after the average 4-week flow was close to non-existent. When equity funds have been below 0.4 billion in the past, the subsequent annualized average gain on the S&P reached 25%, according to the firm's analysis. That doesn't mean it will happen in the next year, but a further stay below a $500 million threshold does raise the chances of a rally, says the first chief strategist. So here it is. It's saying, I think these are it. 4-week total of equity outflows. And then this is the S&P index. Is this? Yeah. So it's pretty much saying anytime you've gotten 4 weeks below, or you pretty much get no movement, it has led to a bigger stock rally return. This is a hard chart to read. Kodak. Oh, Eastman Kodak. Is this 2018 all over again? We're going to find out very shortly. I think Walmart could be a good earnings play. I wanted some this morning, but it just, you had too much of a run up. Again, those contracts move really, really weird. You know, Walmart's a slow one. It like will pick up out of nowhere. But then if it slows down, then that's it. Fanuc Corp, Keenance, Abbott. I like Abbott and Uber on that list. Spy bullish until Swan return. Until, I mean, it's either going to be until December. We'll see how the deal gets in there, and then don't forget, jobs report may come back to life here. Most people are expecting it's going to be good, but they may get nervous around November once Powell starts hitting the hammer. Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber. Keys or RTX. Keys, I don't know much about. Was it Keysight? Yeah, they're good. I mean, I've heard about them, but don't know much. I like RTX. I mean, I don't think you could go wrong, even though they've been kind of like they're like a second tier Boeing that didn't have to deal with all the other stuff. I mean, Raytheon it's Raytheon. You at least got good name brand, good quality behind that. Agriculture companies are fire, but you know, you will be at mercy to a lot of inflationary and supply chain issues with some stuff, or even like headlines and then the crop reports. But I would rather buy physical agriculture. Like if you could get land, farmland, I'm with that. But you know, Bill Gates bought it all, so you kind of out of luck, man. You kind of out of luck. Navi. Oh, Navient popping. NAVI. There's news in the morning. But nothing coming across right now. Started with a little, but I still reinvested. Started with one, but that shit compounds. We was looking dumb, but we look good now. Woo! Navi, I'm not seeing anything on it. Student loan payments resume January? No! I thought Biden was paying this off. Bruh, how you gonna give me 40% inflation and we still gotta pay student loans? I don't even have student loans. I'm just mad for you. You know that? I only got a student loan. But I'm mad that they didn't add all of that money and y'all still got student loans? Y'all let them lie to you on Facebook for 6 years, sending you Facebook political advertisements that they just whistle blew on to give you free shit. And they said, we're going to give you free college. And y'all walking away with the student loan in January. And all they said is, yo, we'll give you free community college. Oh, come on. Nah, no. We taxing the jets, and I want this. We paying that shit off. There's no way all of that money got approved, and y'all still got loans. That's impossible. That's impossible. There's no way. There's no way. Y'all, bro. Way to be biased. I'm not being. I just want y'all to have no student loans. You think my bias lies and give people free money? You got me fucked up. No. If it was, I would have said my bias is don't give anybody anything, especially because that would destabilize, especially if we have to print it out of nowhere and there's no back end with production or anything else. No. That's where I stand. But I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, listen, okay, we already passed that. Y'all got like how many $1 trillion? That's fine. And the loan is still there? Oh, come on. That's, man, I'd much rather have you have no student loans and then you go and get stream alerts as opposed to now you still got student loans and now your house costs 40% more and now you can't even get bacon. Now avocado and bacon is like $17 on top of everything else. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted y'all to have more money. I know the student loans. Oh, I don't feel me. It costs $0, you prick. It's free. Huh? Come on. But man, that sucks. I wish y'all got I mean, I'm just sad. I really thought there was going to be no student loans. I was like, all right, I like certain things, like some things, even though where I stand with like economics and inflation and economic effects, you know, some stuff I could like, at the very least, I may not support it, but if it happened, I wouldn't be as negative about it, if that makes sense. Like, again, do I think you should just hand out money? No, but if they did pay for, like, you know, it would a lot of people would get helped out with no loans. So, unfortunately, though, that is just not, there's no follow through on that. I think I flipped out of here. Did I? I don't know. I have 17 shares. I made here free. It's at break even, but those are free shares. My opinion on free healthcare. I don't think you need free healthcare. I think you just need to fucking pick apart the medical industry. It's worse than any other industry. When it comes down to agreements and licensing and what drives up all the fees and the prices is that you could pretty much get effective healthcare for a lot less. You don't need to make it free, but you know, a lot of my family has worked in hospitals and like how they're ran is just, you know, it's wild. Healthcare is never free. Someone is paying for it. I agree. Kodak. Oh, it's already 10? Woo! Extension. They said it's going to go through. We haven't got the full update, but they said for the most part it's looking good. Let me see. There's Amazon. Yeah, Walmart. But Walmart I do like for the earnings. It just needs to chill. Skills is popping. Skills a big pop. DraftKings coming down. Decent sized cheek lay right there. Dollar trying. I mean, the bonds are already, even though they bounced back up here, you saw, I mean, the flow's not continuing, but you definitely saw a bond seller today. Dollar's, yeah, dollar's barely moving though, but that's why that move in the bonds is ticking the real yields up. It was getting mentioned from Motley Fool stream. Gym mandates. That'd be so hype. But wasn't that called physical education and we all hated it? Because then I had somebody who didn't go to the gym telling me to fucking run a mile and was timing me. Are you kidding me? It's like 6:30 in the morning. You haven't ran a mile in probably 10 years, Mrs. Johnson, whatever your name is. And then you want to tell me to run a mile and you going to time me? Right. Right. But I feel physical education is good. Just move around. Conagra reports today expected to drop. But again, with Pepsi too, you got to realize Pepsi's earnings, they said supply cost and inflation, but they ran up still. The market was still able to make them run up. Mnuchin on Bloomberg. Munchkin. I don't see him. Looking back, my coaches were actually fit and kind. I was just lazy. You're lucky. I never had one PE teacher where I was like, damn, I want to look like that when I'm older. Nike, pop. Nike. Check news on Nike. There's a lot of, I think today's like the moment where you get like recommendations. Puma execs are launching a recyclable track shoe. That was 4 minutes ago. Former Nike and Puma execs are launching a recyclable track shoe. And now it's a Motley Fool pick, too. There it is. It's popping. Surprising. Well, they already had earnings, right? And the earnings was not good. We played that. W down on the HSBC play. I would decide by Friday. Wait till jobs report, and then let's see what statements come out of China. Either Friday or Monday. Monday might be too late if China does something bad, but just wait. Use China as a guide. But I still like the idea of the play. You just need the clapping. You need the credit event. Please fix your banner. No, I have to keep it like that to make sure you read it. So I know you read it. So I hope you know none of this is a recommendation, option, training, some risk, most financial resolution, financial rise, occasion, no purpose, only think from today. Oh. China opens tonight, or are they already open? We will see. I do recommend you stay for PHILO, though. Oh, PHILO is great, dude. Oh, Airbnb red? Oh, no. Affirm. When is PHILO? It's brewing. It's brewing. What's the PHILO on today? I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I was going to give you one all on the overreaction, but that was a positive message. We're going to talk about that again. But this is a good feel. It's a throwback PHILO, but not a throwback. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Just wait. You'll see. Shop a popper. Shop popper. Everything's popping now. That's it. They're feeding on the blood of the bears. They're feeding on my shop puts. Vertical GRP positive on Shopify despite supply chain issues. That was a couple hours ago. Any other news? Shop, interesting level. No other news on it. I'm not seeing anything. Watch or maybe partnership. I have the wire up, but it's not saying anything. So yeah, Motley full pick. So the last three were all just like random people getting into it. Is Elon really live? No, don't get scammed. You're down bad right now. That's the crypto version of being down bad, where you come across the fake Elon stream and you're like, shit, man. If I just send this billionaire some money through a untrackable, unrefundable exchange, he gonna double it up. It's a fake. I don't know. Again, like you got whistleblowers about Facebook. I don't know how nobody is whistleblowing on the financial crimes that occur between Facebook and YouTube. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah, just don't be down bad. Don't be down. You know, that's it. If you fall for those, you're just down bad. If anybody ever, I'm telling you, don't ever send anybody crypto. Okay? Let me just tell you that right now. Don't ever send anybody crypto for any reason, no matter what. Okay? That's it. Just understand that if you're getting into crypto, whatever. Why do you think I won't even Like, I don't even like to stake it. That's the issue. Again, we're not going to get into that, but the point is, if you are not experienced, but even if you are, for the most part, like, unless you're like a really, like you're really, really into it and know what you're doing, don't ever send crypto. It just, because if you mess up something or if you can't get it back. Okay? I did it with Mr. Hits because I know him and I sent him stuff. I know him. That's fine. Like, it's not, but for the most part, don't fall for, like, if someone's trying to sell you something and you don't have the item yet and they're telling you send crypto, don't do it. If they say send crypto, I'll double it, don't do it. If you have someone saying, yo, I'm going to offer you services, pay me in crypto, don't do it. This Nigerian prince needs my help, though, Josh. What do you mean? He just said he has the inheritance, but it's just tied up right now. So, bro, think about the return on investment. I give him 10,000, I get like 10 million. Come on. Oh, this is
personally, I do worry about inflation. I know this is an area that
this is Steve Mnuchin.
Some of his public comments, I agree completely with.
GBX Pop.
Yeah, exactly. Larry's been on Bloomberg and talked about this repeatedly. What is your view right now on inflation? Is it transitory? Do we have a longer term problem that we're looking at?
Well, there's no question we have inflation today. The Fed models and the Treasury models don't necessarily are able to predict what's going to happen in the future because, again, of the extreme fiscal and monetary response. My concern is that we will have inflation. This inflation will continue. Some of it may be transition, but look at energy prices. I mean, something I never thought we'd see during COVID is you saw negative prices of oil. But now the Biden administration is talking about releasing oil from the strategic reserve. Clearly, we have inflation in energy. The good news is the economy is rebounding very strong. Labor prices are up. So I do worry that this will be ongoing inflation, and we could easily end up with 3.5% 10-year treasuries, which again just increases the cost of the national debt and creates budget issues.
Bro, I miss him. That's all. That's all I got out of that. Because everything else we already expected. But man, I miss him. Bro, I miss him. Like listening to him, and it just had like sound logic. It was just like, I felt like he wasn't like fully bullshitting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he has some self-interest in there, but like, I just, wow. Yeah, they used to pick on him. They hated him. I feel so bad now. I'm just like, oh man. I'm like, isn't that the kid that got bullied in high school? That's crazy. I remember they used to pick on him so much, like Maxine. Oh, all of them. They would go off on him, bro. That's it. But now, look at him now. That's crazy. I heard he started his own investment fund. That's crazy. Oh, man. What a wild time. Maxine don't go off on everybody. Go listen to Maxine talking to Janet. Just go watch Maxine talk to Janet. She's like, oh, thank you for everything you're doing. I let Jane's like, well, I fully support everybody here, and I think we should monitor everybody. Y'all not talking about his corruption. I mean, if, like, pound for pound, I think Yellen is more corrupt. Just without a doubt. Pound for pound. I think they're all, I mean, again, anybody in a lot of these positions, there's always a little bit of a self-interest and corruption embedded, but you don't get old lady, just because Yellen, you just doubt her because why? She looks like your grandma. She just look harmless. Like, you don't, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't see yet. Like, believe me, I was down with Yellen in the first half. Second half, I was like, nah, man, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, first half, I was with her, but second half, not anymore. Mm-hmm. It's the sub her out. Sub her out. Everyone in politics is corrupt or they wouldn't want the job. I agree. And that's why it's just like, or just like even then, most of the people, you have to think about it. It's like, I feel like if you want to get into politics, you have to already be pretty weird. Like, I love politics. Like, I think I would do a great job, but I would never do it. Like, you have to really, like, want to do it, and you have to, like, just, I'm just thinking of all the kids in my political science classes throughout history. But, like, you have to be very, like, dedicated to something in a weird way. So I stay on, you're politically agnostic. It's hard to find people not devoted to one side or the other. You know, and again, I know where I stand with stuff, and that's why, like, even then, I know a lot of stuff, it's just inherent. You know, I like money, and I do a lot of business, so that's why some people might think I align more so with conservative. I think I'm a conservative person by nature, but not in this, you know, the word conservative has been twisted to mean that you support Donald Trump without a doubt, and that you drive a Harley. That's no, like, I'm conservative in the factor of I don't just stake my money. Point, you know what I'm saying? But it's like I'm conservative with stuff, but then also I'm very liberal in a lot of stuff, and I'm willing to, you know, certain changes and all of that. But, you know, the business side brings about a lot of quote unquote conservative ideologies in that sense, but I'm not really, you know, I'm a pretty liberal person when it comes to a lot of things, but then vice versa, you know, some things, like I'm not liberal about fucking mushrooms, you know what I'm saying? I'll probably be liberal about weed. You know, I'm not liberal. I'm liberal. It's like, okay, if you're going to pay something, you know, pay off the student loans, but if you don't have to pay off anything, I wouldn't pay it at all. You know, and then I firmly think McConnell and Schumer are both idiots. So there you go. And then Nancy is my baby mama. I meant my sugar mama. I gotta go. What? And then the best part about, like, if you really understand, like, the political neutrality, you'll see why some of the jokes hit how they do. Because that's it's way, you got to be able to make fun of them at both levels. That's the part I like, honestly. That's why comedy is the real key to all of it. I'm more politically comical, is the way. That's where I lie on it. I can make fun of both of them, all of them. It's a shame. You definitely like to pick on the Democrats. I don't. I believe me. I would never pick on somebody for a title. If I'm gonna pick on somebody, it's probably because we're going and we're talking about something. I will pick on a bad logic. I won't pick on it. I mean, I'll call it out, or if I say something to it, like I said, there's some things I support and I don't, and that's what leads people to believe I fall in a certain category where I'm just saying, again, no Republican, no Democrat, it doesn't fucking matter. If you print this amount of money, there's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be consequences. That's all it comes down to. But I have a lot of, there's a lot of Democrats in here. There's a lot of, like, a lot of y'all will be, you pump Biden, you pump all that, and I'm totally okay with that. I don't think there's, everybody should have freedom. Everybody should be able to say exactly what they want. I've even toned it down a little bit, but, but people do take it to extremes. Again, the same time when I go over some things, people would take it to an extreme, but like you have to understand, don't get fucked up where, with what I have now or what I talk about today. Like, I come from an immigrant household where they didn't speak English, where we grew up with nothing. Like, it was a very, very different environment. So like my family, my whole life was judged. So if you think I'm walking around judging people the way we got judged, you got it twisted. It's never. That's why I'm saying, just because if you are from a certain area, color, background, or you identify with a certain squad, I can't judge you for that. I'm going to judge you, based off of your heart. And honestly, I'm going to try to stop judgment as soon as possible, because who am I to judge? But at the end of the day, when I'm, when I'm commenting, saying stuff back, at the end of the day, it's not based off of, frivolous stuff where it's just like, what is your heart, or what is the logic? And if anything, if I do come at people with stuff, I don't ever want to tear somebody down. I want them to be educated so that they could learn and come to the same conclusion too. Not the same. And even if you come to a different conclusion as me, that is totally okay. But it's not, it's not, I don't really care to go after somebody. I'm smart enough to have dealt with it. I'm smart and stupid enough to have dealt with it, where I know what's the point of coming at somebody for what they believe if they're different than me. I don't want them to change. I'm not trying to make them do this, because at the end of the day, if I try to do that, they have way more time and more passion to attack me and waste my time and make my life miserable, rather than just saying, again, here's free information, here's education. I mean, this is what it comes down to. I don't ever want to attack anybody. I'd rather have people see, again, like, we could point out some of the comedy in what happens in the world. Like, we say this and then this happens. We say we say we want to tax people, and let's go, let's get the money. But then why are we going to go and tax poor people? Why are we going to say we want to help out, people like, how I grew up? Again, my parents, they struggled a lot, and it was so crazy to watch it, to think about if they had to grow up right now, or if they had to raise us right now, and then house prices are shooting up, food prices are shooting up. Like, to give you an idea of my background, my mom had 5 kids. Just think about that. They've done studies on this. With the amount of kids you have, it says a lot about your background. My mom had 5 kids, raising 5 children. So you think, yeah, go give child credits, do stuff like, again, but that's what I'm saying. You got to understand it, but it's not like they would have, I don't know how they even made it back then, honestly, because it was still difficult. But today it would have been awful. And to say like, oh yeah, we're helping them, we're going to help people who need it, and then it doesn't come out like that. There's no politics about it. It's just like, that's just not what happened. It's just, what are the consequences of stuff? And that's where I'm saying education for everybody, that will help. It would do a lot. But never, there's no picking sides. And if you do disagree with me, that is totally okay. That's why everything here is just, peace and love, man. Positive and respectfulness, because that's the thing about economics and money. We could disagree, but we could all make good decisions and be able to still protect ourselves and live life. And, if you are able to learn about finances and manage it and really take care of it, there's a higher chance that you're going to be a productive member of society, both currently and in the future. So that's what all I want. I just want more productive members of society. I missed the super chat. It's better when you can make fun of everyone and point out the silliness of both sides. Conclusion, they all suck. We just want money and love here in the cult. God bless. Amen. Amen. Orn. So I'm thankful I found the call, and I'm thankful I found the call too, because I know a lot of you guys, it's just the environment we live in is so different. where, you know, and the tensions and the stakes get high and people are so quick to judge and go crazy. It's good to be, you know, I'm thankful to be surrounded by people who understand where I'm at, even though sometimes it could sound like this, it could sound like that, you know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, you know, we're in I think everybody vibes in the same way, where we understand, you know, we are all comfortable with having various opinions and even comfortable with being wrong. I mean, I hope you guys could realize that too. Like, you know, our discussion with staking yesterday, and then fast forward today, you know, I'll go research it. I'll go damn educate myself on something. And then, you know, I want to find the truth. I want to find the answer. And that's why it's like people who are, you know, show each other the mercy and flexibility to actually grow. I'm very thankful to be surrounded by that. Are traders more democratic? Well, that's what I'm saying. Whether or not they admit it, you're always going to have a fiscally conservative basis when it comes to investing. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Most people would be on that side. However, like when we did that analysis of the political parties, Wall Street is usually neutral. The best of the best of Wall Street is neutral, because if you understand financial instruments, you could always position yourself. There's always good and bad in everything. There's always good and bad in Democratic policies, always good and bad in Republican policies. Yes, usually socially liberal, fiscally conservative, I would say, defines the stock trader. Chan, welcome, my friend. All right, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high. Chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Screaming Lords Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You're on the right page. Patience pays more than dividends. Much love and respect. Give to your local parks. Ooh, give. Hey, man, do it for the kids, baby. Do it for the kid. Get ready, my friend. Man. Any plays today? Did I make a play? I don't think I did. I was going to... No, I don't think I did. I burned the one I wanted. I wrote out. It's still a good day, though. I mean, a lot of equities bounced back. So a lot of the gains got reversed from the other day. But just riding. And I love the drip. I love the drip. I've not added a Colt sister just yet. We have 2 deposits. Because so she got $400 to use. Oh, man. Y'all feel good? It's a good day. Lemonade pop. But you can't stop. You like this lemonade pop. This must be. Yeah. Why y'all trying to classify the type of things we do? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time for PHILO. So listen, if you just heard that little talk we had there, I encourage you to stick around because it's ironic. You know, I couldn't have planned that with what this PHILO is about. I think it's very important. I mean, I'll tell you some basic concepts. It's love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's part of what we're going to talk about today. So, you know, and I think a lot of everything I said is simply, it just falls into that category. So I hope all of you can have love for each other, show love to everybody here, even people not here, even people who are different than you, you know, like your neighbor. And the question is, who is your neighbor, right? So I would listen to that, or I would listen to this PHILO, but it will be very challenging today if you don't like the PHILO, because I'm going to throw it back to what I used to do, what I did back. We haven't done it in a while, so I think it's very important that we do it today. And it just stuck out to me. And I want to read you what I read yesterday. I want to read you what I read in the Bible because it explains it. And I have a couple of key points with it, you know. And I would like to, and it really elaborates off of the other PHILO. Honestly, I see it as an answered prayer in a weird way, because it relates to that PHILO I told you at the beginning of the week where I said, you know, belief is enough, right? You remember that? So it does even touch on some of these points. So I hope you really can stick around and get something out of it. And even then, regardless, again, of what you believe or what you think it sounds like, I encourage you to keep an open mind because as a lot of people who listen to PHILO could tell you, there's a way to benefit off of this, even if you don't really see it in the same Sky Daddy context. You know, wisdom is wisdom, you know, and that's one of the best things. You know, I think God is a respecter of principles, not people. So if you respect certain principles, you could live even without God. I know you usually don't hear people say that, but the principles get respected. So I don't choose to live like that, but, you know, just keep that in mind. So here's the verse. This is what I read yesterday. I read Luke 10, and this is about seven. Let me read it. I'll just read it to you. Ready? So after the Lord appointed 72 others and sent them 2 by 2 ahead of him to every town and place where he was about to go, he told them, "The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest field. Go, I am sending you out like lambs among wolves. Do not take a purse or a bag or sandals, and do not greet anybody on the road. When you enter a house, first say, 'Peace to this house.' If somebody who promotes peace is there, your peace will rest on them. If not, it will return to you." Ha ha! I have to stop there. Does that sound familiar? Because I like that. I think that sounds very culty. You know? Wherever you go. And it says, don't even worry about what you need. Again, this is why I like this verse so much, because y'all know how I feel about harvest is plenty and the workers is few, right? That's one of my favorites. We have a whole PHILO on that, but that's not what this is about. But even then, in that same, this is why I like it, because I'm like, that same thing I like, this is the whole verse to it. But it even says, this is what I'm saying, man. Love your neighbor, show love with everything. It's very simple, right? Wherever you go somewhere new, or you go to somebody's house, you come in here, you say peace to this house. If somebody promotes peace, your peace will rest on them. If not, it comes back to you. Isn't that funny? But it does give you a little bit of a breakdown. Maybe some of you ever wondered why we promote peace so much. Keep it positive, respectful. Huh? So, stay there eating and drinking whatever they give you, for workers deserve his wages. Do not move around from house to house. Kind of sounds like trading. When you enter a town and are welcome, eat what is offered, heal the sick, and tell them the kingdom of God has come near to you. But when you enter a town and are not welcome, go into the streets and say, even the dust of your town will wipe from our feet as a warning to you. Yet be sure of this, the kingdom of God has come near. I tell you, it will be more bearable on that day for Sodom than for that town. Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the miracles that were performed in you had been performed in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago, sitting in the sackcloth and ashes. But it'll be more bearable for Tyre and Sidon in judgment than for you. Capernaum will be lifted to the heavens. No, you'll go down to Hades. Whoever listens to you listens to me. Whoever rejects you rejects me. But whoever rejects me, they reject him who sent me. The 72 returned for joy, and they said, Lord, even the demons submit to us in your name. He replied, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I've given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. However, do not rejoice that the spirits submit to you, but rejoice that your names are written in heaven. So one, can I just, again, a lot of this is the words of Jesus in red. And then the second part is this is in writing. Do y'all hear that level of authority? I just need, this is just a quick reminder, honestly. So some of you may believe in God, some of you don't. But this is why I told you why my belief, it does give me a little bit of an advantage. Did you hear that authority, though, of what it's telling you? And if you believe the same, again, he says, if you accept this, you accept me, right? Think about it. So everybody has access to this. He's saying, you'll trample on stuff. The power of the enemy, you can overcome it. He said, nothing will harm you. This is why they say the word is the sword, because that's in writing. Don't forget that, okay? That's big. But the part I like about this, and this is where some of the PHILO is, man. You know, this is this is part of the PHILO that really stuck out to me. Because he was like, man, if some of these places saw the miracles that you saw, they would have changed how they were acting. Oh, come on. You know, I could say that to a lot of people, and I think we've experienced it at many levels. God is very fair. Have you ever seen that before? Right? Where it's like you saw something and like it was such a miracle to you. It changed how everything reacted. But then sometimes you've seen something and it's like, wow, that was so miraculous. That should have shifted your life 180. But you didn't do anything. Or maybe the same thing, right? You saw your life change, but your friend didn't. The same miracle both of you witnessed changed one life and not the other. Isn't that wild? I think it is. And I think and then he goes on and what it talks about. Because then they go back and they're like, God, bro, they say even the demons, they submit to us. You know what that's like? That's experiencing a miracle. You ever had that where sometimes you do something and like you feel God or you feel like you just feel that power where it's like, whoa, I did that. Like you feel like you slayed a demon low key. Something mystical. You met, whether it was a big trade, a company, I don't know what situation you were in. Somebody has to feel me on that. And you're like, yeah. That's what happened to them. They realized the power. But then what did he tell them? He told them something very simple. And this is where this really stuck out to me. So DNA. Yeah, DNA popping. What he said, don't rejoice that the spirits submit to you. He said, rejoice that your name is written in heaven. That hit me different yesterday. Because that changed how I experienced my miracles. Because I've done stuff that's miraculous and I felt the power. I was like, wow, I could do this, I could do that. I could see this happening. And it makes you feel some type of way. But the message I got from it is very simple. When good things start happening and when these miracles do start happening, these are all just little signs of proof of where you're going. Oh, y'all don't feel me. It's literally literal signs of proof where it's saying you shouldn't be thankful of what you did. You should be thankful that what you did shows really where you are at on a deeper level. That you are that there is God in there. Yeah, it's cool what you did, But it's even cooler that that means you're actually one step closer to God. Oh, y'all don't feel, I'm telling you, that hit me. That hit me. Because that's what I started literally. I'll thank God now. After yesterday, I spent a long time praying, just thanking for having my name in heaven. Because when I look at what I've done and I could see these things and I could look at miraculous stuff and I'm like, wow. But then I'm like, wait, that's just showing me my name's up there. Whew. Woo. So that got me really, really, really hyped. So let me show you the next part. What did he say? At that time, Jesus, full of joy through the Holy Spirit, said, I praise you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because you have hidden these things from the wise and the learned and revealed them to little children. Yes, Father, this is what you were pleased to do. All things have been committed to me by my Father. No one knows who the Son is except the Father, and no one knows who the Father is except the Son, and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Then he turned to the disciples and said to them privately, Blessed are the eyes that see what you see. For I tell you that many prophets and kings wanted to see what you see, but did not see it, and to hear what you hear, but did not hear it. Oh, come on. Woo! That one, I don't know. That I hope that felt like it was talking to you. I could feel that. And then after hearing that, I'm going to thank my name is in heaven. Because that's breaking it down. It's literally, think about the whole context. There's other people besides the disciples. And he said, here, you're going to go do this. If you believe you have the power to do this, nothing's going to stop you. And yes, the world and a lot of people, you think the smart people, you think the kings, you think all the leaders, y'all get all caught up in people's power nowadays. You're like, these people control this and that. No, they won't see what you see. Do you believe that or no? I do. I hope you do. It don't matter. You will see something that somebody in the government will not. You will see something that Bill Gates will not see. I hope y'all can feel it. So then it keeps going. Now, this is the next part, honestly. I don't know how some of you feel right now. I really don't. I don't know where you stand, but this is the big key. And when I look back at this verse right here and how it's changed my life and even how it relates to what I've already told you about being enough, just listen. Listen to the concept. The parable of the Good Samaritan. On occasion, an expert in law stood up to test Jesus. He said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? This is all in writing right now. He replied, how do you read it? He answered, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your strength and all your mind. And love your neighbor as you love yourself. Jesus answered, you have answered correctly. Do this and you will live. But he wanted to justify himself, so he asked Jesus, and who is my neighbor? So I'm going to stop there because that's crazy. I don't think y'all realize how chill Jesus really was. I feel like this is just like all of us. Imagine you had the opportunity to talk to God and you're like, yo, what do I do if I want to mission accomplished? Tell me what I need to do. And he's like, what do you think it is? And then you give him the answer. And then he says, yeah, you're right. Do that and you'll live. Do you realize the conversation could have stopped there? Oh, come on. That could have been the end of it. If he actually believed that and was like, oh, wow, it's that simple. That's all there is. That's all there is. You're enough. Remember, just believing is enough, right? That's how it ended. But it didn't end because just like us humans, what does he do? He wanted to justify himself. He was like, wait, explain that. Bro, that's like imagine you met God and you were like, God, how do I make sure I'm going to become a billionaire? And God says, what do you think? And you're like, if I buy cryptocurrency. And then he said, yeah, you answered correctly. Do that and you'll get rich. You see, there's two things you could do there. You could either take the answer and say, oh, shit, I will buy every cryptocurrency and call it a day. But come on, we're humans. How many of you be like, God, what crypto? Wait, what do you mean? Define crypto. You be like, wait, God, define cryptocurrency now. You just told me the answer, but wait, hold on. Define it for me, please. Isn't that funny? So in reply, Jesus said, a man was going from Jerusalem to Jericho. He was attacked by robbers. They stripped him of his clothes, beat him, and went away, leaving him half dead. A priest happened to be going down the same road, and when he saw the man, he passed by on the other side. So too, a Levite, when he came to the place and saw him, passed by on the other side. But a Samaritan, as he traveled, came where the man was, and when he saw him, he took pity on him. He went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring oil and wine. Then he put the man on his own donkey, brought him to an inn, and took care of him. The next day he took out 2 denarii and gave them to the innkeeper. Look after him, he said, and when I return, I'll reimburse you for any extra expenses you have. Which of these 3 do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of robbers? The expert of law replied, the one who had mercy on him. Jesus said, go and do likewise. Damn. Yeah, the Samaritans were looked down as bad people. That was the least one to expect it. The church guy didn't help him. The upstanding citizen didn't help him. The unlikely. But do you see what it's saying? That was the answer. He said, how do I live life? You got this whole book. It seems so complicated. He said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. He said, that's it. He said, go do that. Love God and love your neighbor. That's it. It's over. But he said, what is it? So what's your neighbor? That's why it's funny what we were just talking about. Because it's saying out of all of those, who's your neighbor? Is it somebody who's like you? Is it somebody who's supposed to help? No, it's everybody. It's the person, just anybody there who sees a human like a human and goes to help them. Regardless of if it's looked down upon or not. Honestly, I've had people look down upon me and I end up helping them. It's interesting. But do you get the point? I love this whole story. It has so much in it. And not to mention, it starts off with one of our favorites. The harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. That's the same chapter. That's how it starts. So what does it boil down to? And that's why I said with what that PHILO the other day, you're enough. Being enough, believing is enough. This one is very simple. So y'all want to get alignment, y'all want to do this. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you have an ability, if you see somebody on the road and they need help, you help them. That's in an extreme scenario, but it's just very simple. Because you could tell, like you would have thought the priest would have helped. You would have thought an upstanding citizen would have helped. You would have thought people would have saw somebody, but they don't. That's your simple job. It's pretty crazy. That's the simple job. And imagine the authority that comes with it. Remember everything that led up into it all. Yeah, you'll see miracles and all of that. But hopefully, you're thankful your name is in heaven. If that's the case, you should love every single person here. But the point I'm really trying to say is that it's simple. Like I'm telling you, it's simple. That conversation could have ended. He just said, what do I do? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Great. If you want to elaborate on it, it goes into detail to show you. Neighbor is anybody. Anybody in need. Anybody like you or unlike you. And that's what it comes down to. That's a simple parable and command. After he tells them, you're going to go do this, you're going to do that. Just make sure you don't get too egotistical. And make sure you can recognize what's happening when you do stuff. And above all else, he answered with 2 words. He said, yeah, go and do that. You're right. You're correct. So I think it's pretty exciting. For me, it is. I like the authority. I like the confirmation and realization that some of the stuff we're going through, It's not about what's going on as much as it is what it means. It means something bigger. I think our names are written somewhere. Then on top of it, that everything we're going after, if we're trying to pursue to be a better person, you're trying to pursue doing better, doing good. We could look at it two ways. We could get really complex and trying to justify ourselves and try to figure it out and this and that. Well, I don't like this person. I don't like that, but I like this. I don't really do that. But at the end of the day, it's very simple. It could be very simple. Just love your neighbor as you love yourself. And that right there encompasses all of it. So it's not difficult. Easier said than done. But I think it's exciting because it simplifies a lot of things. And like we said the other day, believing is enough. So if you really believe, I hope you can show love. And that's why, regardless of where you're at on this, keep things simple. Show some love out there. You know, don't get too hyped on yourself. You're not too good to help somebody. If things are good happening, you should maybe take the time to recognize where some of that's coming from. So, I love it though. This one really spoke to me, and I hope it helped you guys in some way. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Let's see. All right. Whoa, what just happened to my... There it is. Okay, here you go. 2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your West a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. I guess the harvest plenty, but the workers always few. Oh, hey man. Uncle Answers, baby, all platforms, and now we're back. 2 hours left in the market. I hope you're feeling it. You didn't feel it. Oh, amen. Yo, he says, sounds like socialism. That's a good one. You get it? See, that's a good one. You get it? The harvest plenty and the workers always. That's good. That's an interest. That's a good one. I've never heard that. I've said that phrase many, many times, and I've heard that phrase many, many times, but nobody has ever. No one's ever said that related to socialism. We didn't give back. No. We gapped. We're selling off pretty rapid here. I mean, check for any debt ceiling headlines right here. Again, the bonds are already at the low. If anything, this would be reversing the correlation, and then SPY catches up to bonds, which would look really, really ugly. But right now, they're opposite. Otherwise, if we are going to drop here, it has to be a debt ceiling headline or something. So keep your eye out for that. But I wouldn't panic at all. Again, we are, even though lately we have had some bigger sell-offs here, but you still have 2 hours. But a lot of today's move came from a gap up. So it's not like this is kind of intraday, but it is to VWAP. We'll see, but there's still a decent amount of time. The CDs plummeted. So the credit default swaps, I mean, we could double check now. I hope you guys just have, they came back up. No. You have to just remember this number because, again, it updates at close, and then throughout the day, you can monitor the spread, but it really doesn't change too much. So that's why, like, sometimes the number changes, but for the most part, the credit default swaps have dropped dramatically. They're still elevated on the month, but they're still, they've came down from what we saw yesterday and at the peak of the debt ceiling fears. Essentially, yesterday and Monday was peak debt ceiling fears, assuming that the situation doesn't drag on from here and assuming that December isn't worse. But there's a lot of assumptions in play today until we find, we need that deal hammered down. But then, depending on how that plays out, it'll say some things. But yeah, even then, I don't even think we went over a market wrap, but I do think today is pretty simple. Equities rose Thursday, bolstered by progress on U.S. debt ceiling talks and easing concerns about Europe's energy crunch. S&P climbed as much as 1.5%, putting the benchmark index on track for its best 3-day advance since April. The gains were led by the markets, or by materials and consumer discretionary sectors, while big tech stocks, including Apple and Facebook, rose. We had a 24-hour stretch where we pulled back from a few of the key risk drivers that have been concerning markets, said Giorgio Caputo, senior manager at J.O. Hambra Capital. Markets have been buffeted in the past few months by worries about an energy crisis, elevated inflation, reducing stimulus, and slower growth. However, the prospect of short-term U.S. debt limit extension is easing concerns over political bickering. Natural gas prices were also lower after signals Russia may increase supplies to Europe. The volatility we're seeing in the markets here this week, where we go up one day, down the next, is really a reflection of the news cycle and the different news that we've been receiving, says Chris Gaffney, president of World Markets TIAA Bank. Up next, all eyes will be on Friday's U.S. non-farm payrolls, which will shed light on the Federal Reserve's timeline to cut bond purchases. There's growing optimism the report will show the kind of decent jobs growth Fed Powell wants. U.S. initial jobless claims fell today more than expected, and ADP employment figures beat expectations for September's. Both really reflect the job market is strengthening and that people are getting back to work, Gaffney said in the latest employment data. That certainly bodes well for the markets going forward, and that more people are working, the more spending can occur as people get back to work. Oil reversed losses. Energy Department said it has no plans to tap oil reserves. The yield of the U.S. Treasury note gained. The dollar was slightly weaker. That is today. How do I sell naked calls? Like what platform? Any platform. You just go to the option and sell it. So what platform are you on? That's a better question. Look how much the volcano expanded the island. What do you mean? This is new land? Yo, they got a new land drop? Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that is actually wild. Like that was the old edge. Oh my God, that's crazy, bro. They got a new land drop. That's hype. Dude, what? Like, are they gonna build on that? Wait, like, can you build on volcano? No, but like, how? Like, no, look at this. You don't see this? Bro, that's a whole city. That's like a whole downtown metropolitan area. Can't build, yeah, but I'm saying like in the future, Hawaii's all volcano. But like, where's the original volcano? Airbnb, bro. Oh, bro, that would be hype. They'd be like, new, flexible searches, get an island, and now you could stay on a volcano. We're so excited to announce this. We got a lot of big plans this week. Now, maybe you don't know which weekend you want to go to the volcano. Maybe you've never been to a volcano, but now you can. Airbnb, taking over the world. One short-term stay at a time. New flexible land. That's crazy. That's a little fun development in news, but honestly, probably not that fun. Kind of a tragedy, I think, because people had to leave and all that. I don't think, did anybody die because of that? I hope not. New volcano filters. Do you want to stay on an active one, a post-volcano, pre-volcano, or maybe a yurt that's shaped like a volcano? Yeah, bro, I've never dealt with a volcano in my life. That's something that I think most people never will. That's crazy. Now I'm really thinking about it. I'm like, man, volcanoes. I'm just worried that Cali is gonna fall off the map. But other than that, that's it. There's Nike. Airbnb came down again. Uber and Walmart I like today, but they're up. Uber's coming down. Macy's got clapped. Is Viacom still holding 3? Yeah, 2.7. Is that 2.7 or 3.7? 2.7. General Motors. Wrong. Do I like Lemonade? Bro, the stock, I mean, it's done good, and I've heard a lot about it, but at first I didn't even know what they did. So I'd like it. It's kind of like is Lemonade the insurance, or is it like a lending tree? I know it's either insurance or lending or finance, but I thought they were food. The first time I thought they were lemonade restaurants. Insurance? Yeah, but they've done pretty good, and I think even their initial earnings. Heard a lot about them. They got a lot of hype. It's at IPO level. I mean, if there's ever a time to invest, I mean, you had a year to let them IPO. You see them now. You see this one. I would just go look at their report, quite frankly. But I've never used them, and again, I was a little confused when they first came out, but I've never bought anything on it. Fall into close, or are people happy? I think we'll probably dance around VWAP, give or take, unless maybe I say either VWAP or higher, low key. I've heard Uncle Answer's Lemonade. That one is fully invested. And then, man, I wish Abbeville came down today to like $2. No, I'm just kidding. Resident Evil dropped a new trailer. That game used to scare the shit out of me. I was always like too scared to play it, to be honest with you. What insurance stocks do I like? BRKB. Just get Berkshire at that point. I know. I think I think State Farm, or like, is it S something? It's like SBI or one of them. But I'm actually not invested in any insurance companies. Berkshire is probably, again, they have Geico. What are the dividends above 2%? I feel like these all pay low now. Yeah, 2.5 on Allstate. PGR 0.4. Yeah, that's why it's usually, these were the investments you wanted way, way back in the day. These are the ones that really compounded, where the dividends were a lot higher. You can't go through everything. The everything rally. If something were to happen to Warren Buffett, what would happen to this Berkshire stock? That is the age-old debate. Even Warren has commented on it many times. He has a replacement in place, and he pretty much said the company is already designed to operate as if he wasn't there. So He said nothing would really change. It would be the same, but this has been the that's been a question asked millions of times over the years. Probably the biggest risk for the stock because people talk about it, but you just never know until it happens. Schumer said that Democrats are completely behind the short-term deal. So you're getting a little bit more confirmation here on the debt ceiling extension. So it seems chill. I don't know. We've gotten a lot of confirmation today. I don't know if they can mess this up. I feel like they can, but I don't know. Seems pretty healthy for an old guy. Doesn't he drink a cherry Coke every morning? He eats an Egg McMuffin and a cherry Coke every morning. I don't know if since COVID or whatnot, but I know he does something. Let's retract that health statement. I mean, I guess fast food has gotten healthier in the last 10 years. Maybe that's a positive. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's thriving off of Mickey D's. TLT hitting another low. Oh my goodness. See, that's the best. The thing I like about TBT is that at least it doesn't trade as wonky as a UVXY. But this is big. Bro, this is just more TLT snitching. I mean, it's honestly, it's good if we get a divergence. If we get one more positive day and then TLT really just keeps continuing this trend, I mean, it'll be pretty easy to make a play, I think. Yeah, up until when? Like mid-March? I mean, the market still did good, realistically speaking. So it's not like you may not even you'll get more volatility, but I don't think the rates would kill the market, actually. But you're just going to get, I mean, because look at what happened last time, the beginning of this year. Remember, the rates were pretty surprising, but we had some just weird volatility shocks, but it wasn't like, this one's going to be interesting. Crazy how much slower things go in real life than you expect. Everything's in slow motion. Well, yeah, even like, think about the profitability of companies. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you realize how, like, it is literally just torture being a stock person? Like, I hope you guys realize that. Like, we're sitting here every day talking about what we think companies are going to do 10 years from now. But you're talking about it every day. So just think, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine that. That's torture. You're like, oh, yeah, it's going to happen in 5 years. Like, you need to let 5 years of that have to go by. Like, so that's where it's like, wow, like it's a big ship, but it moves very, very slow. So, yeah, welcome. Okay. Let's see. Valuation sets FANG stocks to outperform. There are plenty of reasons to cite the recent sell-off in FANG stocks. But valuation isn't one of them. In fact, more attractive valuations and improving earnings outlook set the stage for mega tech to outperform this month. The New York stock FANG Index 12-month forward PE this week hit the lowest since April 20 and is below the 30-day average in data going back to 2018. The mega cap gauge PE premium to S&P is the narrowest since 2018, with valuation pressure by Chinese stocks. but FANG-related stocks look particularly appealing heading into the third quarter earnings season. The FANG stock's 12-month EPS has risen 5% since September, compared to the NDXE's 2.5 and equal weight S&P 3.6. Amazon has seen third quarter expectations cut. Google, Apple, and Microsoft are basically unchanged. According to Nicholas Colas, founder of DataTrek, big tech estimates are lower than what these companies reported in second quarter 2021, which is probably too pessimistic. DataTrek wrote today in a note, some big beats could put megatech in the driver's seat, provided results don't come with big inflation profit warnings. So that's pretty interesting. So pretty much tech is underperforming since last quarter. So all your big cap, mega cap stocks are below. Their estimates are lower than last quarter. So people are saying that that might be the big earnings driver, assuming that any inflation guidance doesn't clap anybody. CMG may be good. People going out more. Bro, I'm telling you, I fell in love with Chipotle recently. Them tacos. Woo! I don't listen. This is not even a sponsored post. I don't even get. They should pay me to talk about this at this point. But man, I'm telling you, the tacos. You get the brisket. Oh yeah, get the brisket or the steak taco. Okay, nothing on it except for guacamole, cheese, and then the queso. That's it. I'm telling you, flour tortilla. That's it. And just go watch. Change your life. Just watch. I'm telling you. Hits. $13 though. Expensive as hell for 3 tacos. I think $13. I was just telling you, try it. That's what I get. I get the smoked brisket, nothing on it, the tacos, flour tortilla, guac, queso, and cheese. That's it. That's it. The same price everywhere. Hashtag inflation. I'm telling you, that right there, I've been loving that. I've gotten it multiple times. It was like I was like, all right, and I'm not a Chipotle fan. That's not vegan. I ain't vegan. When did I become a vegan? What the fuck? Hold on. If they ain't pay them student loans, yeah, I'm not. Where did I become a vegan? Huh? Nah, that Chipotle, man. The Bible says, he said, I put them on the earth, the critters and the animals, for you to eat them. No, he actually never said to eat them, for you to enjoy them. He said eat the plants, believe it or not. So I wish I could go vegan. That shit is hard, bro. That shit is hard. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. Ice 3. Virtue. Robinhood did good. Oh, no. Virtue's down. We getting Roku. I haven't looked at Roku in a while. I've heard people bring it up. I know it's been doing good, but I haven't. I feel like it hasn't been getting the same steam. Again, Kathy sold out. And then that earnings. I think the earnings, this will be an earnings company. I mean, you've given up a lot of gains. I think their last guidance was bad too. This one could be an earnings surpriser. Again, that note I just read, there seems to be, this earnings season will be pretty tricky, assuming nothing develops. But I don't now, if they do sign this extension, it's going to be all about earnings, inflation, and Powell tapering, all of that shit. But I think we just need to wait till these earnings come out. But some companies are more poised to be surprisers than not. And I think like Roku, that's probably going to move big this earnings. And, you see they're at that key low of the year. They're actually even at the low point of the year. Their guidance was bad last quarter. If the markets chill, I think whichever way they report, and then their guidance for inflation, this could move another 10% probably. So I don't know yet, but I would look into that. When do they report? The 4th. All right, we got time. Anything November, you got a little bit of time because it's going to go bank stocks, Netflix, and then a couple of random consumer stocks, and then big tech starts to report, and then by that point that'll be end of October, early November. pretty much November is going to follow like Amazon and Facebook and all of the big tech ones. So just be mindful of where things are at in the schedule. That's what I was saying about Airbnb, because like I like Airbnb as a reopening trade, but they're going to report in November like 17th. And then I think like Uber, I like them for the reopen trade, but notice they've had the run up, but I'm pretty sure their earnings is earlier. Yeah, November 4th, 2 weeks earlier, but still in that later end of the cycle or right after Amazon. Amazon is the 27th, I think, or something like that. Or are they in November? I could be 1 week off. No, yeah, they're October 28th. AMC drop. Back to 47 on the long term. He's working for us. Colt Sister back to 5%. UWMC gave us the drip, but he attacked us. 10% and then 14, 15. We should have put some of those dollars to work, but we still got time. Of DraftKings. I like it, but I mean, I think we're up on it a pretty decent amount. Where is a DraftKings? 7%. Actually, I'd be down to buy some more. That's actually not too bad. I'd want to build, but then I have leaps on this one as well. I like DraftKings a lot. I've been giving them my money too with this NFL season. I made $30 last week, but I spent $100. But you know what I'm saying? So like I like them. Invest in draft. I do. I mean, it's fun. I like it. I like DraftKings. But they have dropped a lot. I think they're actually at a pretty decent level. I don't know if they're like both tech and reopening trade. It's hard to say, but they have less reopening vibes in a weird way. So it's like that's why I think they're holding up, and I like them. But that's the thing that I'm on. I think they have competition, but again, what's the reason why we bet on DraftKings? A big portion of why I think they're going to be around. Diz for reopening, that could be fire. I think any reopening trades are going to have I think they're going to be a subtle sleeper with some power. Disney, didn't they drop though? Wasn't this a profit warning? No, it wasn't even first to market, but it's everywhere. Remember, like that's the part we didn't like. They spend a lot of money on getting their name out there, but you have to think about it. For the last 3 years, or maybe 2 years, you've seen a DraftKings logo on every single sporting event. Literally, from every big fight to football, NFL, basketball. They're even on the commercials. So, and remember, didn't they do the deal with ESPN? Like, so it's like they have a lot of competition, but they are always going to get the new people if you think about it. When people are like, okay, yeah, like the minute, sadly, I hate to break it to you, once your kids are like, your kids are going to sports bet, sadly. Again, it's watch them. Make sure you watch their behavior. But like when the young generation starts getting into it, or anybody who's never bet sports before is like, hey, I want to try it, they're probably going to run into DraftKings at one point. And then they have the like game feature You know, it's like it's a little different than sports betting. You could win a lot more money with a lot less investment, and it's just like it's different. America has 32 days of diesel supplies. Where'd you get that? I thought we got mad oil, son. U.S. diesel supply. Like, don't we have a lot of oil? Oh, you are correct. There are currently just over 31 days worth of supply of diesel in the United States, according to the Energy Information Administration. You even have a pretty picture. So here's our average diesel supplies coming in here. You're about 20% lower than average. They even got an Ikamocho cloud for damn diesel supplies. The low. Which one's the white line? Where was it in January? Yeah, we had a lot more last winter. That's a really big difference, actually. Because I'm thinking, like, I was thinking about the Texas thing. Because look at October, November last year. Look at the average range. Like, we were fine. And then even this spike, this was the whole Texas situation. Because there was a lockdown. Yeah, but even the average, I mean, there's a top and bottom end of that. But yeah, there was a lot less demand. That is true. Let's see. I got a comment on Let's Go Brandon. I get it now. I just haven't gotten it. I didn't get it until I thought about it this morning. When I asked the first time, I was like, "Oh, the NASCAR thing." With the reporter, I was slow on that one, to be honest with you. I knew you did. I was clueless. I was literally clueless until like halfway through this morning. Spies below the VWAP, but take note, TLT is subtly dropping right here, and we need to see. All right. What'd I pay for those? Damn. Tesla's popping. Yo, Tesla. Check news on Tesla. GM and GE are working to build EV magnets. Tesla beware. That was 10 minutes ago. But they're popping. Yo, Tesla's like, bro, Tesla's like popping. Ah! Is it the diesel news? I mean, the diesel news has been out. That was like, it's just old. The diesel news is actually old. Tesla. Oh, wait, they do have their conference call thing today. There could be a lot about that. I forgot. Remember, they have this shareholder meeting today. So you're definitely going to get some movements, but I don't think it started just yet. General Motors will collaborate on producing materials for magnets needed to produce the electric motors. So why is that good for Tesla, though? Because I have that news here. Like I said, GM and they build EV magnets, but it says Tesla beware. Elon's not live. That's fake. Elon is never live on a crypto thing. It just came out, but yeah, that's weird. Is it Tesla Solar? I don't know. Check news. No idea why. Bro, no, that's something. It could be the shareholder meeting hype, but that's dope. We haven't seen Tesla move like this in a while, I feel like. It's been like with that like a random news pop, not like the morning. This is just like a random pop, high volume, middle of the day out of nowhere. It's a pretty decent one. Shareholder meeting news hub. Well, they're running. I have no idea what it is. Stockland and Natural Solar tie up to expand Tesla battery plant. You could do GM looks to double its annual revenue, push more like Tesla. Anything you can do, GM could do better. That is crazy. No, I'm still not seeing anything that. I think it might just be more related to the shareholder meeting, or was that battery plant stuff? Is that new? Tesla. SPY's coming down though, so now we're about to enter that first pop that we had on the day. We're below VWAP. Watch it come down. I mean, we still have an hour and a half, so there's still a lot of room to kind of close around here, but just be on the lookout. I mean, maybe not getting the deal yet. I don't know. Mm. 20, yeah, everything's still doing good. Still a big majority leading. They pushed the vote? No. They said there was a Schumer statement. He said it was looking good. But if they do delay it again, that probably wouldn't be too good. We'll see. Snapchat measures against illegal drug sales on its platform. Damn it, Snapchat. I told you that was like a fringe benefit that they got, but damn. Boyle and UNG on the high. EB on the high. Tesla's still going. We don't know what it is. I guess they're just call sweeps. Smike says 100 mil in the weekly 680, 700 calls in the past hour were purchased. Eventbrite's popping too. Pretty decent. Danbury as well. Oh, Silvergate, the crypto. I want this one. And Facebook? Facebook and Silvergate. Wait, check. I feel like there would be some crypto news. $12.34. Facebook launches mental health resources across apps. Facebook did not pay fine voluntarily. This is old. 10 million metaverse prize. No. Something. Silvergate and Facebook are dropping right now. Myanmar is Cali? No, Myanmar is like, like fucking the movie with all the zoo animals. No, that's Madagascar. I don't know where Myanmar is not coming off top. I know it's not in California. I think that was a good Madagascar joke, I might add. SPY fall. It's barely fallen. I mean, below VWAP. The above VWAP move, this is pretty decent, but I mean, that's actually almost like 2 points, but you were still up 1%, and then NASDAQ still 1%, 1.3. Miramar is California. Yeah, that's San Diego. I saw a headline that said Facebook. It said Apple is a bigger worry for the stock than the whistleblower. Capital One has a specified date for reopening. Capital One announces office reopening. The SEC approved the closest thing to a U.S. Bitcoin ETF you could buy. They have approved an ETF that tracks stocks with significant exposure to Bitcoin. My precious shibs are bleeding. It's okay, man. Don't worry. I don't know if the hype died or not. I don't know if, again, it's a cold world out there in the meme stock land. Just welcome to the... Oh, wow. I see your profile. I always wondered what your profile picture was. I remember seeing that. Now I see it. It's a bird. Welcome, my friend. Very beautiful color for bed. I just bought 10K of Sheeb. How many did you get? Like, how many? Can I have some? Will you give me some? Can I have it, please? Can I have it? 400 million? Dang. So you're going to be like half a billionaire if it hits. SPY's coming down here. Watch out, because TLT is too. I mean, TLT is outpacing by a lot, but now it's getting a little aggressive. We're breaking it. Again, we opened here and still had about 1/8% or 0.8 to go. So you still have a lot of room, but it is kind of picking up here. Says FSD rolls out Friday. 1,000 owners with perfect 100 out of 100 safety scores. Full FSD. Tesla's coming down. SPY's coming down now too here. Again, I don't know what happened with Silvergate and Facebook. Facebook bounced a little bit. SPY 50 mil on the day. He's very, very low. It kind of reminds me of this day right here. We might get like a 2-day hangover, and then back to October 2018. Tesla holding. Tesla now coming back there. So SPY's still moving. Just watch out for these levels, because the question is, I mean, how big of a? I don't think it'll drop below the open. Again, I think the VWAP was pretty strong today. However, the volume is pretty low. Yo, Surge. I used to drink Surge, man. We used to love it. And the RC Cola, man. Surge. Surge is good. Surge and Cactus Cooler. You remember Cactus Cooler? CEI, we said just a free share strategy with that one. Just go small. I would go with shares. I don't think there's options, but small amount. It's a high play. I don't really have any like high hopes for it. I'm not in it. But it doesn't mean you can't play it with something small and be able to ride it out. But, you know, be careful. I don't know where to find the Cactus Cooler. Long saddle straddle to buy it. No, I mean, again, the volatility is going to be weird. I think maybe even selling it might be a better bet. It depends how far the range is, but we just got to be careful for a repeat of this with any premium. I mean, if we get a good trend up, you know, buying that, then it'll work. But if a straddle would work playing both ways, but if we go up a little higher, just like here, then we spend a couple days and then come back down, buy side on calls and puts will get clapped. Does Uncle make his own beats, or does he rip beats from other artists? Most of them he finds beats made by other producers. He doesn't make his own beats, but the no stop loss was purposely remixes of there were remixes of popular rap songs. Like, have you ever heard of Lil Wayne's No Ceilings? He calls it No Ceilings, and he goes and he remixes all the like popular tracks of that year. And you call it No Ceilings. So you have no stop loss. I don't know if they got that one. And the F is for the fiscal. What? I did not put 2 and 2 to gas. That one, it has 2 meanings. You see, it's good. It's good. Tana Ben Nigel, I'm going to tell you, that's a diss now. Yes, Uncle's Ambition is a remix of the remix of the remix. The original. It's lit. get real big. Do you ever scalp options or day trade? I would do like trades. I even did like penny stocks. Like I've been in the stock market for a long time, so it took me I tried out the long term like stupidly when I was younger, but then after years, and then I just always kept some of it, and I put two and two together. I had experience, success, failure. I did scalping, trading. I didn't really scalp options too much, but I would trade them too a lot more. Again, really like in the market in 2015, I traded a bunch of options, like even 2016, but like 2015 was like a very, very good year for options because it was so cheap. Nobody did it. There was literally probably 80% less people in the options market. So it was like, it was cheap. Like you were able to get like everything was very, very cheap at that time. It was a golden era, I would say. Now the spreads were kind of wide, but it was just like everything was dirt cheap. You just had no demand premium. Like people didn't buy options just to buy options. Like it was a very small market when you really think about it. Even options is relatively new. Like even like options is less than like 30, 40 years old as far as like being traded. I think maybe even like in really the 80s. So there was trading costs, but like I was getting Amazon leaps for a couple $100, not even. Like I was buying Netflix leaps for $25, 25 cents on the option chain. Imagine if you could get a Netflix option for a year and a half for $25. I feel like I was in the Great Depression. I feel like I'm talking to you like, oh, an Apple was 1 cent. I bought a Ford Model T for $800. No, like this was 2015. This was like I was buying Netflix leaps for a quarter. 25 cents. I buy so many of them. Even then, even a little bit went a long way. Oh man, I won't even tell you what the Tesla leaps were going for. We won't talk about that. I wasn't a Tesla fan. Still am it, or not. Is now. I don't even know. I can't even speak. That was crazy. I paid 2 cents for a burger. That's what I sound like right now. It's crazy. See, but now y'all got like mad demand. Y'all got mad inflation. You want a Netflix leap 700% out the money. It's going to cost you $1,000. I still am it doing it. Those were the good old days. But then at the same time, like let's be real, Amazon stock was still trading at $300. So before you get it twisted, like the options was cool and it was a very great year for options, but go look at any stock at 2015. I'll wait. And the crazy part is like 2015 is like a modern era. Like I feel like everybody in here could remember 2015 like it was yesterday. Like 2015, it was just yesterday. Remember, it was like Fetty Wap. Remember, like G-Eazy. If I said it, I mean it. You remember, like, bro, there was like you could go wait 2015. Oh man, you can find everything that happened. You're bearish. I've always been slightly bearish to a degree, but I don't mean I ain't buy stocks, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I learned. That's what I was saying is that, like, regardless of, I've done a lot of different strategies and a lot of things, but with the long term, I realized at one point, it's like I've always been in the market and I've known about it, but every year, no matter what happened, the prices just kept going up. And I wasn't the first one to say that. Like, people, big investors have said that, Warren Buffett, and it just made sense. And I realized, like, instead of just spinning my wheels, there was opportunity in holding stuff. So I got to really take advantage of that. And thankfully, I had stuff in those years. Again, I bought a lot in 2015. I bought IPOs before that and other stuff. But I really realized there was an opportunity to both speculate in the market and get out there and really, speculate while at the same time you know, making sure I acquired little checkpoints and gems along the way to hold. I was 13 in 2015. How old are you now? Was that 7 years? Holy shit, you're 20 now? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's wild, bro. I was getting lit. No. That's nuts, man. I was on the market. I was doing a lot of things, bro. That's crazy. 20? Man, that's crazy to think about. That's crazy to think about. That's nuts. Tesla Divi? What are you guys saying? No, I'm looking at this. Huh? No. That's a lie. That's insane. Is this guy, what the fuck is he doing? Is he for real? Is you serious? Oh my gosh. There's no way. There's no way. Wait, doing Tesla plan to offer dividends in the next 2 years? Oh, it's a part of the plan. Bro, honestly, Elon, let's do it, man. I'm going to gamble on Elon. I think we'll gamble on Elon. I'm gambling on Elon. I'll gamble on, if he says, I didn't think, the fact that that's even on the question list, I took a short-term trade on that. There's no shorts in Tesla anymore. That don't exist. That's like saying there's cheap houses in California. That just don't happen anymore. There's just no more. You ever buy apartments? Yeah. So that play, did that not go up? It's weird. They're not really going up at all. I just made a play. I did so don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I got further out the money Tesla calls for next week. I spent like $400, $500 on them. They're far out the money though, but dude, people are running up some of these calls right now. $802. Bro, the spreads are pretty not too bad on this. Yeah, they already went up a little bit. We'll see. Tesla, that's crazy. I knew they had this shareholder thing, but I just didn't think, man, those plays went up a lot now. That thing's running, bro. This thing just took off. It hasn't taken off like this in a while. They're not moving. No, they moved. So, I mean, I grabbed the 900 calls. They're already up 30, 40%. So don't trade that. You will lose money on them. But I bought them at 80 cents, and they're at $1, 110, 115. It's not much. I'm even looking at the in the monies, but I think this is, if Elon says anything stupid or crazy, just even remotely similar to dividend, I don't even know how they could do dividends, but I think that's good enough. But whatever they say at this meeting could be decent. It's just people are just now starting to anticipate what's going to happen. Here's the picture from the annual presentation Q&A. Here are it's just the most upvoted question. Does Tesla plan to offer any dividends to its shareholders? This is what's really, I think, setting it off right now. Then the stocks are back in the 7, likely heading higher. Would you consider another split to allow? These are, so these, oh, you can't see? These are the questions right now. So this is the Q&A. Here are the 2 upvoted questions. So they're having that meeting here today. The answer could be no, but I think if they even remotely hint at anything, that'd be wild. Dividends do make it grow slower, but again, the other question too about another split. Dogecoin dividend, that's funny. Let's see, it's chilling out. SPY's coming down. Nah, people, it's not fake, but people are reaching on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the idea is, like, I like that being brought up, but now I'm like, maybe Elon is going to say something at this Q&A or at this shareholding meeting. It may create some catalyst, but the dividend, it's going to be in the discussion, but it's not, you know, you're reaching there. Something happened in the market. I think it's bonds, really. Other than that, there's no other headlines I'm seeing. Consumer credit just came out. Oh, 14.3. Jeez. That's awful, actually. But that means at least people are paying down debt. I wonder what that means for earnings, though. There's still room for borrowing, but the credit dropped. The estimate was 17 billion, 17.5. It came in at 14.3. Ah. USFD. US Foods is popping. Wasn't there a buyout with these guys? Or didn't somebody get bought out recently in the food space? But here's the chart for the consumer credit. It's not too bad. I mean, we've seen this a couple times. I have a couple of random vaccine stocks. I like the MRK, but I don't own any. But there's also what's it called? I have like INO, VXRT. I got random ones that we made for free. Tesla was it was a lot of call sweeps. Then it made a move, and then now this was all just speculation from what's going to happen here at the shareholder meeting today. Shareholder meeting is 4:30 Central Time. This is not confirmed. Rumor of a 42-cent dividend. 420. Still. The USFD is popping. Check news on that one. I think you're SC13. Yeah, someone took a stake, I think. 823. Wait, someone's been buying and selling. Yeah, Sachin Head LP. There's a SC13. What's he been buying at? 3306. What's the price at? 38. He'd been buying at 35, 36. What is this? He's rebalancing of common stock, the issuer effect in last 60 days. Sachem Head Funds, as noted below. Yo, so they just bought a bunch of leaps on this. Or they physically settled. They did a bunch of OTC call options at $40 and $50. Hold on. Who was the one that just got bought out? Do you guys remember? Yeah, they're taking a activist stake, anything above 5.5%. That 0.1 isn't, but they did it through options. Something might be happening here. No, who was the other food company that just got bought out? Was something safe, I think. Sanderson Farms? Yes, I believe. Or is it United? United Foods. It was one of these. It was like the Chicken Pilgrims. I think PPG, Pilgrim's Pride. He's like, the Chicken Pilgrims. I think that's what it's called. He's like, yo, we Chicken Pilgrims International. Providing you some of the best chicken you could get. Facebook's dropping. Yeah, Facebook's really selling off right there. What is this Sachem guy doing? This is the U.S. foods thing is weird. Because he's just buying, I think his 5.1 stake is as a result of they're doing it because like he's buying a lot of just all through call options. I'm reading it here. That one's interesting. Oil at 78. Did Tesla come down? Yeah. The premiums drop. Maybe the premiums drop, but it's still up there above 800 is a key level. Maybe you learn from Billy. That's weird. The U.S. foods thing is very weird. I like it though. I mean, they're all their prices are at $50, but they're all for 2023, and then they did a swap on it, so they have to pay the difference in price for pretty much. It's like holding margin on 4 million shares. What do weeklies mean if it's November? The mid-month contract. So if you go on like the one that's in the middle, if you go on TD, you'll see how these contracts say weekly. It's not middle of the month. So for November, it's November 19th, the second week on the month. It could be hostile takeover, but I've seen this before where people make fake buyouts, and they do it by taking a quote-unquote stake in the company so that they could, or they try to be like, it's like fake activist investors, and they do it so that by doing the options and then like pairing them up with other companies, it makes you have this stake, and then you could offer stuff like this one. Like there's Sachem, and then there's also Sagamore Master Fund, and then Stony Creek. This one gets really, really weird. So it's like, and most of these are options. So they have technically a 5% stake in the company, but they didn't pay 5% worth because they did it through options. So the underlying value at these prices may represent, they may represent the ownership of the shares, but you could take a 5% stake for a fifth of the value. Mm-mm. 30,000 on November 19th, low IV. You said they had earnings. It sucks that they're up 4% today. It doesn't look like this stock doesn't look like it's a big mover, a real value play, honestly. They should have it required to exercise. Well, that's why it's still considered beneficial ownership. I mean, they still have access to the shares technically. Mm. 10-year hitting 157. I mean, TLT got clapped. SPY's coming up here to VWAP. Oh, wow, it's already 12. It's already power hour. You got 45 minutes left. Woo! Woo! Yeah, heard it here, folks. There's USFD again. Safa. Lucid. Oh, Lucid is popping. TLT's coming down. Uber's down. Woo! Yeah, TLT is, I mean, with the dollar, I mean, that's why it's like if the market stays up tomorrow and then TLT moves like this again today, I think it's going to be a real, TLT will become a real leader and just follow that. You just realized the market's open at 6 in Yes, exactly. They're killing us out here. We should push. Why don't we just make every time zone the same? I'm telling you, I'm a damn progressive. Look at this. First, we tax the jets. Next, we make the loans free. My next thing, we gonna make all the time zones the same in America. So nobody wakes up at 6 a.m. while somebody else wakes up at 9 a.m. Huh? Uh-huh. We're gonna level the playing field right here, right now. Look at that. Dog, I'm telling you, I got this down. China does that. Well, I mean, it's a good strategy. We all wake up at 6 a.m. We all wake up at 9 a.m. That's it. It's the same time everywhere. You see what I'm saying? And then, boom, we're in the game. I'm telling you. Look at this. Because somebody just realized my pain of waking up at 6 a.m. We won't have that anymore. Now you won't have to call someone and wonder, be like, oh, are they asleep? Oh, we're on the same time zone. Look at that. Oh, hello? Yeah? Oh, what time is it over there? Oh, it's 7 o'clock here too. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Imagine what that means for 2-day shipping. It's 3:16 here. No, it's not. No, it's not. Not anymore. It's not. What do you? We're on the same one. Why? Are you just change your clock with me? That's all you got to do. Y'all, I'm gonna be on here probably 3 hours later tomorrow. They'd be like, "Yo, where's Josh?" I'll be like, "He's standing up for his time zones." Actually, I think he thinks he's on. I don't care. I know I'm on 9 a.m. now. I'm telling. Who's with me? All you got to do is change your clock. Wow, I'm telling you. Just give me one more week and another speech with Yellen and Elizabeth. I'm gonna have another idea for you. Just wait on it. And then throw in some Tesla conference call. I'll be great. It's your fault you chose to live there. Wow, you sound really discriminatory right now. Interesting. We won't go there. I just know we need to be liberated. So it's time. Again, tune in for my next political progressive ideas brought to you by Carl Jr. and GM and Ford. You get it? That's a good one. Let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We got 45 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. 45 minutes. Just give me a minute. Chad, going to the bathroom, taking the piss. Look at that. Bounce to VWAP. Ali Munger increased stake of Alibaba 83%. Woo! Yeah, come on. We gotta build back a better Ford Fiesta. And you know why? Because we're raising that ceiling. We're gonna raise the roof. We're gonna party. So now we gotta introduce a Ford, the General Ford, Motor Ford. What's his name? Henry. My friend Henry Ford. He's coming. We're gonna launch a EV Fiesta. Huh? Come on. It's small, compact. It can fit anywhere. You're never gonna look for parking. Huh? Come on. That's how we do it. That's what I call building back better with buttered up Fiestas while we raise the ceiling roof. Huh? Come on, Brandon. I know you're with me. Huh? It's going to be great. And you better listen. Just want to make sure you're paying attention. Okay. Thank you. That sucker fast 0 to 60. 15 minutes. I think I did it in 1 minute. That's just fast. I remember Model T when me and Henry first. It was a 0 to 12 in 20 minutes. But now 0 to 60 in a minute. That's a real Fiesta. I love it. You're dead? No, you're not going to be dead. Because your health care. I got it covered. Okay, we got to get the fucking Republicans out the way. These assholes, fucking McConnell. Huh? I talked to him. I says, listen, you prick. Oh, wait, hey, here. Hold on, hey. Here's Poppin' Turtle Beach. Oh, shit, wrong button. Damn it. I'm at that one. Right there, it's popping. Check the news. Hurry up. Come on. Where's Saki? Check Saki. Get. What's the news on the turtle baby bottle pop? It's popping. Look at that. Anybody got anything? I'm looking. I'm checking it out right now. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Right here. It's there. I'm not seeing anything. That's, but that happens sometimes in the market stock. It says great exchange. Okay, I can't, but no, Turtle Beach is popping. HEAR. We have like 17 free shares on there, but I'm not seeing any news. Redesign website. No, there's nothing. They estimate revenue 385 versus 360, so they're up in year-over-year guidance by 7%. We're right below VWAP. I don't know. Have a little move. Well, my chat's coming through. 10-4. AC 130 inbound. We'll get him again next time. SI. I like SI a lot. I like it, but I don't know. It's being clapped. We'll see. It's either, I think tomorrow's probably going to be wait. Oh, shit. Today's Thursday. Never mind. Today's the slow day. So tomorrow is Friday. Okay. Maybe. We'll see. Because, again, tomorrow's going to be all about the jobs report. Because I was like, we're going to have one more slow day on Thursday. And then, no, but today is Thursday. Wow, Friday Junior is here. I thought today was Wednesday. Yeah, boy, someone should have told me. But even if they didn't, I take accountability. That's what you got to do. But it's not my fault. It's Thursday. It's the time zones. And we're going to fix that by building back better. Fuck. Damn, why'd I think it was? I really thought it was Wednesday. Yeah, come on, set your salamander back. Okay? It's daylight interest. Okay, we're gonna tax them too. What are they saving for, huh? You don't need to save. You need the economy and pay your taxes. Okay? We're gonna tax this daylight savings and set the salamanders back. Okay? Simple. Let's do it. I listen to your voice more than I listen to my wife. I feel you, man. I feel you. The other day I finally got the comment from my girlfriend. She said, "You talk to people on the internet more than you talk to me." And I said, "Exactly." I said you should be aware of this by now. This one's easy. So I feel you. We're in the same boat. It's okay. Just reversed. But my answer was a little different. You should probably answer, it's like, let's say I'm not married yet, so. Did you have random Biden outbursts in real life to people? I have like twice, and they didn't understand what I was doing. When are you adding Square? That I don't know. Spies coming down from VWAP. Oh. Yeah, she's never seen my face. When she goes to a different school, it's hard to explain. You need a boy. I don't really use Square, like the actual platform, but unless like I've dealt with Square. Cash App. I've used Cash App, but not really. I mean, I don't even like. I don't like Venmo and those services, and like they're convenient, but like they're just weird. I don't use them. Like anytime I'm ever sending money, like I can I don't use Square. I'm not like, yo, let's close this deal. Like, yo, Cash App the down payment. I got you. So otherwise otherwise I just use PayPal. I like PayPal the best. I don't know why. I've used Zelle. Zelle is chill. Zelle is just like in between bank stuff. He's like, I like Western Union to send money to the prince. It's funny because like Western Union is associated with the Nigerian stuff, but like they're actually a really good payment processor, like globally, or like to send money. Bank to bank e-transfer. That's what Zelle is. Zelle is like bank to bank e-transfer. If you have banks like within the same bank, it's easy, but even then, Zelle, you still have to use Zelle. Look at it. So already stocks may be on solid footing amid insurer sovereign demand. Price action and the return of deep-pocketed investors in stock futures may suggest equities are nearing the end of a slump. If E-mini S&P futures can retake the 50-day moving average, gains could accelerate, and that's because the 50-day has been a stellar guidepost for dip buyers this year. Demand for stock futures was robust early in the New York session. Investors were encouraged by the breakout of the 4 days of sideways trading. The leap above the 100-day added to the enthusiasm. Early in the day, important players included real money insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds, and commodity trading advisors all participating in the upside. Brokers confirmed this means the market is in solid hands and less likely to subject to heavy selling pressure. Demand slowed after the London closed. Overslept night, baby. Night shift, though, Jug, man. You were there in the morning. I remember seeing you here early in the morning. He's like, I'm coming home right now, baby. You still made it. And we love it, baby. God bless you, Najee. That's why credit unions are the best. Broad sharing privileges. She burn news. They're burning Shiba. So no one's going to send me Shiba yet. That's it. That's okay. Y'all got millions. Look at that. And y'all get mad at all the millionaires and billionaires, huh? You're like, how do these people have so much and they don't? Oh, yeah, you're sitting on 100 million Shiba and you haven't given anybody one of them. Uh-huh, what now? Look at that. The minute you got a billion, 100 million something, you ain't send nothing to anybody, huh? Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? I got no Shiba. You have 100 million. Look at that. Look at that. Have you even told the collected chat how to send you? They should know how to send me some. It doesn't matter. They didn't give anything to anybody, not even me. Nobody got any Shiba. They just kept it in their personal wallets. Crazy. Crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Market and close balance 164 million buy side. Square is official. SPY still below VWAP. Abivai. I love Abivai, man. No update on the vote. Surprise. They said they're going to agree with it, but we haven't got anything yet. Let's see. I wonder what would happen. She bouncing. I wonder what would happen. Can we tax the Shiba? I think we should start a movement and tax the Shiba. Let's call it a day. Just call it a day. Why not? We should start a movement. I would. What would happen? Let's just set up a tax wallet. Let's just create a wallet and everybody that's it. Let's see the effect. Because then eventually I feel like that wallet would become richer than everybody. And then what happens? You saw that's but nobody would give up any. I think this just highlights the point. Even if everybody had 1 million of something, they wouldn't give up one of them. They wouldn't even give up 1,000. The Shiba tax. Let's tax the sheep. I would give you all of my Shiba. Well, God bless you. I love you, but I'm just saying nobody can give me anything. I don't even know. I don't think I have a Shiba wallet. That's the thing. Unless Coinbase, unless Coinbase, I think I just have to get the code on it. Blessings can't flow too. If it can't flow through, they don't feel me, man. I need Shiba. Spy is still dancing around here. Again, kind of where we were at open. But again, we gapped up very, very high. Oh, you could buy Shiba on Webull? Well, yeah, I'm sure. 23 minutes. Hold on. The spike coin. I needed a granola bar. Sorry. But I don't think Shiba is the spike coin. I think everybody just, that's the flow, man. I feel, do Doge holders, if you hold Doge holders, do you feel threatened by Shiba? Or have you joined the party as well? Tell me that. How does it, like, what happened? How does it play out? Like, if you were, like, actively, like, a Doge, like, tryhard, like, did you hodl both? Or is it, like, do you feel threatened now? And you're like, wait a minute. You're taking all of my hype money. It's a Doge world. Oh, you jumped from Doge to Shiba. Oh, you hate Shiba. You love Doge though, huh? I know you do. That's crazy. So yeah, that's why I'm like, the effect of this is wild. I feel like a lot of mixed reactions. So I'm chewing. I don't want to chew in your ear. Shiba hype Doge been around a lot longer. Shiba aspires to be on the ETH system. For swing traders, Josh gave the best advice. Sell above VWAP, buy below. It's a good one. It all just depends on the trends. And even velocity. Biden live in 5. They're doing it later. I think the first time you heard me eat. My stomach was clapping me. That's why I granola bars. They're good for my tummy. Fun fact. A good snack. There's people that like the noises, make some money. I feel like you're like my negative influence friend trying to get me to become a stripper. Just like, relax, man. He said people like those noises in their ear, Josh. You can make some money. You know what I'm saying? Chill, bro. Relax. I feel all right, man. I said, why not, man? Why not? Get little Shiba coins. Yeah, home, I'm gonna figure this out and send you 1 million Shiba. I don't even know how to receive Shiba, man. I'm sure I would just go to Coinbase, but it's not that deep. I like watching the Shibas though. I'm using it as an inflation indicator. Them, Ethereum, everything lately, even XLM. What number is the 50-day? I don't know. I think it moved a little bit lower because of the last week or so. That 443 pretty much. 443. We're right under there. And then 4342. We're above that. That's the 100-day. And we got 18 minutes left. Yeah, we're under the 50-day still, but we are above the 100-day now. Buying Facebook. Oh, depends. I mean, I think their earnings are going to be interesting, but they did give bad guidance a couple weeks ago after the Apple stuff. Yeah, non-farm payrolls tomorrow will be key. Tesla's coming down. Those options are dropping. Biden stream live.
Just seeing the nation through the greatest challenge of our generation, President Joe Biden.
That was loud. Tesla's getting clapped.
On behalf of Illinoisans from
Why are you
Cairo
yelling?
to Chicago, on behalf of our healthcare heroes who have given their all, on behalf of the small business owners and workers deserving of an economy built back better, on behalf of educators eager for
Dude,
a normal
he's yelling.
in-person learning experience for their students, thank you, Mr. President, for your courageous leadership during this pandemic. The president couldn't have picked a better place than Illinois to witness the rising tide of economic recovery in construction, advanced manufacturing, in agriculture, the innovation economy, clean energy, and more. We are proudly the most vaccinated state in the Midwest. And thanks to the partners that we have, like Clayco, a longtime vocal advocate of the life-saving power of vaccination, thousands more Illinoisans are getting their first shot each day. As the Delta wave has made all the more clear, to exit this pandemic,
I just wanted to eat another granola bar. We're coming down here now. SPY's dropping real quick there. We're probably going to close right where we open, but again, you're not going to give up that gap up. Kind of ugly, but it's like the last couple days. It was like Tuesday. If you want to go for calls, you just have to, really calls or puts. Your catalyst is going to be tomorrow. Non-farm payrolls in the morning. It's going to cause what's it called? You know, it's going to cause a reaction afterwards. I'm trying to find the ECIM. Wait, where is it? Yeah. Wait, where is it? So here's what you could expect for tomorrow. Here's on the releases for the non-farm payrolls. Here's looking at 6 hours afterwards. You know, on average, a good response, you're going to get 8. Usually, I mean, if you haven't seen here, take a look. On average, a negative response is actually barely red in 6 hours. So tomorrow's probably actually going to be bullish no matter what. Do you guys see this? So literally, look at all of the non-farm payrolls that have came out. Like, it's probably always going to be positive. So, like, even on average, a lower bound response is only down 0.01. So, you have a catalyst tomorrow, but it seems like in the last 12 months, you've gotten a lot of just good responses. March looked wild, but then it's 6 hours. That means it was crazy all day, but then by the end of the day or the next day, it was back up to unchanged. And again, most expectations tomorrow are pretty set in stone. And then the only, if it's, people could take it negative because of tapering. Otherwise, there's a couple of other factors. People getting jobs to pay for stuff. Perfect storm. Shout out to Josh, Lending Tips, Tyler, Trey, the mods, Chad. And shout out to Cole, baby. Such a beautiful, amazing place and community. God bless you, Nick Bowen, and amen. Amen. Orna. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What an amazing cult. What about news of supply lines shutting down international flights? It's going to have an effect, but especially as you get into earnings. I mean, it is still a market worry, but the positive headlines over the last day or so, they've been enough to take some focus off of that. So I think it's just a matter of when the market starts focusing on that, and that could be around earnings. Joe asked about the debt ceiling. What'd he say? Let's see. They cut it. It's not showing up on the White House. Bro, the live videos I took off the YouTube channel.
Roger Christian Murphy. And so
he ain't say shit on them.
It's lovely to be here.
They're still just like, hey man, what's up? We decided to be here. Higher unemployment not good when demand pull inflation is in play. And everyone's arguing back and forth. They're saying, is it because of demand? Is it because of supply? Who knows? But we will see. Again, this jobs report is expected to do good, though. And again, though, but a good report means if it's a decent jobs report, that's the quote by Powell. If it is a quote-unquote decent report, Powell is going to taper in November. So if it comes in as high as people are expecting, or a lot of people are expecting it to come in higher than consensus, if it does, then it's literally just going to be then tapering is confirmed. So how the market takes that, we'll see. The cult really does change lives. Mainly the game just puts you on. Real talk. Thanks, bros. Amen. Amen. So keep lives changing and keep the long term. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Uber recovering. Spy is not. We're selling off a little bit more here. Surprisingly, we're about to hit another low. Watch if we just break this level, then we start going in. We start eating into the gap down. Bonds are popping. Yeah, TBT. The premiums are still holding up. It's a big run up there on bonds coming into this move. But look at it. Now you're giving up into the gap up, which makes it interesting. There's something going on there with bonds right now. Getting very interesting. Lyft partnered with Tinder. You could buy a Lyft for the app. You could with Match.com, and you could arrange a pickup for your Tinder date. Yeah, Uber, very, very big bounce. Man, I was just looking at it. I was like, Uber's really rocketing, actually. Yo, what's going on with Uber? You said Tinder, but that was with Lyft. But Tinder's like, Uber's like, nah, we gonna take it. We got this. Now, if they both partner with Airbnb, that's next level. I feel like I would be concerned at that point. Someone's like, hey, you want to go out on a date? I got you a car and an Airbnb. I'll be like, what the hold on. And I hope none of you ever don't even use that as game. That's not game, okay? You like, yo, what's up, girl? I'll send you an Uber and I got us an Airbnb. I'll be like, I don't even just, what's your name? Dude, Uber is launching. Damn it. Oh, well, I thought we were going to get a little chill. That was our dib buy. No, Uber is just literally going straight up. Senate votes on debt limit at about 7:30 p.m. Damn. So they're going to vote dead limit by tonight. That'll impact the futures and everything else. What if they vote no? Then it'll be bad. SPY's dropping. But maybe the timing of it makes it weird. I don't know. This one's interesting. They vote in every 7 hours now. Netflix dropping. Bro, interesting moves here. Uber's still rocketing. Any other reopening trades going up? Yeah, a lot of things are selling off here. Don't tell me. Bro, what if we come back? There's no way we go to the 100-day moving average. Yeah, that would be like right where we closed. I was like, there's no way. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6:10 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here in the sunny San Diego International Airport. It is about 65 degrees and cloudy out there. Not the best day, but still good enough for a vacation. Unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Woo! What a close. What a close. Woo! Tomorrow is Friday. Get hyped indeed. There's Uber coming out. What a Uber push, man. That one was crazy. Oh. Ooh. What a day. Today flew by. A lot, even though it was kind of quiet, felt a lot faster than the other days. Pepsi selling hard. 1 minute! Yeah, that was a tenor. That was a tenor. We're coming in a Friday. Nothing. That was pure. That was great. That was good. We hit that one. That's a good note. That's a good note to get close to the end of the week, baby. So wrap it up. You got a couple of seconds left here. 15 seconds. Remember, non-farm payrolls, those are coming out early in the morning. So be on the lookout. Make your plays. Finalize them. Tesla after hours. Shareholder event. 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Arn. Let's go, baby. Woo! We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the day. That's the bell. It confirms. 7 hours in the books. How do you feel? How do you feel? Oh my gosh, 7 hours. And you were here with a lot of the people the whole 7 hours. So hit the like button and GG. Oh, 2.1 thousand likes. Oh, let's go, baby. Wow. GG ETC, baby. Wow, good game. Good game. That's it. The day is over. How do you feel? How do you feel, man? That's it. The day's over. That's all. We made it through. So God bless you, Chad. And before you head out, I got something for you, okay? Very simple. I love you, Chad. And thank you for being here. Again, woo, I said it yesterday. You know how thankful and blessed I am to be able to say thank you every day? Oh, you have no idea. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you made it for these 7 hours, even if you just tuned in for the end, you know what? I don't know what it was. I don't know your life, and I know it's busy. Some of you find the time, and hopefully that's why you get in the long term. But God bless you, and thank you, baby. And hopefully, you understand how blessed you are. So God bless you and thank you for the opportunity. If you listen to me, man, you played me in the car, the speakers, wherever it was, you show some love. You held it down. All I got to say is God bless you and thank you, thank you, thank you. All we needed was the opportunity, baby. So shout out to Chad. Shout out to all the members. They're out there rocking the badges. They hold it down. They support. They don't need to. Nobody ever asked them to. Nobody gave them anything special. They just get to look pretty, but they look good while they doing it, baby. So God bless you, Chad. We appreciate you. We would not be here without you. Even the non-members don't appreciate you the same way. They don't understand. It is a team effort. So shout out to members. Shout out to the stream alerts. And don't get it twisted. I get it. Non-members. You don't understand. It's a team effort. It's the members, the stream alerts, the non-members. It's everybody. So God bless you, man. I don't care what you show up here with. But if you show up with a good attitude and you come to learn and you come to facilitate a good discussion and make the wheels turn, you got some news, you can source that info. That's all we care about, baby. So God bless you and thank you. Oh, the GG Frizzle. Oh, yes, into the thank you to everybody. Hard. Let's go. Let's go, baby. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. I'm telling you, I don't think they feel me. I don't think they feel me, but that's it. GG and shout out to everybody, man. I love all of you. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you're ready for the rest of the week. It's over now. Tomorrow is Friday. We got long-term activity. We got debt ceiling activity. You got jobs activity. Oh, get ready. It's still not even halfway through October, but the year is almost over, so get ready, baby. We love it. We love it. But that's it, man. That's all there is to it. Chad, I love all of you. Make sure you guys are on the links. If you're new, this is for you. First link. Maybe if you're old, maybe you got to check out the first link. Maybe some of y'all need to get into real estate. I don't know what it is. But first link, Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. That's where I'm going to see you guys tonight. So if you ever missed anything, we didn't make any plays today, so we will see, but I got a couple I'm looking at. Third link for that membership badge. Fourth link for that merch, and then check out the new channels, baby. Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, Cult PHILO, Cult Music, and that's it. That's it. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love all of you, but this is you already know. It feels like Friday, kind of. I'm feeling in a Friday mood. I'm excited. But in the meantime, check out these tutorials. You want to learn options, how to find option, can I get a 499? Look for 499. Look for the 5. We got the 5. We got the 5. Look for 515. Look for the tutorial. How option price works. We got 1,000 per second. Look for 1,000 per second. 1,001. They're gonna look for 1,002. 1,002. We got 1,002. Look for 1,005. 1,005. We got 1,005. Oh, we got the 1,005 at Dante Lewis. We're gonna go check it in. Sold to this tutorial. I still can't speak. This tutorial. Check it out. It'll teach you about options. It's a full-blown tutorial. You'll love it. How we made the long-term, baby. That's another good one. You got to check that. And then finally, the prayer request wall, baby. So me and my mom, we love to pray for you guys. Okay? This is what we do. We do it every single day. And the weekends, it don't matter what it is. We got love for our Chads, man. We got a simple philosophy here at the cult. Hopefully you guys got that PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you guys got that PHILO. Okay? You know what the PHILO was? Just love your neighbor as you love yourself, man. Because guess what? If it can't flow through you, it ain't going to flow to you. So that's why we send prayers, baby. So I don't care what you believe in. It's really not that deep. And what I mean is we just want to send good vibes your way. Put your jersey on our back. Support what you're doing. Send our vibes your way, man. And hopefully you enjoy it. All I ask you, pray for me. Pray for the other Chads. Pray for everybody else here. Very, very simple, man. Very, very simple. You know what I'm saying? So very simple. Shout out to everybody who's filled it out. I love all of you guys, and God bless you. But that's it. That's the day. You know what books you're going to do. Richest Man of Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. and the strangest secret in the world. And now, do you want the post-PHILO? Do you want me to wrap it up today with the PHILO? Did you get the PHILO? If not, you got to listen to it. Go read it, please. Luke chapter 10. Just read the whole chapter. If you're feeling adventurous. Go read Luke chapter 10. Okay, if I give you the post-PHILO, something is going to change, though. I promise you, all right? I could give you the post-PHILO. It's going to be different, though. Are you sure you want it? This is deal or no deal, Chad. You could say no deal or you could say deal. It's up to you. Let's see. You want the deal? The Chad wants the... Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. Just listen, man. I really hope you got the PHILO. Okay? I hope you could thank God that your name is written in heaven. The next time something happens to you, the next miracle, before you pat yourself on the back, okay? Before you get all excited, it's good and there's nothing wrong with that. Even the disciples got excited. You're going to get excited, that's fine. But you got to just I want you to really be thankful for where your name is written and what the things that you're doing is highlighting. It's highlighting something bigger. You know what I'm saying? Like you're happy. It's like selling shovels made out of gold, and like you're happy you're getting sales, right? You're like, wow, I just sold 10 shovels. Like that's awesome. But when you realize what it's connected to, that it's like, wow, you're actually selling something way bigger, and there's something bigger and more valuable than you think. But just understand why. That was even a shitty analogy, I'm telling you. But I really hope you get it. Okay? That's the first part. And now here's the second part. And this is where I'm saying you guys took the deal. So it's going to be a little different today. And just understand, I need to read it to you, okay? And I want you to understand everything that's about to happen here, even how we end this. And I want you to remember everything that is usually said. And you know what you need to do, the drive, you know all of that, okay? And you're going to wake up in a great attitude tomorrow. All of that, okay? Just trust me. But I really want you to understand the simplicity of moving forward and changing your life and living to the best of your abilities. It's very simple. And it's love your neighbor as you love yourself. Okay? So let me read this to you. He said, what does the law say? How do you read it? You must love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, all your strength, all your mind, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. Right, Jesus told him. Do this and you will live. That's it. So this is what I'm trying to show you. And this is why you accepted the deal. It's as simple. The conversation could end there. So think about it. I love you.